World of Wonder version 3.7. We've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and creation center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand. The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Erangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor. or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Erangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road, they can also be summoned with a camel bell as a 2-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the Temporal Sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The Advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the Advanced Reversal Blade will break and disappear. The Reversal Blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then, collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a Reversal Blade, use its Rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your Reversal Blade. Then, you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the Reversal Blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the Advanced Reversal Blade's Rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden Armor Racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a Golden Armor order, you can summon a Golden Armor Rack anywhere you want. Summoned Golden Armor Racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now!
พวกเราเคยโชว์ฝีมือให้ทุกคนเห็นมาแล้วในอดีตและตอนนี้พวกเราจะแสดงให้เห็นเองว่าทำไมทุกคนถึงหวาดกลัวชื่อของ VPE
PMGC tahun lalu telah membuktikan kekuatan kami, dan PMSL SEA tahun ini akan kami ubah mimpi kami menjadi kenyataan.
Kami tidak ditentukan oleh masa lalu kami, tetapi oleh masa depan kami. Bersiaplah untuk pendatang baru yang akan bangkit di PMSL SEA.
Thử thách thật sự là gì? Đó là không ngừng vươn lên, không ngừng chiến đấu và không ngừng chiến thắng. Ada yang bilang cerita AE sudah sampai di penghujung. Tapi selagi kita bisa berjuang, kita pasti akan naik ke puncak sekali lagi.
ถึงพวกเรายังไม่มีผลงานที่น่าจดจำแต่เราจะเขียนหน้าประวัติศาสตร์ใหม่ขึ้นมานับตั้งแต่วินาทีนี้
Kita siap untuk menjadi juara 3 kali pertama dalam sejarah PMSL SEA.
Kita tidak melawat final untuk melihat orang lain, kitaมาเพื่อเป็นแชมป์
Setiap pasukan yang menghalang kami akan tahu bahawa Sam9 bukan sekadar lagi nama. Ini adalah kekuatan yang bersedia mengagalkan final.
แม้การเดินทางที่ผ่านมามันจะยาวนานและยากลำบากแต่พวกเรามายืนอยู่จุดนี้เพื่อพิสูจน์ว่าฝีมือสำคัญกว่าชื่อเสียง
Legenda masa lalu sudah berakhir dan penguasa baru telah lahir. BIGETRON ditakdirkan untuk memerintah.
ทุกเกมที่เราเล่นเราเก็บเกี่ยวความรู้จากมันมาเสมอและตอนนี้เราก็พร้อมแล้วที่จะคว้าแชมป์มาอยู่ในกำมือ
Chúng tôi đã ẩn trong bóng tối đủ lâu rồi. Giờ đây, ánh đèn đấu trường đang hướng vào chúng tôi và chúng tôi sẽ hoàn toàn làm chủ sân đấu.
Kami telah melewati banyak ujian dan sekarang masanya kami meninggalkan jejak di 2025.
Pertempuran untuk kejuaraan bukan hanya tentang kekuatan, tetapi juga keyakinan. Keyakinan kami adalah membawa mahkota pulang ke Malaysia.
Không ai có sự ổn định như chúng tôi. Khi chúng tôi chơi nghiêm túc, không ai khác có cơ hội đăng quang.
Everyone's hyped, everyone's here, everything that has accumulated from week 1, 2, and finally till today will come down to this, the grand finals of the PMSL SEA Spring 2025. I'm Tashman, your host today, caster today, alongside Sir Cloud, my secondary caster and also host, and we are here to commentate your games.
Yes, but of course, before we go on to the main event, there's a reason why we broadcast earlier today, because you will not only get to see some of your favorite KOLs are playing in a show match, but you also get a preview of what Rondo looks like.
Yeah, it's very exciting, and I'm sure that you know that in the other counterpart of this game, Rondo has been out for quite some time. Now, bringing it into the mobile version is honestly so exciting because it's such a big map, less water mass. So according to Sir Cloud, there's also 2 flight paths in there as well. New weaponry, which means that rotations, which means the style of play, everything will be challenged.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of landmass, right, for the players to play, and they had to pick the drop spot because, well, it is a new map in the PUBG Mobile version. So it's going to be interesting to see what sort of drop spot will they take and how that drop spot will be advantageous to them.
Yeah, I think there's also that situation. I think a lot of these players that's playing today, we're going to be seeing a show match here between KOLs as well as the pro players themselves. Who is it? I'm not going to say. I'm not sure if it's out yet, but if it is, you check it out on the social media itself. Now, I think that coming into the game's fundamentals is definitely more important, but at the same time, we need to know what it is that these players and KOLs think about this upcoming map.
Yeah, let's introduce one of our KOLs that will be playing in this map. Say hello, everybody, to Capitana. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Hi, Capitana. Now, I'm sure that you've been a long-time fan of PUBG Mobile. You've played all the maps already. Now, for you personally, what do you think of this upcoming Rondo map? I'm sure you've seen a sneak peek, a preview of it, but what do you think it's going to be like when you hop on into that game?
I feel so excited to play with my friends with this new map, and I'm so thrilled that I'm here right now with you guys. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, can you give us a bit of a teaser? Where do you plan to drop in the map?
In the event, I would like to drop in that event itself. The new, I don't know how to call it.
Or the Rondo map?
Yeah. No. The one like a castle or something.
Oh, the castle area.
Right.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's gonna be very, very competitive there.
Yeah.
I'm sure that from what you're saying right now, you wanna take fights very, very early. Just go aggressive as soon as you drop down.
Yes, because the loots there are crazy and a lot.
Okay. So you'll be playing with a few other pro players, right? Do you expect them to carry you, or are you going to carry them?
Actually, right after the practice lobby, we also played in ranked match after that.
Ooh.
So we kind of warmed up, and then I did something very helpful for them. I think I can help them win.
Oh.
You know what? That is, I think chemistry plus 1,000, aura plus 1,000 as well. It's going to be super exciting. Now, tell me a little bit more. What do you think of the map so far? I mean, you played it a little bit. You did a practice lobby, right? So, do you like it? What's it like?
I really like it because it's new, challenging, and there are new guns. There are new weapons. And the new skills that you can use inside the game.
Okay, and which kind of weapons do you like in the game?
Personally, even before, I really like M14, M416 rather. And then I'm actually on sniper M24.
Ooh,
Yeah.
actually, that's kind of cool. Actually, if you think about it, I love hearing that. Now, coming into this game as well, I'm not sure how close you are with these players. I mean, you guys have practiced, you guys have kind of like scrimmed together, warmed up. Do you guys often play together?
With my team right now, it's my first time playing with them. But I've been playing PUBG Mobile since 2019.
It's a long time. That's a hella long time. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about the other teams here. You saw other regions bring in their own KOLs and other, and their own players as well. What do you want to say to them?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that clearly.
Oh, I said, coming into this game as well, other teams and the KOLs are playing as well. What do you want to say to them?
I hope you really have a lot of fun with this event, and thank you so much for choosing me. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Capitana. Good luck in the game. See you later.
Well, I'm interested to see how will this team actually win, because they seem really well prepared, right? They had like scrims together, they've been warming up together. So I'm really excited to see if Capitana's team can actually win this one. But the challenges for that winner chicken dinner, some of them none other than Team Solos from Malaysia.
This is a stack team. I'm gonna be real here. This is a stack team.
Yeah.
Solos himself used to be a pro player, and then with all those 3 players, like currently some of the best 3 players in Malaysia right now.
Man.
But what do you think of EJ Gaming?
Oh, super stacked as well. I mean, look at EJ Gaming's lineup. You got Yummy, you got Nabeko. Both of them have been Southeast Asia Terminators before. And then you have Hans for you from Alter Ego. So there's a good mix here, but a lot of firepower in them. I think this team is pretty stacked too.
Yeah, it's really scary as well. I mean, EJ Gaming himself, I'm sure that he's gone really far as well in terms of how he plays. So I believe that this is a really, really fun one to watch. I mean, especially when you have the Peko as a hype man for the team. He's always yelling. I can imagine the vibes already. Now coming to the next team, we have Team Jorjoy from Thailand. And I think this is also another really stacked team. Vintores is not currently actively playing, but he is definitely one of the heavy hitters for the game as well. So I am expecting a lot. I'm excited to see him play here on the big stage again.
I mean, he is the OG IGL, right? So he will know how to navigate his team. And also, you have Mormon as the hype man. He's always the dancing guy, the guy who always dances whenever they win or whenever they don't win. He's always the hype guy for the team. And then you have Tiger X from eArena as well, joining in the fray. I mean, I would say this lineup is very, very balanced because you got the brains and the bronze.
They really do. I mean, Mormon should be great into the front lines. He's going to be the one just jumping up forward, going up close and personal, and the rest can just be able to collapse in the back. But at the same time, Capitana, the lady that or the player that we just interviewed just now, her team is also very exciting. I mean, Federales, we know what Federales can do here. He is bombastic, explosive as well. We are looking at Damon as well as Dale as well, coming in from, I believe they're in the Tier 2 team, Tier 2 league right now, I believe, Sir Cloud.
They're currently competing in the PMCL, so they will be part of this team for this show match as well. And Dale, he's been around for a very, very long time as well, so excited to see him play here on this stage. Of course, they're both Dale and Damon, they are partnered with Federales, who is the Filipino Terminator. Extreme firepower from Federales. We all know his kind of performance, and KHI Esports, well, this org is no stranger to PUBG Mobile esports scene, and Damon has been with them pretty recent, but I'm pretty sure if you can join such an OG org, you surely have something to offer.
I agree with you. I'm really excited to be able to see this as well. I mean, it's been a while since we've last seen them play, and for Federales, I think it's going to be fun as well, playing with his countrymen once again after being in an Indonesian org for quite some time. So this could be a nice change of pace for him as well.
Yeah, you can imagine the Tagalog language coming out like Tara, Tara, Tara. Oh, Tara means go, by the way.
Tararash, Tararash.
Tararash.
Okay,
And
players
then-
are all... Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that it's not only these 4 teams that will be playing in the entire Rondo match, but there will be other teams to fill in as well. So we still get the standard 16 teams on the map.
Ooh, okay, this is super exciting. It's gonna be super fun as well. I think this will be one of the first few times we're getting to see Rondo played officially. And for me personally, the last time I've seen this map, not only is it very, very big, it's very, very fun to watch, it has a whole different new mechanics, a whole different feel. Yeah, it's as big as Miramar, but the feels are different.
Oh yeah, it's very, very different. It has the most mass land. Yeah, mass land in a map. Yeah, that's the way to put it there. Although it's also 8 by 8 kilometers, it's exactly the same as Miramar, but because of the land mass, yeah, quote unquote, it's bigger than Miramar itself.
Because of the loss of the water, right? I mean, end of the day, I think it shouldn't be too hard to rotate on that map. But honestly, for me, because hey, relax, Norman. Don't hit us. Come on now. But you know, guys, looking at how he's too hype. He's too hype for me. You thought I had a high energy? Well, meet Mormon, I guess.
Oh yeah, I think if you and Mormon went to a karaoke, it would be explosive. I would like to see that one day.
You know what's crazy? I hung out with him a little bit, talked to him a little bit. I couldn't keep up.
Oh wow!
I cannot keep up.
Cash, your energy lost to Mormon?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I've disappointed everyone.
You have met your match finally. Wait,
Match not so much, but probably someone that's a little bit more beyond me. It's actually crazy to think about it, right?
Oh. Yeah.
Wait, what's he saying?
Okay, I'm trying to read his lips though. Can you try it again?
Did he say Rondo? Did he say Rondo?
Or is he saying we're gonna win or something? I think that's too long of a sentence.
Maybe. Look, I think like in terms of like, look at the Malaysian team, right? Are they already talking strats? I mean, Jimmy is a more serious guy, right? I would be surprised if he's already talking strats right now.
Yeah, he's already saying to Solos, okay, Solos, you do this, you do that. We do this, we do that. It's like they're in this to win this. When you look at other teams, they're just having fun.
Yeah, I think because Solos used to also be a pro player, so the mindset approaching this game could be different as well. I don't know, just a speculation.
Oh yeah, he used to play in PMPL, MYSG, one of those editions, whether it's MYSG or MYSG, one of the editions back in the day. So, and it was with, I can't remember the team's name, Anti-Circle. Yeah, it was way back then.
Wow.
That was such a long time ago. So yeah, like what you said, right, he has that experience playing in this sort of tournament at this level. This is going to be a piece of cake for him.
I think it must be nice, coming back to this tournament, approaching this game on the big stage again. I think he feels a lot of nostalgia.
Oh yeah, and Yuhai probably feeling that nostalgia as well, because he used to play way back as well in the pro scene when Solos was playing. So this could be a bit of a throwback moment for Yuhai himself.
Yeah, I think that's something that's super exciting. Remember last year, they brought back the old team with Fredo, Wanparang.
Oh yeah.
That was a throwback for everyone too, right?
Yeah, the legendary Yudu gang who became the first PMPL Southeast Asia champion back in 2020. That was legendary. That was so OG. I would love to see them coming back again.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did this year. I think this year it's a whole different ball. But you know what? They should have just I wish they would have brought it back as one of the teams. Imagine they did and they never told us. It's like, we're here, we're playing, but you just don't know we're in the game with you.
Hey, or just suddenly show up like on stage, right? They could be sitting at one of the desks.
Oh, they could, right? We just don't know. I mean, we're from home, so we can only speculate. We're just theory crafting, guys.
Yeah, I know, right? We're just throwing it out for all you guys out there. But we're gonna get a glimpse of the Indonesian squad now. So looking at them, they look pretty chill as well. It's like they're here just like, okay, let's have a chill time.
I mean, technically, before the match, you're doing something fun. I feel like it's a great warm-up as well, especially for Yami, especially for Minapeko as well. I feel like the best way to approach a game is to chill first and then get serious later. And I think this is the perfect addition to just really kickstart the Grand Finals day.
Right, since we're talking about the perfect edition, right? So this is also the edition where we get to see Rondo being played in PUBG Mobile Esports for the first time. So maybe we can talk a little bit about Rondo, right? Like, do you have like a favorite drop spot in Rondo?
Maybe Test Track?
Ooh, Test Track. Okay. Why do you like Test Track?
It's right smack dab in the middle. And it's a fun map. It's a fun area. It's a very fun area if you think about it. It's one of the funner ones. I mean, Stadium's also kind of fun as well. But I also really, really like Jiaotin.
Jiaotin, I see. Okay, Jiaotin is pretty much on the left side of the map.
Yeah,
but
very left.
I do like your pick on the test track, just because it's like in the middle of the map, it allows you to navigate anywhere where the circle is at. And the test track, when you drop there, because it's what it's called, it's a test track, right? So you would have vehicles spawning there because it's a test track, and you can imagine like some of the fun things that you can do with your friends. So I was kind of thinking about it when I was trying out this map, right? It's like,
can you race on it?
There. You can take those vehicles, you get onto the test track, and then you drive around with your friends, and then you can do a death match in it. It's like try to blow up each other's vehicle while you're racing.
Wait, that's a thing? I didn't know that.
Yeah, you get creative.
Oh, that's so cool. That's very cool as well. But I really like as well the fact that this map is just so large, and there's like two different sides, right? There's the grassy side as well as the deserty side. It's kind of like a mix of like Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, I guess if you have such a large map, you can accommodate for different quote-unquote climates in the map. I haven't get the chance to try the more deserty part of the map. I've been trying out like Stadium, looking at the area. The architecture is just amazing. Like Stadium itself, it is so huge, and there's like a stage in the middle that when you get your friends together, and that's the whole point of playing PUBG Mobile, right? You get your friends to play together, you can emote there, and you can like do dance content on the stage.
Wait, that's really cool. What about Jadina City? Have you been there?
Jadina City, it's a huge city with multiple floors. So I'm not really a fan of it just because of how complicated you need to navigate around the city. But I can understand if the circle goes there, it gets really tactical.
I can imagine. I mean, we talked a lot about like urban warfares as well, but given the fact I'm looking at it right now, it looks like a high-rise buildings. Just so many, I would say, floors to climb as well. You have no clue where they are. I mean, even if you're inside the building and you're safe, right? If the circle pulls away from you, wow, good luck getting off there. Because if you jump out, You're gonna break your knees.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just like what happened to Razy yesterday.
Oh no! I bet Razy
no.
was cringing over that.
Oh man, I mean, everyone should just replay that part of the scene and just see Razy's reaction. That was crazy.
Yeah, we
But you
saw
know-
him actually live, right? His reaction. He looked so devastated because it's just like that one. That's actually insane. Like one small mistake and it just really cost you the whole thing. It's just so unfortunate.
Yeah, frankly, after looking back the replay, I wouldn't even call it a mistake. It was just unfortunate
bad-
because he took
yeah.
a bit of damage before jumping down. So yeah, and while he was airborne, it's not like he could reverse his jump. So it was just too bad.
I think it's just one of those like moments where you think you had it all in play, right? The perfect script in your mind of what's gonna happen. Then suddenly something small just changes the whole trajectory of things, and you're just like, wait, that was not supposed to happen. Wait, how did that just go wrong so quickly?
Yeah, I know, right? I also wanted to point out that inside of Rondo, there's another thing that could go wrong in this particular area in the map that's called
Where is that?
bamboo.
Oh, bamboo.
Yeah.
What's up with bamboo?
All right, so bamboo is this, I wouldn't even want to call it a bamboo farm. It's like a place where you have tons of bamboos, like how you watch in like Oriental movies or ancient Oriental movies, that kind of place. So what's unique about bamboo is that those bamboo shots that come out, you can actually blow them up and they will fall down like how you would cut down a tree. So if anyone were to hide behind one of those bamboos to find cover and all that, you just toss a nade. Not only they obviously might receive damage, but also the bamboo will fall down and they will expose the opponent. So the whole tactical inside of bamboo is just very different from what we're used to seeing.
That's so interesting. And I'm also really excited as well. I mean, do you remember the Lunar New Year update with the panda? Do they have that on Rondo?
Oh, it would have been perfect if they had the panda and bamboo. Yeah.
Right? I love the panda during Lunar New Year. It's so fluffy, so fat, you can ride it, or you could go into the belly and then the panda just hugs you and then just spin to death. I still remember I was so excited spinning in the bamboo and everyone said, you need fuel for bamboo. I'm like, you need fuel for panda. And I'm like, what?
I wouldn't
Pandas
mind
need fuel?
That's new, right? That's new.
That made me so sad. I want the panda to run forever. Forever, Cloud!
But we have to feed the panda, Let's not advocate for animal cruelty here, okay? We gotta keep them well and fed, nice and healthy, and also happy as well. Just like our players right here. They're happy to get into the game. Let's jump into the one and only Rondo.
Starting off with a very, very cute flame. I think this is my favorite one, Cloud.
Oh, yeah, it's like sparkly.
Sparkly.
It's like your attitude. You're sparkly.
Wow!
Wow.
I was not expecting that.
Okay. Maybe I want to redo that.
Okay.
Okay. It's like your eyes.
Wow!
Wow!
He's single, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Anyways, coming into right here, we're seeing nice trajectory on toward the middle side here, northern side of Dynasty City, all the way up to the southern side of Jiaotin. I don't think it's gonna be a big of a problem for anyone to really cross through, if I'm being honest. It's gonna be fun.
Alright, so since we interviewed Capitana, right? So are we supposed to be big supporters of Capitana?
I don't want to support her because I don't want to jinx her. It's for her own good.
Let's not put the Tash curse on the stage, right? Yeah, but they're dropping in Jadina City, so that's a very, very safe spot to be in. You gotta think about it. It's by the edge of the map, and it's an urban area. If there's another team, you can always avoid them. So they're playing it very safe at the start.
Okay, already. Well, look at his early fights here. VOIN Donkey meeting up with Tem this early? You know what? Foreshadowing for the first game? Why not? As Razak falls already.
Oh, might as well. Let's go. And looks like we're gonna see other players from Tem Entertainment as well playing. And Frame, he got the first blood.
You were right about the architecture in this map, by the way. Look at how nice these buildings look on the inside.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Wait till you see the sakura trees, right? It's amazing.
You're making me super excited.
Oh, absolutely. Super style. But in Yulin, we see another elimination.
Wow. It feels like it's happening everywhere already, these early fights, and I'm not surprised at all. It's a Mexican standoff here between these two teams right now. So TM saying, okay, we took one away. Let's back off, give them some breathing space. We want to fight on a even playing level? Question mark?
I mean, if you have a full lineup of pro players, how is that even playing level in the first place? You would have Altego, Rosemary, Rocky playing together.
Yeah. Rosemary and Rocky. Love them. Is this the area where you said that was the sakura trees?
Yeah. So if you can see that around this area, there's like sakura trees.
So nice.
It's so beautiful. Like the architecture is just awesome. And in the middle, there's like this big pond. Now,
Yeah.
although it looks nice, but it can be a double-edged sword because if you walk in the pond, your movement speed will be significantly slower.
Oh, there we go. There's a big opening there. Snape go down already. And honestly, you were right. I think that this is why I like this map. I noticed there's just like so many different places, so many areas with different architectures, different styles. And also, Jadina City, I saw I think that's a Chinese style building, right? It's really pretty. It's very, I would say, accurate to what I would see in at least those Chinese dramas I watch. So that's really cool.
And the other place that you mentioned that you like is the stadium. And this is where we are at right now. I don't know what to call these teams. Okay, this Joy's team. Okay, yeah, Joy's team played together with Tiger X, Bobon, and Ventores. So you can see how huge the stadium is.
It is big, actually. It's the area kind of reminds me a bit of school, just a little bit though. But it's a lot more bigger. And actually kind of surprising because it's such a big map, right? Which means that the buildings, the compounds are also a lot bigger as well. I looked inside, like, okay, it's a pretty house, but at the same time, it's less choky than the other buildings that we see on other maps.
Yeah, so it allows you to navigate around a little bit more, right? So that is the advantage of being in stadium itself. You got a lot of space, and if you see enemies that you don't think you want to fight, you can actually run away and navigate around some of the stadium walls itself. Now we also have like the solos team here, and they seem to be okay. So this vehicle that you can see in front, the blue vehicle, is actually a EV bus.
EV bus?
Yes. So it does not rely on fuel, just like any other regular vehicle, but it relies on battery. And how do you charge the battery is by braking.
By braking?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean
Kinetic
braking the
energy.
car, like stopping the car?
Like stopping the car, not like snapping the car in half.
Oh, okay. I was like, you break the car? That's crazy. Anyways, is it just me or is VOIN Donkey kind of picking fights left, right, and center here? Because just now it was Tem, now it's Tem9 as well. I believe they got a few eliminations already.
Oh yeah, they are. They already got 2 eliminations. Oh, and this is VOIN Donkey with their first team lineup though. So is this even fair? But hey, you know what? It's just for the fun of it. And of course, for us to preview the Rondo map.
Yeah, it's just a for fun thing. Anyways, in terms of this area, I'm surprised that 3 teams decided to just drop here, right smack dab in where it is. Wow, Zeta huge onto Kenny. And Zeta, wow, no mercy. He's like, no. I want to play longer on this map, so I'm going to just take you out here. Thank you very much, Firen. You're next. Good night.
And Dad wants to say goodnight to them by lobbing this nade inside the building. He did it against Vexy. He'll finish him off, but on the left side, there's one player that probably knows that, or maybe he doesn't, but at least he didn't commit to it.
Really was. I'm trying to figure out where exactly this fight is happening. I believe that is near Yulin. No, it's not. Somewhere else, actually.
But what we're sure right now is that Dep... Oh, okay.
Oh, it's Meiran!
But because this is the Golden Dynasty edition, right? So you get a second life, right? That's why we can see that Firen is coming back into the battleground, and now he will rush in together with Dep.
You kill me? Fine, I kill you next. It's just a push and pull here at this point. Then they're so happy just take him back out here. It's like, Zeta, you've done so much damage already. That's enough from you. But anyways, this fight is going to be very, very prolonged as well. I mean, most teams are already inside of the circle as SOZip will be the one next tier to go super aggressive against Dep. So Dep will be the next one to fall. I don't think it's going to be a problem for him to take him down, but oh my god, that wide swing just got him.
Oh man, that was a quick move there by Potato. Now, let's see if Potato can finish up the job. One more to go, and he will wipe out the 7-9.
Entirety of team out and out already, and 7-9 was kind of fighting between 2 demons, if I'm being honest right now. VOIN Donkey as well as Tem. And now Tem, look at them, getting active, getting aggressive, looking for the final member. It's Potato here all alone. They can flank him from two sides, crunch him from two different areas, but you have to remember, we've seen miracles happen for Potato as well. Just because he's the IGL does not mean he can't shoot.
Oh yeah, fragging IGLs. That's like the trend right now. And if you can see SOZip, he's actually holding one of the new weapons. That's the JS9, which is one of my favorite weapons. It's very, very stable, very low recoil, high firing rate. It is one of those OP weapons, but only special for this map.
I like that you have certain weapons for certain maps as well, because it just shows the compatibility of it. Look at these bigger maps. My god. See what I told you about Potato?
Fragging IGLs, people.
Fragging IGL, man. Holy crap, that's crazy. And speaking about crazy right now, is Rocky nearly being taken out there. It's both spraying off of each other right now as well. So Hazel coming in close as well, to come really close. But I don't think he's going to try and pick up his teammate. As from the high ground here, Rosemary is here is to provide some cover fire and also steal away those kills.
Wow, I have not explored this part of Rondo. This is such a high altitude that he went and that he found. How did he get up here?
Climbed all the way from the other side here. I think he wanted to keep an eye out in Yulin, so I think he probably came from the southern side and went all the way up on top. I mean, if you drop down though, ouch.
Ouchies, yeah. Don't slip, don't slip. Hopefully there are no banana peels up there.
Whoa,
yeah.
Banana peels.
Yeah, banana peels, banana skin.
Legit question though. I've one time I tried to test this cartoon theory, right? About the banana peels. I put a banana peel on the floor and tried to step on it. I didn't fall.
Oh, it fell for me though.
I think it's because you're taller than me.
Yeah, I guess it's like the I don't know whether you want to call it the body mass or something. Maybe we need some scientists to tell us.
Center of gravity. Oh no! Center of gravity got Ventores. He fell.
But it is a bit of a trade bet. They got Young T instead. Where's the rest? Where's the rest? Joy, they need you.
Trying. Mormon here, close by. Okay, setting up for a team for success. A nice shot there from the long side of the area as well. It feels like everyone is just kind of corralling in this big wide open spaces. Not a lot of place to work with as well. I think everyone's just trying to rotate over outside of the test track, and because there's no cover, this is what happens. This 3-way, 4-way fight from long range.
And here comes Mormon to the rescue. Okay. So they're back, don't worry, they'll be okay, no smokes needed indeed, and the revive will just kick in. I noticed on the elimination feed as well that Ravenclaw is actually playing.
I know!
It's nice to see the OG IGL of Vampire Esports back in the game again.
We haven't seen him for quite some time, have we? He's been very quiet. I wasn't sure where he is, but right now I'm so glad to see him back in the lineup once again. I think he's such a talented player, honestly.
Yeah, he's been coaching eArena, so that's why we don't get to see him much on screen. So it's nice to see him back here playing again, and I wonder how is he doing right now. But for KAGENDRA, they're playing this really, really, really safe.
I mean, KAGENDRA also dropped really far as well, if I'm being honest. All the way on the northwest side, the very, very end. And I was curious, I was like, okay, this is a very, very far away drop spot. A big risk as well, but I don't think they're concerned at all. I think they're just really taking the time, taking in the scenery, and just really getting to know the map, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new map. I guess everyone's also getting to know, like, okay, where's the best place to rotate, where to drop, where to hide, so on and so forth. So everyone's just getting into the groove of knowing this map, because who knows, like in the future, it could be in the official PUBG Mobile Esports.
I hope so. Because look how competitive it is. It felt like one player goes down, another trades out here. Achul, he was the MVP yesterday for his team. And he was on fire. He put up so much in terms of numbers and stats as well. And even in this fun game, he's also taking it very seriously. Look at this. This is nasty.
Oh yeah, he's trying really, really hard to hit his target now. It's a bit far. We have 3x scope. I mean, it's doable. And these guys, they are the pro players. And we're just here trying to understand how it is shooting that far as a pro player. I couldn't hit that kind of shot, but obviously they can.
The recoils are actually really hard to do. I feel like PUBG Mobile is the game that, you know, if you're talented, that you're really, really talented, because you have to deal with the long ranges, you have to deal with the bullet drops. It's something that definitely you have to kind of learn and take turn to find out over time, and it just becomes muscle memory eventually.
All right. I also want to point out another feature inside Rondo, right? So if you notice that at the test track, there was like this sparkly circle.
Yes, what is that?
Yeah, so that is the EMP. So what
ENP.
happens is that it will render your vehicles unusable.
Oh,
Yeah,
So
so
is that someone like the players activate it?
No, it's by random. It's like how there used to be like this red zone thingy, so it appears at random. And if you happen to be driving past by, you get a warning first. But if you're still in there and your vehicle is in, you cannot use your vehicle. It will just shut down. But once it goes away, you can reuse your vehicle again.
So you just kind of have to sit there like sitting ducks until it happens. But anyways, here KAGENDRA getting active and aggressive. Torres almost falls here, but he does manage to get saved here by his teammate as well. Mormon's nade, that was massive. Finds Ichan as well, so it's huge. Now he's gonna go for that reset for his teammates as well. So at the same time, he is so aware the rest of KAGENDRA is just placed outside here. I think Casper is nice. He has like a nice little off-angle plate on all the way outside tree line to cover him as well. He has smokes, but I don't know. Okay, never mind. Ichan should be able to be picked up by Achul here.
Let's see if Achul wants to go for the pickup or he wants to go for the elimination. Takes a lot of damage from that nade, but his nade is even better. Immediately knocked down Vintores.
And then they come forward, and that splash damage immediately knocks off another member for KAGENDRA there. Not the best situation to be in, and it does have to move Casper away from the hill that he's holding on now. I think he's slowly just making his way down. But at the same time, rushing up forward here means that he's all the way out there in the open. Vintores about to go for that reset. Mormon moved back to pick up Tiger. I think for Mormon, making sure to see if anyone's close by is number one. Making sure doesn't get flanked.
And Casper goes away. He's like, nope, I don't want any of this. And plus, they're playing on the outside circle, so he's probably thinking to himself that, it's not going to be worth it. So he would just leave this area while Vintores torturing his opponent. He's not sending them back to the lobby yet.
I would do that. I would do that. I just want to spend time with you until you go to the lobby.
And Jojo is spending time with the greens. He loves nature.
Anyways, Chaos once again there. What a spray from Jimmy. Beautifully done as well. He was so quick as well on that white swing. Couldn't even react there. Some pre-fires abound as well, which means that he has an idea about where the Boom Esports players are. That EJ Gaming, the nade, puts quite a bit of damage onto him. So for Team Solos here, trading out blows, trading out nades. Jimmy forced to go for that reset as well, manages to do so. Yummy already on the top side of the building there. I think he knows there's someone close. He doesn't want to poke his head up on the second floor too soon.
Right in front of him is Solos though. Solos still proning, hoping for his other teammates to help him out. He needs help. He needs help. Adilu breaks down the door to secure that elimination point. Yummy goes down. And here comes EJ Gaming. Trying to save the day, but the fire is just too much for him to handle.
He had no choice. Either he moved back and potentially just fall to someone else, or he goes just forward and try to get pick off. But these long range kills by Yummy still manages to find Solo, so that's huge for him as well. But Snape fighting U9 as well on the other end here. BTR very aggressive today. Love to see this as well. I think that it suits their playstyle. If I'm being honest, these big maps, it allows for these long range fights that they really want to do. They can't do it on other maps.
Wow, 11 eliminations now for BTR. They are playing this like it's the championship, going at it at other teams. And on the elimination feed, we also see Joker getting one for himself. Now Zeus is in trouble.
George Wright, gonna be okay to pick up his teammate there, Vintores. But Flash, I don't think there's a bit of hesitancy. They're not sure where to look. And Vintores, what is that? Cancelled that pickup mid-area, decides to challenge, gets 2 shots in the face, and now he's in a position that is very safe to pick up his teammate.
Jojo got knocked down out in the open. Now he's going to be the bait for Baus. And Baus is waiting for the other players of Jojo's team to come and save him, and that's where he will take advantage.
Circle as well, pulled all the way southern side. Not the easiest for rotations as well. If you look at the outside of the circle here, VPE as well as Flash, they need to take this fight because the circle is eventually going to push them. They have some time, but at the same time, the rotation toward the southern side is going to be one of the longest rotations we've seen. This map is huge.
Oh, absolutely right. Like we're only at stage 3 at this point. That just shows how huge this map is. Because it's huge as well, so it would take some time for the players to get into the circle, and 1,600 meters is kind of far.
It really is. Now both teams forced to move already. Like it or not, you want to fight, you fight, but the blue zone was unrelenting. It hurts as heck. We have KAGENDRA still hanging out at Neox Factory. I think for Casper, it's all about just waiting for the right time to just slowly rotate in Zeus does fall to that zone, and Boom Esports finally making their way into the zone as well. These are the last 3 teams that are just very late to rotate into the area.
Yeah, they're really taking their time and they have enough first aid, so they should be okay. But I can't say the same for Joy. They have to leave him behind. There will not be enough time to pick him up anyway, so they will leave this area and get him by themselves. On the elimination feed, Joker is still fragging.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you look at Joker, even in competition, even off competition. At first, I was like, dang, Joker is such a good player, you know, in general. Maybe he's gonna have fun today. No, man. He decided to play very seriously, very aggressive. And the same could be said about OSJA right now. Shopper, QQ, huge onto Ryzy. They do trade out at the very least, as Gawi also should fall. But Red Bull is there to pick up the pieces.
It's always Red Bull, right? Whether it's in the tournament or in the show match. Let's see how Red Bull deal with this one. But at the end of the day, it's still Voxy standing tall. 15 eliminations now for BTR.
BTR, you really gotta say that was a very, very close fight just now. As if Voxy didn't survive that, he's not able to pick up his teammates as well. So they could have been a wipe in itself. But BTR, they know what they're doing. But Ryzy will be the one who can't be picked up quite yet. He bled to death, so at the very least, BTR does have some time to pick each other up. Does have some time to reset, but at the same time, that blue zone, I'm just curious whether or not they have enough resources as they come into the circle later, because they have to cross into Danjing. And in there, eArena has really kind of plopped themselves into that compound as the circle ping-pongs more to the southern side.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a hardship down south, and a lot of teams still on the northern side all starting to come in. Let's see who will bump into each other while making their way into the circle. We're only at stage 4. Again, it just illustrates how big this map is. So they will need to navigate around such a huge map. BTR, oh, not really BTR, but this is actually Capitana's team coming in, and they steal a full squad.
I mean, they did say they had practice earlier, they scrimmed together, they played ranked even before the game. They came in the map with an all-in, I want to win mindset, let's be real here.
Oh yeah, and looking at the team, well, they're not really focused on the elimination points, and well, at the end of the day, PUBG Mobile is all about survivability, and if you can survive, you can score the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think that's the whole idea, right? They just said, you know what? Who needs eliminations? Who needs kills? We just want a chicken dinner right now. Because that is the ultimate flex. Becoming the last man standing is just is something they want here. Clearly, from how they're playing. It's very quiet, very silent as well.
We can see them like playing like far away from the other teams, right? They're just avoiding fights. But Federales, that's probably a long-range one on Asper. Take out KAGENDRA from their earlier scene location. But Joy's team, okay, Ventores and Mormon, I mean, these guys, they're still playing the gatekeeping role.
They really are. I mean, at the same time, I'm not surprised. They've found the best area. They're trying to make sure that no one can cross through. So at this point, them just trying to break into this area. It's such a hilly area that I'm sorry. Like driving through, right? Your car will be bouncing up and down. It puts you in such a vulnerable situation. I think RRQ recognizes that.
Oh yeah, it's the first time we're seeing RQ on our screen. Let's see how they're going to deal with Ventores. Oh, but it's actually Zero. Oh, GenForce dealt with Ventores. Nice off angle. Now leaving Mormon all alone.
Nice jump shot by Mormon. One shot to the face is all he needs, and immediately lobbied as well. It's a pump shotgun here, just rushing up forward. Mormon alone there. Too much firepower, too many guns to deal with. Fortunately for Joy, they are out for the time being, but for RRQ, they still have to worry about their backsides there because it's Boom Esports close by.
And we have Snape coming in on the elimination feed as well, together with Frenzy, take care of GenForce, and Rocky, take care of Cho. A lot of fights happening elsewhere. While Capitana's team is like, oh, well, we're good here, we're good here.
That car is so cute! It's a pink Tesla!
Ah! And we just talked about like pink goes well for everyone.
Yeah, that's the cutest. Oh no, Federales, you're alone here. Here comes. Oh my God, Federales, how are you doing this? Isolated one goes for another. It's Pawn Bit that has to kind of change the trajectory, but Zero is here as well to help out here. He cannot play. There's too many angles to worry about right now. He cannot isolate as well, but he still tries. One car exploded already, but more people are coming here. BTR joins the fray, and BTR just drives by and sprays the heck out of everyone. Everyone falls. No one survives. Federales, you're safe, you're alive, and you have teammates you can rely on.
Man, and you thought they were quiet. The moment they show up, that is what they can do. They lost Damon though. But it's okay. They need to pick up Federales quickly because they need his firepower.
Here we have HYV as well close by, but also eArena is starting to join in as well. As Capitana in trouble there, that nade will be trouble for the team as Zero gets blown to space. But Sakura, no! Not like this! Oh no, with the flashy kill feed too. Valid, style points plus 10, aura plus 100.
Dale, I know you're a good rapper, but you need to move as fast as you're rapping, okay? And then the nade onto Federales. That is the end for Capitana's team, and they were eliminated by eArena.
Snape's not done. Still challenging eArena here. In fact, making a bit of space for his teammate as well to come close. Last few moments now in this area. The circle is so wide open. That terrain where eArena and BTR are holding is the only high ground around right here. That's why for RQ and AE, they've placed themselves a little bit outside the circle so that they at least have a bit of elevation to work with. But Joker here in trouble. His long range shots here from Rosemary. He is so aware of that. Wow! That shot was from downtown, man. My god.
Wow, with the tank buster, that's a lot of damage. Probably a single shot on the head took him out. That was something there. Man. Oh yeah, and also one of the features, and this is normal for the classic game, you would have this this sort of store that you can exchange for items. Of course, you have to collect the tokens across the map. So just saying, it's also available in Rondo.
That looks fun actually, being able to get the, if you have enough tokens, you can just replenish yourself, find the weapons and items that you actually want to use. That's really cool. Anyways, still waiting right now. The circle is still very huge, despite the fact that we're on stage 6 is still a huge circle regardless, because the map is just so big here. VTR in a 2-1 formation, as well as Rocky will play forward a little bit more closer toward VTR. So the player in trouble right now to me is Vavel.
Oh, Vavel, the coach.
Yep.
Here we go. Let's see how will he fare against all these players who play regularly nowadays. And we have BTR still, just right beside Alter Ego.
Still waiting here. No one really keen on opening up the fights. No one really keen on coming up forward here. And I think I love how what Satar is doing here. He's moved all around the map. He's taking up so much space there. Just sort of like just trying to find out where the positionings are. And Svavel, because of that, he tries to be opportunistic, tries to find him in the end, get a pick up for himself. But at the same time, it does show his hand. So now everyone knows where he is.
Yeah, and Satai is still circling around. Look at this. BTR already has 19 eliminations. Are you kidding me?
That's crazy.
Taking this so seriously. Now they want to try to take out Alter Ego that's just right in front of them. It's going to be Rosemary trying to fend for himself on top of the hill.
No.
But immediately got ran over, gunned down by Snake.
They're just so happy to just rally to the cause and go aggressive, run people over as well. And they have the fanciest cars. And here comes Vavel rushing toward them. Only a buggy in hand and only a rock for cover. Gets one though. Beautiful timing as well to eliminate them. He knows that BTR is not playing together, so he can't try to isolate fights. But at the same time, do not count them out. All of these players are also sharpshooters.
Oh yeah, I mean, Swavel is also a decorated player, right? Like he has a gold medal from SEA Games Hanoi back in the day. So he's definitely up to the challenge now.
But this time around, BTR recognizing how sharp this player is, rushes forward, moves together, a nice double swing forward as well. Jump shots. We have one person with a knife, one person not, but still, for Snape, he does find him in the end. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Our first winners of the Rondo map, it's gonna be BTR.
Swavel, I saw what you did there. He gave the signal like, okay guys, let's play nice. And then he pulls up a weapon. It's like, hey, come on man, come on.
No honor.
Oh man. But it was a 1v2, so you gotta give him a bit of handicap, right?
Yeah, you gotta give him something. They did. At least one person did, so... congrats to them, and I do hope that, everyone here who's watching at home did see a little bit of what one can expect in terms of Rondo for the map, in terms of an esports or a ranked moment, up to you guys. But it's such a beautiful map. It's very, very fun to watch. A lot of big areas, and those long-range pickoffs, I think it's more insane than Miramar. But anyways, let's have an interview once again. Let's bring in our KOL. We have Capitan.
Hi.
Hi, Capitana. Okay, Capitana, you have experienced Rondo, and this is like the first time you're actually playing it in a more serious situation,
Yes.
right? What's your thoughts? Do your thoughts about the map change? What do you like about it more now?
I really like the new looting techniques that I should, because I'm having a hard time looting in Erangel map, and Rondo is much easier.
Do you find your favorite spot in Rondo earlier?
No, because I'm so focused on surviving.
Okay,
Just surviving.
Speaking of surviving, just now your team was a little bit more quiet early. Who was your IGL and who was doing the call for you guys to play a little bit more passive early?
I don't know. My teammates were playing aggressive, and I'm just like hiding all the time because they are so fast. Like I'm not really used to very aggressive and very fast. Like I'm just always riding the car with them.
So you became the designated driver. That is a very important role.
Okay, so what were the vibes like in that match? I mean, it's a lot more serious. There's a lot more pro players up there as well. So what's the vibes like? Was everyone having fun, or was it a little bit more serious or try hard?
It's very, very serious because everyone wants to be like in the top, like to get the winner chicken dinner. Yeah, that's why it's very, very serious.
Man, if that's serious, can you imagine how it is inside of PMSL itself, right? So
Yeah.
out of the, so you get the chance to use some of the vehicles and drive them, right? Like, how's your experience using some of the vehicles in Rondo?
Actually in AO, because that's the first time I ride those kind of cars in the in-game, because I never encountered them in Erangel. Yeah, before.
Okay, so was it fun? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed it, but I'm also nervous because I want to help my teammates.
You know what? In a team, we always have a situation where you have the carry and then you have the designated driver. I'm sure you're a great driver, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much, Capitana, for the interview. I hope you had fun and hope to see you again in Rondo very, very soon. Bye-bye!
Oh man, so you can see that Capitana had a lot of fun on this map. So if you have not tried Rondo for yourself, do try it out. I've tried it out myself. I thought it was an amazing map with a lot of beautiful architecture and a lot of unique new features.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. For me personally, I've never seen it in pro play. Obviously, this is my first time watching it. But at the same time, I love not only the architecture, but the whole idea on how each team is approaching this map as well. I think it's more heavily focused on vehicles for sure, because it's such a big map is number one. And number two, the long range weapons make it so much fun. That tank buster, wow, fun to watch as well. I want to see more of those kills.
Yeah, and it came from Rosemary, right? One of the guys who has the sharpest shooting in the game. So that's why we saw you have the weapon and then you have the person using it. It's like the best of both worlds combined together. And in Rondo, it's in the game, PUBG Mobile right now. Try it out. Before we head on to the official match, we're going to take a short break. That's the time for you to try out Rondo again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be taking about a 10-minute break. We'll see you guys after this.
Champion tahun 2023 PMSL Alter Ego. 2023 PMSL SEA SPRING Champion Alter Ego.
2024 PMSL SEA SPRING Finals.
Boom! Esports! Champion are here and go to!
PMSL stole the essential full Vampire Esports!
Assalamualaikum ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to the final day of the 2025 PMSL SEA SPRING Final. Alright, apa khabar semua? Semua sihat tak?
I dengar diorang cakap macam tak sihat.
Itulah.
Tapi ni dah hari ketiga dah. Sihat tak? Sihat lah.
Sihat. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, today we stand on the edge of greatness. The championship is just one step away, and with the competition so fierce, it's anyone's game.
So guys, let's take a quick look on the teams who've earned their place here in the final showdown.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, with 51 points, looking to break through the standings and make a statement. Give it up for Team Secret!
And the next team, also at 51 points, determined to climb higher and challenge the front runner. Let's welcome Tem Entertainment!
Sitting at 52 points, just a small step ahead. Can they gain momentum today? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Flash!
With 58 points, resilience and skill in the hunt for the top spots. Let's welcome eArena!
Ready to shake things up in the final battles, tied with 58 points, Boom Esports!
With 66 points, looking to close the gap and push for a top finish. Guys, give a big clap for Frangers Esports!
Proving they are true contenders this season at 70 points, OSJA Thailand!
Playing with confidence with 71 points, can they make their final push? Guys, Alter Ego Errors!
A team known for its experience and clutch performances during previous tournaments. With 75 points, RRQ Ryu!
With 78 points, will they make their late game move? Guys, let's welcome VOIN Donkey ID!
At 81 points, fighting hard. Can they turn up the heat today? Give it up for KAGENDRA!
From Malaysia, sitting in 5th place with 93 points, can they rise to the top and claim the title in their home country? Guys, Sam 9!
Ranked 4th, set on victory with 100 points, BIGETRON Esports!
Ranked 3rd with 107 points, looking to bring the championship hope to their country. Guys, give a big clap to CELCOMDIGI Alliance!
Sitting right at the top with a lead of 27 points, with a total of 140 points. Will they hold on to their lead and claim the crown? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Xavier! All right, it's all on the line now, ladies and gentlemen. These teams have fought tooth and nail to get here. And today, on our final day, they will finally get to find out who will be the PMSL SEA SPRING Champion 2025.
Nampaknya kita sudah pun tiba di saat yang ditunggu-tunggu untuk mengetahui siapakah yang bakal bergelar juara untuk PMSL SEA SPRING 2025 Grand Final ini. Faizal, sekaligus mereka akan mendapatkan slot ke PMGO.
That's right, Fira. The winner of this championship will be going to Uzbekistan and representing Southeast Asia. And I can see the crowd has already been light up. They are ready for the first game. Fira, kita jangan cakap banyak lagi ya.
Tapi sebelum tu Faizal, nak tanya dulu.
Yes.
Malas lah nak tanyakan, dorang of course dah ready.
Yes.
Apa kata kita minta dorang make some noise?
Alright, silakan, silakan.
Guys, boleh tak korang bersorak lagi sekali untuk bagi semangat dekat player kita? Boleh tak? Okay. In 3, 2, 1. IOI, make some noise! Woo! Wow.
All right, looks like the energy is here. We are ready, and I think our casters cannot wait anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, we are passing it over to the casters. Let's jump right into the action.
Everyone else, make some noise because right now, this is the day, the final day of the grand finals, the day that we will crown the champion. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Tash Bunny together with me, and we'll be your storytellers for today. How are you feeling today, Tash?
I'm excited. Whatever that these players have worked hard for, have adjusted for, comes down till today. The last stand, as Faisal said there on the stage, the last chance that they can find their slot to Uzbekistan for PMGO. On top of that as well, the prize money is definitely there. So this is something that we're all very excited about coming into today as well. Now, D Xavier has had an insanely great start to this weekend. Multiple chicken dinners, right there smack dab at top, undefeated, untoppable. But Vampire Esports right smack dab right behind their heels.
Oh yeah, and D Xavier, they are still on top. And just a bit of history lesson for everyone out there. The last time D Xavier, they were kings of Southeast Asia back in PMPL Southeast Asia. They were #1 from the first game to obviously the last game. Now, is it going to be a deja vu for D Xavier?
It should be deja vu. They can't call it remaking history or a comeback rather for this team, because for a while now it's been dominated already by so many different teams, namely Boom Esports and Vampire Esports. Now we saw Vampire Esports walk into the arena just now with the trophy. They were the defending champions and they want to make sure they can keep their title. But before that, talk about the overview real quick, where 10 points to the chicken dinner and $200,000 prize pool on the line.
And this has been their journey. They started way back in 26th of February during the group stages, and we are finally in the grand final. 16th of March will be the historic date where we'll crown the new PMSL Southeast Asia champion, ladies and gentlemen. And it was a tough route here because this is what they had to go through, including the smash rule.
Yeah, the Smash Roll is a very interesting and very fun addition to this tournament. I feel like it's really added so many new things, new aura, new moments to as well, to how you approach the game as well. If only we could see it live, because at the venue, when we were running Smash Roll, there were no audiences, but we saw every single team, even the ones who didn't make it, come down, watch together at the venue, and yell and scream every time Xavier was knocked out. Anyways, these are the teams that are participating this weekend. We've seen them have a head start, especially Xavier with 21 points. They took full use of it, full advantage of it, and went running.
They went running indeed with the points that they have also collected throughout the past 2 days. Right now, they sit on top at 140 points. They have a 27-point lead against Vampire Esports. And then we have CELCOMDIGI Alliance currently at 3rd place, but trailing very close behind is BTR with 100 points.
And it's very exciting as well, because anyone above that 100 point, yeah, there's a 40-point gap between BTR as well as Xavier. But if you think about it, technically, in just two good games with eliminations as well as a chicken dinner, you can easily catch up as well. Now at the bottom here is where things get a bit more tricky. We're talking about Boom Esports, the previous PMSL SEA Spring winner last year, trailing at 58, tied up with eArena. This is very different, such a different look for them as well, and understandably so. This is a team that's gone through some major reshuffles, especially in the coaching staff department.
Yeah, even one of the former champions, Alter Ego, also on page number 2. But we have seen Alter Ego doing an insane comeback in one of the previous editions of PMSL Southeast Asia. So it's still not impossible if they can pull off something huge like 5-6 chicken dinners in the day with a massive amount of elimination points. They could probably still shake the Xavier.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, TEM is a very interesting team to me, because they are the only team in the page tour that's able to get that chicken dinner, but yet they are currently at the second last rung of the ladder as well. Team Seeker as well picked interest because there were moments where villains where they are so aggressive, take out space, they completely overwhelm some teams, but they just get out a little bit too soon.
But these teams definitely picked our interest yesterday. We're going to highlight onto VOIN Donkey, Sem9, and CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And one of the highlight chicken dinners yesterday was VOIN Donkey and Zeta, with the Great Wall of Zeta to out-survive, out-heal his opponent within the blue to score the chicken dinner for VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, it's a very interesting fight as well yesterday. I think a lot of the fights were just down to the line, right? It was like a wall separating a 1v1 in a very, very open area. It was just anyone's game. And I think after so long, we start to see how competitive it is, because it feels like even from teams at the bottom, they are actually putting up big fights. And speaking about teams at the bottom here, let's talk a little bit about the newer teams coming up forward. We have teams that qualified from Tier 2. We have teams that just got promoted to Tier 1. And these teams, compared to previous years, they seem to struggle to really, kind of catch up in terms of skill gap. But these teams, they're catching up. They are putting in the numbers. They are giving these big teams, these dynasties, a run for their money. Excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely right. Especially teams like Sem9 and even CELCOMDIGI Alliance, who did fairly well. They are starting to catch up to that number 1 spot. Xavier, they cannot be complacent. And even looking away at some of the highlights at CELCOMDIGI Alliance, this was one of the big wins against one of the catching up teams, BIGETRON Esports. But we all kind of remember the whole Razy jump and got knocked out of thing, but I guess he doesn't want to remember that.
Of course not. I mean, it comes down to what Kent said about Coach Kent, about what he said when it comes to each match. Yes, you learn from your mistakes, you look at those spots, you look at it, you learn from it, you remember it, but also the same mentality, go next, because this is where you learn from your mistakes, you get better, and you improve, and this is what I like hearing about the team. But anyway, speaking of dynasties right now, we also have another dynasty happening right now, which is the Golden Dynasty. The 7th anniversary edition is now available in-game for you guys to try out.
Yes, and this is the current latest update within PUBG Mobile, and this is also in conjunction with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile itself. And if you have not updated your game, where were you guys? It's been around for about a week now, and you should update now because there's a lot of new features within it, including the reversal blade, which I find to be a very, very interesting feature, and also the new vehicle, the Camel, that is that you can treat it like a live animal. The fact that it can jump over walls and navigate around the map, like avoiding trees as well, just like an actual animal. So you should try that out inside of PUBG Mobile now.
I mean, it is an animal, so yeah. But anyways, you know what else is real? Our sponsor for today, and we're talking about the phone between us, which is TECNO, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers. I'm talking about beefy specs. I'm talking about 100 Hz refresh rate as well. The POVA 6 Pro 5G is the phone you want to look for if you ever want to go pro in PUBG Mobile or enter any other game.
Yeah, we didn't get the chance, obviously, to be at the venue to try for ourselves. So I wonder if TECNO might be generous enough, to send us one. We're both reviewers as well, just saying. So we can probably do something about that. But if you guys happen to be around the venue, you still have the time to actually catch this phone in front of your eyes and try it out for yourself. And if you want to have a preview of it online, just keep an eye on the players. That is the phone that they will be using for this competition.
Yeah, but anyways, going back to what we're talking about today as well, about what expectations are. I think the last 2 days, Xavier has run away with so many of these rounds. I'm talking about chicken dinners. I'm talking about consistency as well. They're getting top 4 all the time. So predictions are up right now from us as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Xavier were to run away with it. But at the same time, that pressure that comes through, knowing it's the final day, knowing it's the last Sanok you'll play, might change the trajectory of all of these events.
Looks like the difference between our prediction is Vampire Esports and Sem9. So what's your thought about not putting in the number 2 team up there?
I think personally, yes, Vampire Esports shouldn't have a problem getting the chicken dinner or getting into the top 4. That is something they've been doing consistently almost every game unless they go out too soon. But at the same time, I'm putting a little bit more hopes onto Sem9 here. They're such an interesting team. They've been in the shadow of CD Alliance for so long now, because CD Alliance was definitely and has been the favorites of Malaysia for quite some time. But then you come up this year, big roster reshuffle, bringing in some of the biggest superstars forward. It felt like they had a chemistry issue. It felt like they've managed to overcome it, like Mika said, on how exactly they did team bonding. I love to see this form and version of Sem9, and I think that this is the best iteration of the team we've seen so far.
Yeah, and it's no surprise why CELCOMDIGI Alliance have always been on top, and like what you said, Sem9 underneath the shadows, is because performance-wise, CELCOMDIGI Alliance had a better historical performance as compared to Sem9. But then again, this is a fresh new start for both teams, and Sem9, I must say, this is one of their best performances in many seasons now.
Yeah, coming back to that as well, I think one thing's for sure coming into this, it felt like their idea on how they play and how they approach the game when it comes to rotating out players, subbing out and changing it, I thought it's going to be a big problem. I think we had a bit of a discussion about it yesterday, but it seems like they have an idea on how to approach these things. So I have big faith and huge faith about this team as well. But also at the same time, we can't really discredit or discount any of the teams, because it seems like everyone is very capable to make it to the top 4. Yesterday, Team Secret made it to the top 4 twice as well, despite the fact they're at the bottom of the ladder. So very much they have signs of life, and the same could be said about Tem Entertainment. But Flash as well, especially Zeus, is one of my favorite players to watch. He has been a hard hitter. He's been aggressive as heck, and he is one of the players that is, I would say, a player that does not need his team. When push comes to shove, he can even drag his team to the finishing line.
I like the fact that you mentioned about Zeus. So a bit of a fun fact for everyone out there, in case you don't know this, that Bose is actually his twin brother, and the only image separating them is the hairstyle. Like Zeus has a little bit more bleach on his hair, while Baus, he didn't go for that, so that's how he separated. But they're actually twin brothers.
He really can't believe it. I mean, I would think they're brothers, but I think because, oh my god, you're right! Now looking at them side by side, I finally noticed it. So yeah, it's kind of cool that we have more twins here in the league. I mean, after Zaxi and Luxi, we have another twin to worry about as well. Double the fun, double the trouble, I suppose, coming into the team today as well. Now, let's talk a little bit more about strats here. I mean, we talk about Sanok. I think for week 1, VOIN Donkey was definitely the team to watch out for Sanok. But at the same time, it feels like it's anyone's map now, right? And it's really hard to say who's king of the hill for certain maps as well. But for me personally, hitting the ground running, I'm expecting to see aggression, not too early, but I think toward the mid side of the game especially. Boom Esports today, this is the day that we always see that comeback moment, the Raja comebacks, the team that comes back with a boom. I mean, granted, it's a big lead to catch up on. It's 140 to 58. How are you supposed to gap that?
They need to come up with an insanely big performance. Not only a lot of chicken dinners, but also a lot of eliminations to come with it in order for them to reclaim that trophy that they lost to Vampire Esports last season. So it's still a tall order, but mathematically, it's possible.
I mean, given the fact that they're starting to understand how exactly to approach the game is very interesting to me, because day one felt like, okay, we're trying to go for eliminations. They ended the day one with 0 placement points. That left me shocked, because honestly, despite the fact that they have 0 placement points, they were definitely not at the very bottom of the barrel here. They were hanging out toward the middle side, which means that in terms of getting eliminations, they were good. But survivability-wise, not so much. They go out with no placement points, and number 2, they're not able to supplement those as well. I mean, yeah, you want to go aggressive, you want to be the Grim Reaper that just completely overcomes and overtakes every single team, but at the same time, this season it's not like before. This season, every single team can shoot back, so this is something that I hope that they can keep in mind today.
Yeah, even the IGLs could frag, right? Like how we saw, like Sam9 has Drexy, he's able to come out as the MVP with big stats together with him. That's just another example. And there are many, many more examples that I can name on the battleground. Just like Schwabs is another example for Vampire Esports. He's able to frag as well. The meta of a fragging IGL is the current in thing, right? So if any of you wants to be an IGL out there, you must make sure that you're able to frag on top of having the brains for it.
I think it's such a, it's not easy being a fragging IGL, because I know most of the IGLs can frag out, they can shoot, but I think in a lot of situations, these IGLs, they have so many things to think about. They're thinking about how their players are going, what players are moving, how players are moving around, and at the same time, you also have to worry about other things as well around the map, like calling out the, people rushing through the other side, calling out where they want to go, what areas you want to push through as well. But at the same time, I think what's really great about looking at players who can shoot, like say Schweppes, right, is that understanding that your team is individually brilliant as well, which means there's less worry about moving chess pieces one by one, but more about just trying to worry about the next step as well. When every team can step up, when every team can put in the effort, the contribution, the damage as well, it makes your job as an IGL a lot easier, which means that it's much more space for you to be able to focus on shooting as well.
Yeah, the theme is working as a team, right? And it's just like how the top teams are doing. They work as a team, they work as a unit. Whether they're down to 3 players, they're still able to come up with the chicken dinner. Whether their IGL is out, they're still able to work as a team together. And that's what sets them apart from some of the other teams. And that might set them apart, whichever team that's going to lift the trophy at the end of the day, than the others who unfortunately will not.
Yeah, and I feel like this year the stakes are incredibly a lot higher as well. You want to talk about favorites, you can't really say a favorite as well. I mean, yeah, DX so far ahead, and we were not expecting them to just completely overcome these many teams this early as well. But at the same time, we have teams that have high comeback potentials there. I'm talking about Alter Ego, I'm talking about Boom Esports, Vampire Esports as well, even are some of the teams that would just really come swinging on the last day itself. But whether or not this is going to be true will be seen later, because ladies and gentlemen, strap yourselves up here, because we are going to be flying into our last sign-up for the PMSL SEA Spring 2025.
And this is it, the final stand-off in this season's PMSL Southeast Asia, ladies and gentlemen. Just a bit of recap on how the circle was for the last 2 stand-offs. Both of them had 3 islands within the first circle, so teams will need to play the guessing game. Will it be the same? Will we continue on with the trashy trend of the circles? That's what we're going to find out.
It's not been easy as well when you look at the circles in terms of rotation between these islands as well. We had teams go 3-1 formation, having one player going into another island separated from the other team, but it's very, very high risk. You're at risk of losing your teammates very early as well if you are completely overwhelmed. So I don't think it's going to change as well in terms of drop spots. I mean, Vampire Esports still dropping toward the northern side of Ruins there, right beside Alter Ego. I think if anything, everyone's just trying to see where the committed circles are going to go right now. Now, my question right now as well, coming in from Team Secret, I am just staring at them right now, because when you look at Team Secret, you know that Frankie is a heavy hitter, you know that Break is such a great opener for the team as well, but it just felt so disconnected between them, and their positions right now, wow, it's so far apart.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go for like the loot in the small houses as a start. Well, of course, it's a bit risky. We saw what happened yesterday. One of the players got knocked down, eliminated. Another player knocked, eliminated, and Team Secret just went out early. Talking about the circle, looks like we're going to get a more likely circle to be in the Ruins Island, but there's still a small possibility that the circle will go to the main peninsula.
Already this early, Goff already knocked down already, so this is cool. Yuhai rendered so low as well. I would love to have seen what happened in that early scuffle. Yuhai, are you good, my brother?
Okay, not too sure. Even if we want to put out a theory that, oh, he might be pressured by other teams, but no other teams in sight. The one that we can see on site right now is RRQ, and GenForce right now has Golf in front of him bleeding out.
I don't think TEM is even close enough to each other to pick each other up as well. I think there's that hesitation as well. If you think about it, you have no clue where the members of RQ are as well. I mean, yeah, you can pick them up because most of the members of TEM is inside the quarry area, but it's a low ground area. If you were to cross, you have no clue where exactly RQ are, and being sprayed from the top side of the terrain is just one, I would say, surefire way to just get knocked down. Oh, that's what happened.
Yep, we got a preview there. But the good news for Sem9 is that they're still able to save their teammate Yuhai, so they remain as a 4. Same goes for Tem Entertainment. Interestingly, RRQ, they were not able to secure the elimination point yet.
No, I don't think they wanted to commit to that as well because they are still at Lakawi. They're outside of the circles number 2. And the terrain might not necessarily work on their favor here, but here let's talk about Team Secret here. Look how aggressive they are, rushing up forward, drive-by shot, and they completely just overwhelmed the player of KAGENDRA there. Ichan knocked down already, so separated for his team, and punished for daring to play alone.
Oh yeah, this time it's the first blood given to Team Secret. As compared to yesterday, they gave away the first blood instead. So a good start here for Team Secret, but not so good for KAGENDRA.
Hasn't moved yet here, RQ. Most teams are forced to go for these really big rotations, especially those from Paradise Resorts, from Kao, from Hatin as well. I think for OSJA right now as well, it's so far away. They're all the way northern side as well. So if they want to cross, I think what they're going to do is they're going to wait out for everyone to rotate in first and come in for a late rotation so they don't have to deal with for people in the midst of that rotation itself. So for DX as well, they've already vacated Paradise Resort and they're already making their way into the circle. And I have a feeling they're going to hang out at Boot Camp, excuse me.
Boot Camp would be a decent spot if they want to come in a little bit later, since very, very likely that the circle will go to the Ruins Island, but it also allows them access into the Ruins Island fairly quickly as well. So hanging out at Boot Camp, not too bad. But if they had the option of going into Ruins Island, since the probability is like 70% that the circle will go there, it might be a better option.
Honestly, quite surprised at how many teams are already on the southern side island, the Ruins Island, if you call it. Sem9 just placed themselves out there towards Sami. Vampire Esports has vacated Ruins, and instead they've sort of opted to just travel toward the southern side. They're just passing by Alter Ego, and even though they're side by side, both teams not opting to fight quite yet. Understandably so. It's still very, very early. But teams that are rotating inside, I'm just worried there's no space for them.
Coming a little bit later, that's going to be the risk, right? But some teams, they could be banking on like, okay, we just stay on the main peninsula because there's still that slight possibility. And if it does happen that way, then they can say, haha, joke's on you guys.
Wait, you sound like that character for Simpsons, no?
You just showed how boomer I am.
Butch! From Simpsons. You know what? Never mind.
Well,
oh, man.
What's minding right now? The teams minding their own business. So besides the first blood that we saw from Team Secret, no other further follow-up yet. But I'm pretty sure we're going to see more very, very soon. But this just shows that just because it's like the final day, it's the grand finals, it's the final Sandhawk, everybody is playing this more cautiously.
And despite how many teams are on that small island, no one's actually actively just shooting out here. I'm looking at the feed right now. No shots, no. I think people are just kind of seeing each other, but not necessarily taking in that first shot as well, not to over-aggress. I'm liking where BTR is. I mean, they came in from Camp Alpha, and they're just going to cross toward Tambang as well. But every single team seems to have really made sure that they want to play toward the southern side of the island. So Ruins area completely empty. And I'm guessing that they are already banking that the circle will not be going there.
Yeah, since the circle is towards the southern side, right? So being in the Ruins Island, but on the south side, that's going to be kind of cool as well for a lot of these teams. And by being at the southern side, it allows you easier access to move to the main peninsula if the circle happens to ping pong and go to the main peninsula. But that's like 30% probability. But of course, if you have the advantage of being in a good spot where it gives you the versatility of just moving back and forth to either island when needed, that's always a good spot to be.
Yeah. Looking at still the last few teams making it to the circle here. OSJA and Flash just barely made it inside. Boom Esports so far in the blue zone as well. So there are still teams that are just taking their time here. Flash waiting out their time. They've heard the sounds of OSJA, so Tops could do the funniest thing and just spray the heck out of two players. Not committed quite yet. Not thinking about it. Someone did open fire, but for OSJA, TH, they're just saying that's fine. Just reposition ourselves. We don't need to take this fight. We're already in the circle. We can take our time. We can go find a compound instead, which they have done already.
Yeah, they can continue to pick the best spot possible, and they need to do it quickly. Because we're going to see the next phase of the circle, and everyone's pretty much, most of the players are pretty much going to shift, but most of the players are actually in the circle, and we still have a split between the Ruins Island circle and also the main peninsula.
Man, Sanhok is very indecisive this weekend, huh? They can't seem to make up their mind.
Oh, I'm not complaining. Cashy circle continues, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, now southern side here, that's Alter Ego all the way down south. So like it or not, they're gonna have to rotate eventually here. The circle will pull toward the middle side somewhere inside. And if it does move to the northern side, it's gonna be painful for them. Sem9, Strangers, eArena, Vampires waiting there in front of them. And speaking of Strangers, they also had a pretty interesting day, right? I mean, they're currently not too bad at 11th place, but they are also kind of surviving right now. And they had some pretty good runs, but fights to continue. So Xavier in early fights right now. Tem had been waiting quite some time for them. Parajin taking a lot of damage this early. OSJA just crossing by.
OSJA Thailand going up to the high ground, but Lamborghini is all alone there. He will be in trouble. Xavier, they cannot lose Lamborghini, the off-angle guy. Lamborghini, so far, he's doing so good, still surviving. But for the rest of Xavier, in an engagement, not only with them at the table, but potentially even Boom Esports.
Boom Esports hasn't moved quite yet. Stakes have definitely changed for this team as well as Xavier looks to get a little bit more active. They have the compound already, Tem on the outer side. They can take full advantage of just punishing anyone encroaching, but at the same time, if they do decide to start to flood in, with the lack of players close by to each other, it's going to be a problem. I mean, look at their positioning here. 2 members inside one compound, the other 2 on the high grounds as well. If they do manage to find a nice little micro angle to work with, just find that head, it could be massive. But right now, Tem's doing a great job of just making sure that they're staying hidden and away from the high ground, because I know that the rest of the Xavier has shown their hand.
Yeah, Xavier, they don't like the position just because of the amount of teams around them. So that's why they disengaged. They saw OSJA Thailand earlier on. And now looking at OSJA Thailand, they managed to arrive in Painan, but they're going to share the compound with KAGENDRA.
Side by side already here between these two teams. A Flash, they're not done quite yet. They've chased RQ all the way to the ends of the earth here. They've been following each other for quite some time from outside the scroll all the way here. Granted, they do have a car now as well. So, gonna be happy with this one little constellation point alongside that pickoff. And RQ, forced to concede, cannot do anything about it.
And RQ now, with Hazel here alone, the other 2 players nowhere to be found. Okay, they're coming towards Hazel. So they will reconvene with everyone else. Currently in the circle, so they can still hold on to this position, but there is a slight possibility that they might need to move to the Ruins Island later on. That also means passing by Painan, and we know who's in Painan.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's an interesting one. Now looking at the positions of the map right now, I'm super excited. Painan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams hanging out there. No one's moving at all. The cross is going to be so painful as well. As soon as someone just crosses over by swimming, you know it's fishing season, baby.
Oh, fishing season, baby. I hope babies don't learn how to fish till they're a little bit older. Just saying, oh, okay, and on screen we have Masdo. So in case you don't know, Masdo is a Malaysian band, and they recently collaborated with PUBG Mobile to come out with a song specially for Rondo.
Oh, really? That's a thing? Wow, it's making me excited. I need to go look it up because that sounds massive. Masdo is such a fun band to watch, honestly.
But what's fun is the circle. So here we go. Ruins Island it is. Well, majority of the teams are already on the Ruins Island because the probability was like 70%. So that's totally understandable. But that means we're going to see more fights now.
Yeah. BTR just now finally left ruins, made their way toward Tambang already. Now as the circle is pulling into the mid-side area here. So a lot of teams have already kind of parked themselves toward Painan. Great idea, but I have a feeling it's not going to be hanging out in Painan a lot longer. I think, personally for me, I really think it's going to be toward the open areas where eArena have really placed themselves right now as BTR aggressive as ever, and they had waited for quite some time now for Alter Ego to cross inside, and as soon as they did, it's a nice crossfire. It's the meat shredder for the team. They can't do anything. It's just Alva left here. Rocky tries to go for the pickup as well. Razy on the top side alongside Satar, Federalis, and Snape just waiting and biding their time. Octa gone down already, and Razy takes up the space, takes up the speed, and sprays the heck out of Alter Ego. The rest of the team here, their teams and numbers dropping down, still have to worry about Rocky.
And here comes the blue as well, putting extra pressure to both sides. Anyway, it's going to be Rocky. Now alone, Rosemary is currently down. And Rocky here actually finished up Federalis and Satar, leaving Razy all alone. The IGL for BTR. He has to lead by example right now by pulling off this clutch, going in for a 1v1 against Rocky. But before that, Razy secures the elimination point. They're still dancing around 1v1. And the Razy will not lose this fight.
Razy doesn't lose, and losing and just taking out BTR this early, it's rough. They're barely surviving in the blue zone as well. Pawnbits here does find his own pickoff as well. It's gonna be Young that falls next. Flash now in trouble, but the same could be said about Boom Esports losing Yummy as well, one of their big hitters for the team. They can still pick him up here, but my question is whether or not they're close enough to do that. I think they're able to, but they have no info on who's around as RRQ is crossing by at the same time.
Oh man, short-lived celebration for Razy. Now he will be gate-capped by Vampire Esports. He still has those healing utilities, but for how long more? Because from the back, we see a movement by another player of Vampire Esports. It should be Newsy there, moving from behind. They want to finish him off.
Newsy waiting. All eyes onto BTR right now. I think it's huge for VPE if they're able to take out this team. Just put a little bit more gap between them. One more point in the bag there for Newsy. Eliminated already, 4th place. So for now, for Vampire Esports, this blue zone, it's unrelentless. Oh my god, the crowd is going crazy right now. And it's excitement for them as well, especially the Thai teams. You can see Tony K's name in her hand there. You know which team she's supporting right now.
Oh yeah, no secret there, no secret there. I mean, he comes in the package, right? Good looks, good skills, and everything else. VOIN Donkey coming with a package towards Boom Esports. They took out Yummy, the main fragger.
Circle giving so much favor to Sem9. Strangers as well as eArena already inside. But it's the same thing I like to say. You have the compound, you have the prime area to hold. You better be prepared to deal with the onslaught people try to take it away. So Sem9, I think they're aware of it. They have a nice little hold between the 2-3 different areas. One on the outside as well. Mika will be the one who's relegated to the top of the hill. But for now, it's VOIN Donkey and Boom Esports here. They seem to meet each other side by side. They have to fight each other to get into the compound itself. But at the same time, SOAS from Team Secret is right close by, so he can go for a backstab if he wants to.
And looks like the zone took out Golf from Chem Entertainment. That's one player down and out. And now, zooming in onto Boom Esports, Zero still caught out on the outside together with his other teammates. VOIN Donkey playing the gatekeeping role, tried to stop them from coming in. The blue will close in about 3 more seconds. Boom Esports, they need to find a solution.
The amount of teams that's over toward the eastern side is just incredible. So many crossfires and fights, and most of those fights are happening from the northern side here. It's those teams trying to rotate out of Painan that's just stuck here. Because right now, if you see OSJA, they need to cross the water, and the same could be said about RRQ. And CD Alliance is doing a great job of becoming that gatekeeper and disallowing them from even getting out of the water. But Sem9 now in trouble as VPE try to encroach the compound.
And here comes
angle played here by Tony K. But no one answering, no one really committing as well. And Vampire Esports, you could see a little bit of hesitation come through here. They don't have the firepower. Losing one member really early as well as put a dampener on them. So instead of going in, they just have to be a bit more patient. But no patience coming in for VOIN Donkey and Boom Esports because they've been at it for quite some time now. So both teams trading blows, 1 for 1 each. Zeta forced to reset as well, making sure to keep Boom Esports out of the circle. So Zero, that molly should keep him away. In fact, it will actually just flush him from behind outside of that rock. Not enough though. It just bounces off there. So at the same time, so many players already losing out to the play zone.
And speaking about the zone, right, CELCOMDIGI Alliance will be pressured by the zone as well. Same goes for VOIN Donkey. Team Secret behind VOIN Donkey. 3 teams in the same area. The blue is on top of some of them, and it will continue to shift. Stage number 5 it is. It moves towards the left where Sem9 has the zone.
A lot of control as well from the southern side, as well as the western side of the circle as well. Vampire Esports gate kept away as VOIN Donkey finally finds Team Secret as well. So Team Secret is now down and out. He did do a great job of trying to survive a little bit longer, but unfortunately for him, the blue zone, the amount of people in that area does not allow him to survive too much longer. As CD Alliance this time around, the pushing has happened already, not able to hold on, and both teams forced to fight on the outer side. But beautiful sprays coming in here from Leon's, finding a micro angle from the stone.
That's going to be a nice side shot there, taking me out. Razor will become down as well. Same goes for Leon's. Now it looks like all these teams, they're starting to fall apart, but there can only be one team that will emerge victorious from this fight. It's probably going to be maybe VOIN Donkey, or maybe even OSJA Thailand. It's actually OSJA Thailand who stood up tall.
Finally getting it just now. They were the team that was stuck, but now here comes Xavier. They have been waiting for this right moment to get active and crazy here, looking to just really prolong their lead. Rushing up as well, the high ground. Indeed, not in Xavier's hand here. They have to fight for this high ground. AT takes a shot in the face so early right now. Immediately will be lobbied by the play zone. But Lamborghini, he manages to put a band-aid on that situation. Picking one up to himself, make it 2 as well. Moving in tandem with Levi's. OSJA TH eliminated, and Xavier happy to put 2 more points in the bag. But as the fight goes on here, KAGENDRA and eArena fighting for their lives.
Oh, that was a close one there. The nade almost took out Lele Boy. But Lele Boy now, how is he going to take out this blue? We're talking about stage 5 circle while Tiger is waiting for him. He knows that he's behind that rock. It's just a matter of time now for Lele Boy.
Yeah, it is about time. He's marked as well from 2 different angles by eArena. Oh man, for Xavier as well, just an unfortunate situation. Members down already. It's Lamborghini, in fact, that goes down. And now for Sem9, seeing the long prolonged fight southern side and northern side here as well, as Lele Boy will deny that point at the very least, not giving more to eArena. So 0 elims at 8th place. Very, very valiant. I think it gives them a 1 point.
And Parajin is going to give himself the blue as well, leaving Levi's alone with no other first aids. He will definitely fall to the blue, and that is as far as the Xavier will go. They still managed to collect 1 placement point with 1 elimination point, so 2 points for Xavier.
Very, very different situation here looking at Xavier, but a lot of players now going out to the zone means a lot of points denials as well, at the very least. The team that has the most eliminations, surprisingly right now, is both CD Alliance, is VOIN Donkey with 7. They were just so active as they rotated to the circle, as Baos catches. What the heck is that? You thought Tony K would have gotten that, but it's Fear in long range from inside the circle. So aware, just watching in the wings from the high ground.
And from the high ground advantage, he took it and he got that elimination point, and the home crowd goes wild. The fact that Sem9 got that elimination point and they still have 4 players active. And now it's time for Mika to come into the circle while Vampire Esports, they try to recover.
It's been a tough rotation as well for Vampire Esports, despite being already on the right island. There were just so many teams to fight as well because they decided to go for a late rotation. Trexie going for these long-range shots, beautifully down onto Tony K. He wants to go for more. His head pokes out there, but Nuzi cannot even move as well. And the rest of Sem9 looking to collapse.
Oh, and Sem9, they're looking for more elimination points right now. Vampire Esports taking out the blue. There's almost no way that Nuzi can get out of this. The best he could do is just to try to heal up. Not too sure how many first aids does he has, but he won't be able to last long with the fact that Sem9 is in front of him, and also Strangers Esports on the right.
Strangers Esports and eArena tried to go. Play zone at least denies that point away from Trexie. So it's huge already. Top 3 as well. And this is very competitive. We have 4 teams, all with 4 players, still very much intact here. Circle still very much in Sem9's hold. And the best part about it, they have the terrain. They have everything they need to do in order to survive. Leaving Mika all alone in the backside there. And he's just moving around the area, getting to scout out some fights, some players. But at the same time, I think it's best if the fights are started from other teams. A lobby, huge opening to Yuhai.
Oh, Strangers Esports not going out without fight, including NC2. Finish off Yuhai, so an elimination point stolen away for the hands of Strangers Esports. Anyway, eArena, they bow out to the hands of Strangers Esports. Now, it's between Sem9 and Strangers Esports, but Sem9 with the high ground advantage. They are now the king of the hill against Strangers Esports.
Still, Mika in trouble, a dire situation. He's so low right now. But I love the fact that they're getting proactive, denying a lot of space away from Strangers Esports. But there's still something to worry about. They are one man down, a one man disadvantage there. Then they will come through here. Mika staying very quiet, making sure to not get caught out here. And Trexie somehow still manages to stay very, very safe. Just proning down here, trying to go for 1-2-3 tag here against his teammates. Firen is close by. He can just provide the cover fire and support as well.
And for Sem9, it is really down to them to wrap things up. They have the circle still at stage number 8. All pressure now onto Strangers Esports. They're breaking up in the 2-2 formation, trying to catch Sem9 from the flank.
Mika hasn't moved, managing to already reset his life as well. So one rock, they were good at reading where Firen is, but a reposition from him does throw away the idea where the whole members of Firen is as well. Now the circle has moved, so Trexie has to leave his little area. But at the same time, it does allow him to play off Firen and Mika as well. Strangers, low ground disadvantage. Smokes to give a little bit more space, denying any information. But one spray is all it needs for Sem9. They have to play together. KNS nearly knocked down those sprays are just so nasty from Sem9.
Oh, Strangers Esports, they're actually slowly climbing up. They lob a nade across. Strangers Esports still in a 2-2 formation, but they're starting to converge together. They're probably going to go for a pincer attack later on, but they're still quite well spread out against Sem9 because Sem9, they still have a good position. They still have a good control over Strangers Esports. The blue is closing in.
No more space to go. Time running out as well. Through the smokes here, spots out the back of Mika. Mika staying very, very safe. Did not even move a muscle throughout those pre-fires as well. Lobby comes through. Trexie getting active, rushing around the map in the area, putting a lot of damage onto Mela, onto Earth as well. KNS stuck at the backside. But now there's no more space here. Strangers finally make it. They have a nice big gun to the face, nearly taking out one player already. They're in trouble as Mika dodges left, right, and center. Still, Firen knocked down. Trexie knocked down. It's all down to Mika. Left all alone here in the corner. A nice 1v1 here in the end. Only a tree separating these two players. Somehow, Strangers, despite the disadvantage, despite everything, they still managed to make it work. Sana falls to Strangers Esports.
Whoa! Whoa, people! Whoa! That is insane! Everything was against Strangers Esports. They didn't have the terrain. They didn't have the circle. The only thing they had was the numbers, was the courage, was the strategy, and they somehow took away the chicken dinner from Sem9.
Losing Yuhai early was honestly a thorn in their side. That one less manpower to disallow the crossfires was just too much to deal with. Disadvantage or not, more guns mean more firepower means more pew-pews, and that's exactly what they used to make it come back to their advantage. And honestly, Sem9 for me personally felt a little bit too passive there, and Strangers just completely took it in stride and used and weaponized it against them.
Oh man, that's why I'm a big fan of Mela. I'm a big fan of Mela ever since the Infinity days, and he's showing it again. Look at this guy's stats. Still able to come up with the stats even though in a tough position early on, and it was because of him rushing forward, getting those frags, and that's how Strangers Esports scored this chicken dinner. 3 eliminations for Mela alone, and in total the team scored 9 elimination points. With the chicken dinner, that's going to be 19 points for Strangers Esports. They overcame the odds to beat the hometown team to score this chicken dinner. What a way to start a day for Strangers Esports. We'll check out the highlights now again.
Man, starting off the day strong here, Strangers showing us that even from the mid-pack, they can even rise up to the top and challenge the ones at the top here. Because if you remember, Strangers had a very, very long rotation. They dropped all the way to the corner side of the map and rotated their way inside of the area as well, all the way to the southern side. So, like it or not, they had to fight so many different teams to make it into the circle, overcoming many of the big teams as well. And at such disadvantages, it's actually insane to see them play.
Oh, it is. It is absolutely insane. At some point, I'm sure everyone would have thought that, okay, Sem9 is going to wrap things up pretty straightforward for them. They had a lot of advantages towards their side. They had the circle, they had the high ground, but Strangers Esports stood tall. And the catalyst is Mela, our MVP this round. 3 eliminations, 438 damage, and I had the best memory with Mela. I remember back in the day when he was still with the Infinity, I came up to him and said, hey, I want to buy your jersey and I'm willing to pay. And he goes like, no, I keep you. Yeah,
Aww,
that's how he sounded.
That's really cute. That's really cute. Very, very cute memory. Anyway, coming into the match rankings is always very fun here. Looking at this, with 10 rank points and 9 eliminations gives them 19. So that's a big jump for them, starting off the day real strong. And Sem9, I think Sem9 was a little bit more quiet. Again, I really think that the biggest mistake Sem9 did was losing Yuhai early and taking a more quiet approach. Granted, the quiet approach was because the circle had already favored them for quite some time. They were in the compound very, very early. But at the same time, when you're not proactively getting more points, you can't really kind of make it close when it comes to second place finishes. So there's that as well. Now, for D Xavier, this could be a bit of a dampener there, a bit of a slowdown if you ask me as well, because they only managed to take 3 points. So Vampire Esports, I'm pretty sure they did have a few extra points as well. Yes, they did. So they're slowly trying to climb back up.
Yeah, it's now a 24-point difference. So that's the advantage if you have that little bit of cushion at the top. Even though this round you kind of didn't do well, but that's also partly because of the circle. It was kind of tough for all these teams. Yet they are still able to remain at the top with that 24-point gap. Now, we have seen D Xavier do this before. They are able to bounce back hard. Like what you said, they are a bouncing ball. They drop hard, they will rise up harder.
Interesting enough as well, Team Secret will be rising up because of their stellar performance here. Only 1 point away from Temp Entertainment. And these two teams, they've been really just trading blows, back and forth between anything. Flash, no movement quite yet. Boom Esports dropping down, and they've just been so unlucky as well because they weren't able to take their fights. But eArena though, one thing that's really interesting about eArena is just how they play and how aggressive they are in terms of aggression. They are a team that doesn't shy down, doesn't back down from a fight. They're very traditional, they're very straight to the point when it comes to these fights as well, but it somehow works.
Oh yeah, somehow the rise of page 2 teams, right? We also got to give it to them as well. They've been doing that since the second half of yesterday and the start of today. We see Strangers Esports getting a chicken dinner. It's page 2 teams just can't be looked down upon. But a game mode that you should not look down upon is one of the newer game modes inside of PUBG Mobile. That is the Metro Royale.
It's chapter 25 right now already. So you can check out the Misty Port and Arctic base as well in the game, which is going to be very, very fun. And a reversal blade is around for you guys to get a second chance at fortune, which means you get to loot things twice as well. Even if there's nothing there, you can still use it for yourself. So if you guys don't understand what I'm saying, it's best for you guys to try it out. It is live in the game right now.
Yeah, it's a very different game mode as well. Again, try it out for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. And to try out the new map, that is Rondo. You had a preview earlier on during the show match, and it looks amazing. You should try it out for yourself. It is a 8 kilometer map. It has a lot of new features, new vehicles, new weapons, and a lot of new draw spots. It's an amazing map to just even look at and admire and just visualize yourself within the map itself. So try out Rondo right now before we start our next game.
Really, I think watching Rondo is such a different experience as well. I mean, if you guys are curious to see how exactly the pros are navigating that map, you can check out the stream as well earlier where we had an opening show match for that game as well. Now, speaking about games, we're going to game number 2 right now. It's going to be the first of the air angles we're going to be playing today. And I think, as we all know, that map is very, very competitive. We know how it goes as well. Predictions are here now between Sir Cloud and I. And this time around, okay, we already know DX is going to get a chicken dinner, obviously. But I am banking on the Indonesian teams to rise this particular round, especially in the first air angle.
I see your theme there. right? Yeah. So, KAGENDRA, BTR, and VOIN Donkey is your picks. My picks, I'm going to remain the same the entire
You're very
day.
safe.
I'm a very loyal person, you know. If I love that team, I just put it all the way, you know. But you know, sometimes being loyal just doesn't pay dividends. You know, you get heartbroken easier. Just saying.
Whoa, that went a bit too deep right now. But anyways, looking at the match stats in the last few games just now, I think when you look at the numbers for the damage, it's very obvious who we can look at from each team in terms of putting when it comes to that. I mean, yesterday Jimmy had one game where he was a bit too quiet, but it was because he was knocked out early. And then we did see Adi look kind of like take that mantle. And I think that's always really important when you have a team that has like, okay, now that Jimmy is out, who's going to take out the mantle to put in that much damage to put in to cripple down those teams. So that's also really fun as well. Anyways, coming into today as well, I think that it's also really exciting that we're seeing the rise of, I mean, you call it page 2, but I also call it the rise of the newer teams as well, because at the same time, these players are not necessarily like the longest in the tier 1 scene. They've just really managed to find their groove and just chill in here as well. But as we go into the game right now, this will be the first eArena played today, and this is where everyone should be paying attention.
Pay attention to the first eArena of day number 3 in our grand finals. This could potentially set the tone for the remaining eArenas, the map that's played the most across any PUBG Mobile esports format. Let's head on to it.
Flight path from Stalber all the way to the southern, all the way to hospital. Excuse me. So southern side might be an issue here. I'm talking about Tem Entertainment, who's used to dropping down at SMB, as well as another team that always drops down at Novorep Noye. Which team was that against, Sir Cloud?
Team Secret.
Team Secret, yeah. So these two teams might have a bit of a problem getting there.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too far, so they might need to drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle, do the standard stuff, and hopefully they'll be able to arrive at their regular drop spot in a safe manner. Of course, why I'm saying that, it's because we're accustomed to seeing like early pickoffs when they're trying to grab vehicles, and it just happens that way.
Oh yeah, true. So true. Okay, Kagendra up shooting range. Talbert, Team Secret will be dropping there instead of Novorep Noye, understandably so. Tem Entertainment this time, okay, I believe they might be going to a quarry site, but I'm remembering that Vampire Esports usually drops toward Primos and Ferry Pier, so... Oh no, what a circle.
Ooh, left side circle. Okay. So though it may look like, okay, maybe a Gaka circle, cool. There's that possibility, right? But there's also that possibility that, it goes all the way to the left by the beach side, and if it goes there, it's really, really challenging for the teams because there's so little space to play there.
Vampire Esports actually did not go all the way down to Ferry Pier and Primosc. Actually, no, they're still going down. I think they wouldn't have a problem getting there. So my question is whether or not Tem Entertainment as well as Vampire Esports will have these early fights here, because Tem Entertainment has really separated themselves into a 2-1-1 formation, Goff all the way toward the western side of the map, all alone here. Bright just a little bit northern side of Vampire Esports, and the other two just hanging around the area southern side of VOIN Donkey. So I'm just concerned in terms of positioning, in terms of rotations. I'm just worried they're gonna get picked off here.
Yeah, so that's where the risk of like rotating is always there, right? So that's where you really need to be smart on, okay, which route should we take? Like the least risky route. There are certain routes that you can kind of avoid, like, okay, obvious compounds that would have people, or at the very first few minutes, you would know that at the big spots like Pochinki, for example, there's always a team there. So you don't want to navigate around that area. So you might want to play like on the more quieter areas in the map to reach your destination, start looting, and then do the next step from there.
Interesting enough. Yeah, CD Alliance just hanging around farm as well. Rozok still under the capable hands of Boom Esports. BTR just southern side of them. And regardless of that, I'm not seeing any early fights. I think Federales might have spotted out a member of Boom Esports, I believe, but I don't think they're shooting out quite yet. But anyway, Sir Cloud, you already got this really, really western side circle. In your opinion, what do you want to see to happen on this map? Anything at all?
All the way west.
All the way west.
the way west.
Where
There's
just now
only-
you said the shore just now, right?
The shoreline, yeah. There's only like on top of my head, maybe like 3 or 4 compounds that you can play there. And if you don't have that compound, pretty much everywhere else is open area. Yeah, on the eastern side, there are some hill areas, but it's also very, very limited. So that will force a lot of teams to try to challenge each other to get the best spot possible.
Oh, yeah, that'll be fun. I mean, there's also the idea that you could go toward that the terrain outside of hospital. Usually eArena has always really camped themselves up there, but this time around they've camped themselves inside of hospital itself. I'm wondering why the change.
I guess it's adaptability, right? Like when
Yeah.
you look at this kind of circle as well, and you kind of landed on the circle, you can do a quick loot and go to the best spot possible before anyone else. So that's probably what they were thinking.
Yeah, Frenzy also had it toward the area as well. I'm wondering. Oh no, I think that for Boom Esports, that they might just be rotating into Gatka itself. No, actually, no. Frenzy, I think it is looking to take that terrain where eArena usually holds. So, early fight between Boom Esports and eArena as they rotate over would be fun, no?
Boom Esports and eArena. Okay, that'll be interesting. The fact that they are both next to each other in the overall charts, like number 12 and number 13, separated by 4 points. So obviously, if a team were to win against each other, we're talking about the best case scenario, that is a clean win. They would top each other from there, especially for Boom Esports, who can at least go 1 rank up. But because it's like the first circle, there's still a lot of space. Even if they see each other while they're rotating, they can just avoid.
Yeah, they can. Interesting enough, I'm looking at RRQ here, understanding that SMB is empty, so they sent 2 players, Hazel and Genforce, just to really just scout down the area inside SMB. And I think because there's so much untouched land and so much loot as well, and so much time before the blue just pushes, so they can just really take that time to just, rush out forward as well. So I think it shouldn't be an issue, but it's just more of like, I think for me personally, going 2-2 and going too far away from your teammates and making it so hard for them to rotate over in case something happens is just asking for that early knockout as well. Because for me personally, I love the idea of that, okay, you can be separated, but at the same time, if rotations happen, if you get caught out, I love the idea that my teammates can just kind of like collapse over, rotate over, and pick me up.
You know what do they call that?
What?
Insecurity.
Wow! Wow!
It's like, oh, please, somebody always hold my hand. Somebody always hold my hand.
Wow.
But I guess that's the difference between, like, they are the pro players, right? So
Yeah.
Naturally, if you are playing at this level, you have to have a level of self-confidence as well. Of course, not too much of that. If not, it just spoils the dish. So by having that, you can do all sorts of other things. Like, okay, let's break up, have a bit of confidence, gather information, and come back together, and we'll be stronger as a team.
True. But I think the rest of RQ as well might be coming in from SMB. I think it's good as well, because if anything, they can go for a longer rotation. They can avoid that initial rush coming in from the eastern side as well. Look at how many people are crossing through Portingchi right now. CD Alliance, Alter Ego is there. Eventually, it might be joined as well by Flash, so it's pretty good that they're taking this late rotation, but the amount of teams that have just made a beeline to the western side is just impressive. Cloud, your terrain just now that you said you wanted the circle to end, Tem Esports and Vampire Esports have parked themselves there.
Yeah, they probably know this by now. Obviously, okay, I just put it out there, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
if we as casters or observers of the game know this, I'm pretty sure they know like 10 steps ahead by now. It's like, okay, yeah, this circle, that spot, let's take it before anyone else.
I think it's also good when you hold the area as well, because number one, you don't have to worry too much about so many different angles. You don't have to watch your backs. You can just worry about what's in front of you is the most important part right now. And for Vampire Esports, it's all about just looking at Tem Esports and all the players in front of them toward the particular side here. I'm talking about Quarry. I'm talking about Gatka area. And eArena, somehow Boom Esports have finally left the area of the high ground in front of hospitals. So they're looking to play down south. They're playing inside a compound near Gatka itself. So eArena, not moved yet. Strangers passing by. Team Secret as well. And I think eArena, they love playing by the side of the circle. They love being the late rotators. And they love taking the fights as someone are rotating inside.
Yeah, and that's absolutely okay, right? Especially if you want to gain those elimination points. And for teams, especially at the second half of the page, I wouldn't say they have nothing to lose, but if they want to really go for glory, they have to start collecting elimination points. And looks like the circle did pull towards the west side, and this place is starting to be a bit tricky now.
Yeah, look at how many teams are just, inside the southern side area. There's so many teams there. Tem Entertainment, fairly safe. Vampire only just rotated inside. Sem9 as well, forced to vacate the terrain and go up into the area. Honestly, for me, the team that's winning right now is Strangers as well as eArena. They have Compound, they have Hospital, they are right by that high ground area.
Oh yeah, the high ground is where you want to be as well. That's going to be a good option for the teams to rotate and park themselves. For the later teams, well, they have to decide or whether they're going to take the fight or they just going to wait it out. On the elimination feed, we're going to see the first knock in this round, and it's going to be on to Team Secret. Soas will go out. Sakura gets first blood.
Expected. They've been camping here for so long, kind of hoping if anyone would just cross through Jojo Paul. They're doing a great job of just making sure they can become the bridge trolls, right? Not allowing anyone to cross through, taking the toll fee, which is your life, honestly. Now for Team Secret, they're in a situation where not only are they separated from each other, they have no clue where to look. There's just so many terrains, so many compounds as well to worry about. As soon as you pop your head up, suddenly you're going to be killed, but from which house?
Yeah, I know, right? That's the tricky part about this area. When there's like so many houses around this area, you kind of have to play the guessing game at some point. But Tiger is not guessing. He is overlooking Break, just waiting for Break to get a little bit closer before he pulls the trigger. But Break, fast reaction to turn back.
Looks at the nade. Both players trading blows here right now. Tiger barely survives there, jumps away as well. GK rendered so low already. We're seeing so many fights from so many different areas from this team here. It's so sporadic as well. Forced to the nade here. GK cannot really find time to just really heal himself as well, as Break does find Tiger in the end. That's massive. Joker rendered so low already. It looks like TS on the right road, just completely overwhelmed by NC2. We've seen him do miracles there, always the sharpshooter and always the one to make sure that the team, when push comes to shove, when they're almost lost, you do expect him to be right out there. The nade comes through there, some damage as well. He just backs off.
But the fight continues on though. Both of these teams want to be the king of South Jogopu, while Frankie is waiting on the other side as the long-range support guy. But GK is pretty low. He's healing up right now. Break will be broken down by Joker.
Now it's the right time for the EA to just completely collapse if they want to, but still very cautious about how they approach this fight. Moving out together, team hoping for double swings and making sure to just pre-fire those corners right now. Still, GK and moving. They know exactly where he is. Jump shots abound here. Both teams being very, very careful despite the 1v3 here because they have a crossfire alongside with his teammate as well. The sprays are good. NC2 falls. GK makes it work somehow, but eventually the double swings are too much to work with as Sakura manages to find the last two players and eArena come up on top on this very, very prolonged fight.
Team Secret from PMGC glory to now pretty much at the bottom. It's hard to see Team Secret. The fact that they got Frankie, one of the most notable players in the Vietnamese regions, to join them, but yet they're not able to elevate themselves from their last season's performance. And this gives an opportunity to Tem Entertainment to crawl out of that number 16.
Very aggressive as well. It's eArena that actually started that initial skirmish as well. But my god, I love the positioning of eArena. They're having a player so far out there on the high grounds, allowing him to play that long-range style fights. Just make sure that they don't have any place to go. You go outside, you're out in the open, well, you're dead. You go inside, CQC, good luck. So, great calls.
Let's see who's going to make the great call here. RRQ of Vampire Esports. They have to leave Onzen behind to be taken out. Unfortunately, they cannot challenge for this high ground. Challenging this high ground is actually very, very difficult. They might as well stay in this house where they're at. It's a little bit more safer, so they don't really need to go and challenge that, and at least they can remain alive because there's still like 15 more teams.
Vampire Esports here. Expected this early fight from them for quite some time already, but Vampire Esports has done a great job of becoming that silent stalker, silent prey, right? Just slowly lurking down the backside, not really opening fire or taking advantage either, just following down in their footsteps. Strangers will cross by them eventually, so this is going to be very, very interesting because when the fight happens between Strangers and TM, you know that Vampire Esports is going to collapse and just try and do their usual strategy, just third party and take away those eliminations.
Oh, but for Xavier, our top #1 team right now, they're going to share the same area with CELCOMDIGI Alliance, but a bit of a truce. No big reason for them to push each other yet. So they're just playing the security role right now, just watching if anyone does anything funny. On the elimination feed, Alter Ego, they got one knock against Team Flash.
Nice rotations coming in here from eArena, just moving in together with that zone as well. Very, very late rotation. I think Joker is making his way through these very, very open fields. My biggest worry right now are the eyes watching him talking about Boom Esports, KAGENDRA, Alter Ego as well. Somehow managing to avoid every single shot. Boom Esports staying relatively quiet as well.
Nope, but also Thailand not staying quiet. Anyway, Joker not quiet as well. Passing by Alter Ego. He stops, he shoots, he scores.
It is also so interesting when you think about it for Alter Ego because it was Rosemary that started the initial shot there. He was trying to be really cheeky, trying to steal those kills as he's rotating inside the circle. But because he's not quick enough on that, he gets severely punished. His team is not close enough to play off him either. Now OSJA might just become the next victim, but I don't think he wants that to be, to be the case, excuse me, as the rest of Alter Ego just look to reposition and play off in another different area.
And we move to a different area now, where Team Flash is at. Still playing on the outside of the circle, 35 more seconds before the zone starts to close. Mela will be knocked out by Tops. Earth's knock as well. Looks like Team Flash, they're winning the defense game right now, but they have to find a way to get into the circle. There's still other players from Strangers Esports in front of them, including eArena as well, coming in as a third party.
eArena has always been very opportunistic and the timing has always been real good right now. As for Flash, they are currently found in a situation where they're right out there in the open. Yeah, they have some hay bales, a bit of a low ground to work with as well, some smokes, but those smokes are not gonna last forever. And Tem takes full advantage of that. Bo's knocked out already. Beautiful shots to the face as the rest of Flash look to reposition, but it's KAGENDRA they're gonna be running into. And KAGENDRA, you know how aggressive they are. At the very least, this team will be getting some form of refuge inside of this compound.
But at least they don't need to share with anyone. Oh, they're not in the circle yet. They're not in the circle yet. So they still have about 260 meters to get in. With the amount of teams still around, it's going to be pretty tough. But it's the tough that they need to fight against. Shrubs made it down. Beautifully done by RRQ. Now Tony K will need to climb this hill to fight against them.
Nice nades as well from Tony K just to really dwindle down Nerpeco's life, but Lapar and Gen Force are close at the very least. He's playing all alone here. He's in trouble. He needs to pick up his teammate as well. Numbers not looking great for VPE. A little bit too soon as well in the last game as well. So this is not the outcome they want to have. Tony K, lots of splash damage onto Nerpeco, onto Lapar, but it's still a 1v3 regardless, as Nosy does manage to get the pickup onto Schweppes as well. A quick reposition of the car, and those shots from Tony K! Somehow managing to just immediately shrek the heck out of Nerpeco. Still have to worry about Lapar. They're not playing close enough to each other. Secures that kill, and then Tony K does that fade away, moving away from the area and moving down the terrain. But it's gonna be Young that finds Nuzi in the end.
Nuzi wish he could fade away as well, but he might fade away to the lobby now. But the fact that the blue has arrived at the nade by Tops. Team Flash, they have arrived as well. They want those points for themselves.
Oh my god, Vampire Esports left at a very, very dire situation as Flash takes full advantage of their missed position, of their low health as well, gets the heal on that, and RQ just vacates the area here. RQ is doing great with repositioning early here. They could become the guys to keep Flash outside of the circle, but at the same time, they're not looking at the best of situations right now as well because they only have Genfos alive, and Genfos, he's alone outside the area is Sem9. A lot of shots coming to them here from Tim, from Sem9 as well. The car explodes. He's out there in the open. And Sem9, they join the fight. It's Mika to steal him away.
Too bad. It's Miko. Tire punctured out in the open. The point given to Sem9. Sem9 collects 2 elimination points as of now. We shift over to Team Flash. Looks like they just want to fight against OSJA Thailand, but Chopper will want to take revenge. Chopper has arrived. Jury will be eliminated as Chopper shows up. Team Flash out.
Circle will pull up top side here as OSJA still wreaking havoc wherever they go outside the circle. They were the ones late in. But because Tem has been taking so much damage from so many different teams, 3 fights already, the only thing they have to work with is that Shack with no numbers advantage. The only thing SSU can do is just wait and see what happens, hoping that they would come in, hoping that he's able to isolate fights and play the CQC situations.
And he doesn't have the circle still. How is he gonna get out of this? Look at this, Red Bull looking down onto him. Pops that smoke, but obviously that's his position. He sent a nade across. SO Zip, no splash damage, but now down to 40% thanks to a couple of shots from probably elsewhere. But finally, Red Bull will land it onto SO Zip.
Gets him in the end, tried to hold on, cannot do just that. Boom Esports here. Wow, scary situation to be in. Low side of the terrain. Yummy will be the one to open it up here with that nade out forward. Throws it and lobs it straight toward eArena as well. So I don't think it's gonna stop. That revive is it's just a little bit too wide if I'm being honest. As Sakura will be the one to at least buy a bit more space with the nades, with the spams as well. And I'm surprised that Boom Esports is challenging eArena at the same time, looking to challenge VOIN Donkey. They're gonna be sandwiched here.
Yeah, managing 2 teams at the same time. Let's see how will they do that with 3 players. Probably start off with a nade by Yummy on the Razak. But Yummy's pretty low as well. He's cooking up his next nade. He will lob it across onto VOIN Donkey. Splash damage at the potato. Now Yummy will fall down. Pombit will need to follow up. They will need to win that fight before they're able to pick up Yummy.
Lots of early sprays as well. Pombit rushes forward there. I don't think it's going to be a problem to pick up Yummy. So aware where the other members of VOIN Donkey are here. eArena, too much to handle. One gone down already. That nade from Potato just rolls straight to Pombit's foot. Blows him to smithereens there. Zero taking a lot of splash damage. He tries to duke it. But the blind shots, the pre-fires are just too much to deal with. VOIN Donkey, they're looking good right now, but they're not out of the woods because they still have to worry about eArena.
Oh, the bigger fight's happening right now. It's going to be DZavier and CELCOMDIGI Alliance. It's going to be a 2v2 right now. This fight could potentially swerve the table. Right now, Leon's all alone in front of DZavier. Parajin shows up. Parajin takes a bit of damage. Goes back in. Leon gets Parajin. Nate will be the one last active player for DZavier. Now going up against the 3 from CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Very, very different look and a very, very different style of speed here. Nate alone has to go for that reset, but Leon's is the shots from him are just a bit much to deal with. They finally get him in the end. ZD Alliance, this is definitely the moment where they're just hearing the crowd yell their name right now. And because DX is down and out, a big of a dampener. ZD Alliance very, very much prepped and primed alongside Sem9 to catch up.
Oh, it's now open for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, Sem9, and maybe even BTR. But because of the gap, looking at the gap right now, CELCOMDIGI Alliance and DZavier still a rather significant gap. But if they're able to score a chicken dinner with a good amount of elimination points, they could go number 1.
They really could. The world's their oyster. Depends on how exactly they want to approach this right now. And you know, somehow NC2 is always a disruptor. Managing to find so many members of BTR already here. Federalis trying to stay alive for his life right now, and Federalis and Satar as well work in tandem, so eArena will suffer. Goes down already, so for now the damage, the aggression will be stopped. As VOIN Donkey as well, they're suffering. Only 2 players left. The only team that's relatively healthy is Sem9 with 4.
Okay, here we go. VOIN Donkey coming into the circle while BTR overlooking them. Spray by Federalis will not connect thanks to the terrain. VOIN Donkey safely into the circle, but they have to be aware of BTR. Anyway, BTR now distracted with another team from behind, OSJA Thailand, shooting at them.
No movements at all as well. Understanding their predicament. Low ground only. The only cover they have is a smoke, a little bush, and a small part of that terrain. OSJA, they have a lot as well to work with. They have vehicles. But what they don't have right now is that circle, so taking a lot of caution as they approach BTR here as well. As BTR, you can see them start rushing up forward. They want to start something, but they don't want to over-aggress.
And they're gonna reconsider their options right now. They don't want to go down south, but down south there's Sem9 waiting for them. Both sides, teams trying to block them from coming in. I mean, we're at stage 6, so naturally that's what will happen. Now OSJA Thailand scouting around, trying to find another entry point or maybe an opportunity against BTR.
Nate's coming out here. Richard did try to put in some few pot shots toward them, but none of the shots are actually connecting here quite yet. Both teams staying relatively quiet. It's still a very big open area between them. CD Lions happy inside of compound. On the southern side there, you do have Sem9 as well doing that. VOIN Donkey, this is not the best situation to be in. Low ground, smokes, not able to pick up his teammate as well. All alone in CD Alliance. Forced out here is Mika, all alone on their side. Sorry, it's a CD Alliance playing this terrain as well. They do have some houses to work with, but at the same time, they want to get active. They want to pick up some eliminations here. And they're doing well. They have 6 eliminations already.
Yeah, and with the circle still. So far, so good for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They will stay away from all the other engagements for now. They will take out the IGL Potato. And that is 7 elimination points now for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And they will still continue to collect more placement points.
Another nade, another attempt. That hurts. Satar is here as well. Just easily gonna run him over. Misses, so... It's gonna be get sprayed there. Federalis is there. Now we're out to our top 4 already. Look at how stacked the amount of players on these teams are. Everyone healthy. 3 to 4 players each. Everyone a nice little area and compound here. For me personally, Sem9 playing very separated. A 1-1-1 formation. Full control of the southern side. As Yuhai right side by side OSJA. Makes it a little bit more concerning for me because he's all alone here. You don't want to get out too early. Last game was a testament to that. Losing him early is just a big mistake.
It's a great advantage right now for CELCOMDIGI Alliance since the 3 other teams are on the right side of the circle. And speaking of the circle, it falls onto CELCOMDIGI Alliance!
Great for them as well. Compounds abound. Nice terrains to work with. But we've seen situations where teams had 0 advantage. And they still managed to turn out. Strangers, the winners of Sanok the last game, was a testament to that. And CD Alliance, I think they're so aware of the situation. They've really positioned themselves on the side of the terrain instead of actively being inside of the compound so they don't get choked inside as well. And I think they are so aware that Sem9 might be pushing out. So both teams separated here in a 2-2. 2 players look at BTR, 2 players look at Sem9 from the southern side.
But also Thailand, somehow they are still alive. And you spoke about BTR, now BTR still next to OSJA Thailand, but they're on the lower ground, so OSJA Thailand has no idea that BTR is here. Instead, they will want to try to focus on getting to the circle, and they do so, it will be Sem9 that they will face off against.
Sem9 still, I think, uncontested to get into that circle, at least for now, as OSJA will be meeting him here. Trexie taking that front line area. No shots quite yet. Richard staying very silent. I'm not sure if Sem9 is aware of his positioning, but if Sem9 does tunnel, it could be the most perfect spray that he does to help out his teammate and put in a lot of damage to cripple down the team.
And here comes the rotation by OSJA Thailand. They're moving towards Sem9. They see Sem9, waiting to make the big moves. Sem9 not making the big moves as well. They are okay within the circle so they can play the defensive game. CELCOMDIGI Alliance clearly playing the defense since they have the circle still. But we have stage 8 and that might shift away from CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Something for them to prepare for.
Poking and prodding here. I think they do see and hear the sounds of cacophony over the high ground as well, but if anything, no team is really willing to go all in. I'm surprised that OSJA has not even made their first move against the team yet. CD Alliance here spraying the heck out of Sem9. They're really hoping that OSJA would kind of collapse into them and it becomes a fight that they don't have to deal with right now. Here we go. Here's the push out here. OSJA with no advantage, no space to work with the blue zone, chunking down the HP as well. And Sem9, they're so aware of this. They understand that OSJA has to push towards them.
Centered circle, but 3 teams clubbed up together. Satar, moving
Oh
out now,
my
Razy
God.
knocked out himself by Red Bull! Red Bull himself coming in, only Federalist left. OSJA Thailand takes out BTR like a charm.
They chose right. They knew exactly what advantages they had in terms of their terrains, and they do exactly just that. Trexie will run them over at the very least. OSJA left only 1 player left standing here, and now we're gonna be looking at 2 Malaysian teams fairly healthy. It's so loud now at the venue as well. Everyone is just cheering. Leon's putting in the damage there. Still have to worry about another 2 members of OSJA on the side there as they are looking to pick them up.
Here comes Sem9. They're going up against CELCOMDIGI Alliance. While OSJA Thailand, time for them to reset. Time for them to stay away from these fights because they only have 2 active players for now. CELCOMDIGI Alliance and Sem9 potentially might cancel each other, leaving the chance for OSJA Thailand.
Blue zone's pushing already toward OSJA. And Sem9, they are just circling like hawks right now. Rushing through here, lots of spray buys, but it's so hard to land these shots. Yuhai rendered so low right now, knocked down already here. And immediately the steal will come back from Adiluk. They've been waiting for quite some time. Adiluk still getting active here. No pick-off quite yet. Very, very aware that Sem9 is close. Very, very aware that Sem9 has a terrain advantage.
And Sem9 might receive the need there. A lot of splash damage onto Mika. And at the same time, OSJA Thailand still monitoring the situation. Leos managing Red Bull. Red Bull takes a bit of damage, but Red Bull is still alright. Anyway, we're coming on to stage number 9. No circle at all. Now it's down to anyone's game.
It really is anyone's game. No one really has full control of the circle at all, if I'm being honest right now. Prone down here is Mika. Moves to it in the inside of that circle. Blue zone rushing through here. As CD Lions, they've done a great job of taking control of their area. They have a nice terrain to work with. Both other teams here, OSJA and Sem9, they have to make something happen. CD Lions as well. I mean, they can go for these nice little off angles, and Olio does just that.
OSJA Thailand hoping for Sem9 to kind of put the attention away from CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Red Bull gets Traxi, Leon gets Mika. Traxi will finish off by Red Bull. The point goes to OSJA Thailand. They are now at 10 elimination points, dominating CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Can they take advantage of the situation? While Firen, the final player for Sem9, looking at two teams at the same time.
There's an 8 behind him, and Leons does get him in the end. He just gets blown to split the reins here. A 3-on-2 here between OSJA, the two green teams now. 10 eliminations for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They're very patient, a lot more slower on how they approach the game. Very methodical as they do find Chopper in the end. Red Bull all alone, left standing. This plays too much, but he answers back. He shoots back. I didn't look here, playing in tandem with his teammate. A 2-on-1 need to come out. OSJA somehow manages to do every single thing, but his HP is not holding. He blows up CD Alliance, hometown heroes, hometown advantage, and they take this chicken dinner.
And the crowd goes wild, ladies and gentlemen, cheering for the hometown crowd, hometown team, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, bringing the chicken dinner back to their home ground. Have they done enough to overtake the D-Xavier? We'll need to wait for the official scores.
Gonna be exciting as well because both VPE and D-Xavier was knocked out so very early, but a heartbreaker for Sem9. This is the second time that they've been denied a chicken dinner, and they had all the advantage, they had all that space as well. But unfortunately for them, again, it's the same mistakes. Yuhai getting knocked out so early, so separated from their teammates means that they're not able to play off each other. A very different situation comes through here, but gotta give it to also to OSJA TH because they're a team that's somehow somewhere in the middle of the pack here, but they fought well. They chose their battles between two different teams, and they knew how to capitalize whatever advantages, however small they have.
Oh, but Red Bull, he's just a monster in this round. He was so annoying to both Sem9 and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, making it so hard for them to score the chicken dinner and to wrap things up, even towards the end. Look at how he evades those nades. It took them so much to take down Red Bull.
Oh man, Red Bull, you really gotta give it to this guy. He is so aware of the advantages and disadvantages. And I think for CD Alliance just now, that was interesting because they are putting in pot shots, but they are so understanding that on the right side of the circle, it's all down to Sem9 and OSJA. They have to start something at the very least, but OSJA was the team that said, okay, you know what? Sem9 are a little bit at the bottom of the terrain. We can kind of like isolate them one by one. Yuhai's already knocked down already. We have this advantage. Let's just overwhelm them. And they did just that. And CD Alliance, all they had to do was just lie in wait and steal away all of these kills. This time around, it's not Jimmy to put in the highest damage. It's actually Adiluk. And this is why I said about refilling the roles that one player has lost. One player goes out early. Who fills out those shoes is Adiluk. Love to see it.
Oh, very important player for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Surely he's going to be the MVP based on these stats away from his other teammates. 12 eliminations for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, so there's going to be 22 points collected as we relive the best moments from this round.
There you have it. Huge, massive start there as well from CD Alliance on that particular map. And I have to say, 12 eliminations plus the 10 means that they can just hop out so quickly ahead, even ahead of Vampire Esports at this very point as well. But the fact of the matter is, seeing two Malaysian teams playing at the grand finals at the very top there, the top 4, was definitely a sight. You could hear how loud and electric the crowd was.
Yeah, and it almost doesn't matter, right? Like which Malaysian team actually got it. You can see that the fans who came with 7-9 jerseys, clearly they are 7-9 fans first, but when CELCOMDIGI Alliance scored the chicken dinner, they celebrated together. And we're also going to celebrate our MVP this round, Adeluk, 6 eliminations, 884 damage. And Adeluk, again and again, what an important player he is for the team.
It's just so fun seeing him, you know. I think for week 1, we saw a lot of Jimmy doing that step up, putting in the highest damage, always 700 to 800. And now Adeluk is doing the same as well. And it just really shows that in terms of roles, in terms of performance in a team, when push comes to shove, when Jimmy isn't around, how does the role shift here? It's so obvious to see who feels in Jimmy's shoes when he's not around here. 22 points ahead of the rest is no small feat. And because if you think about it here, it's 6 points behind, ahead of OSJA TH as well. And despite the fact that Sem9 did quite well to get, I think, that 3rd place finish, they couldn't really get too much because they didn't have that high elimination points that's picked up.
And even Vampire Esports is on page 1, but not DAY3. DAY3 managed to only collect 3 points this time. They will still be on top at number 1, but the gap is now very, very small. But we have seen it again before. When the gap is small, they bounce back quickly. So DAY3 fans do not lose hope yet. But on the other end, too bad for Alter Ego and Strangers Esports. No points for them this round.
Yep, there you go. That gap's still very much there, but it's Vampire Esports that gets knocked down here. And it honestly, it's quite a lot of points that they've been taken over here. I think because VP has been quiet for, I think, about 2 games now. Not the most in terms of points here. The CD Alliance already 2 chicken dinners this weekend is honestly impressive, right behind the heels of Xavier. VOIN Donkey as well is also another team that's gotten 2 chicken dinners, but still stuck around that 6th place area.
Yeah, 9 points between Xavier and CELCOMDIGI Alliance now. Is getting intense, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss out on the last 4 games today. Anything can happen. Who knows, it could be the rise of Vampire Esports or PTR, even Sem9 as well, because there's still enough games for them to catch up with the points. Xavier, they cannot be complacent anymore. They dropped 2 rounds. They cannot drop the 3rd.
Okay, Tem now here, the bottom side of the area. Boom Esports not moving at all. Alter Ego knocked down. So many teams are getting knocked down, honestly, because we are just so... it's so unpredictable looking at that particular game as well. I mean, today, KAGENDRA did a big step up. Strangers did a big step up as well. You know, CD Alliance massively stepping up compared to the usual just consistent style play. So definitely, we start to see the real strats come through, how aggressive these teams are, how they play as well. Very, very fun to watch as well, if you think about it. But honestly, CD Alliance, this is why I was talking about resource management here. You were able to just get the loot early. You were able to just really figure out when exactly is the right opportune moment to just really let it rip on all your items, on all your util as well. And I think it's really important that you keep it toward the last side, the last few maps, because that's the advantage that CD Alliance had compared to the rest of the teams.
Yeah, they let it rip at the right moment. That's why they're ripping the rewards in this round. Sorry for the dad jokes. But we have one more eArena to go before we head on to an extended break for break fasting. And when we're back after that, it's going to be the final eArena for this season, and then 2 Miramas before we wrap it up and crown the champion.
Yeah. Now with the second eArena coming up forward, pause that thought because we're going to be looking at the Golden Dynasty real quick here. It's a theme mode that just came out here in the game as well. It's currently available, the 7th anniversary version. Now while we wait for the game, do hop into the game, check it out, see what you like about it. And honestly, it's one of the fun game modes. SirCloud loves the camels. Go have a look.
Oh yeah, I love the camel. I love the reversal blade. You know, we all love animals, right? Who doesn't love animals? And the camel is smart as well. It can help you navigate through the map smartly. And don't try it out. Don't take my word for it. Try it out right now while we wait for the next game to start.
Oh yeah, now let's talk a little bit more about this eArena. I think it was a very interesting one. That circle was not necessarily the easiest either. It was a hard rotation, it was a hard shift as well for many of the players. I was honestly so sure that Tem Entertainment as well as VPE might be able to survive a little bit longer, but I guess the ping pong kind of got them in the end as well. I think some teams, they are more aware, they love these late rotation fights. eArena is definitely one of them as well. So let's see how it's going to go for this one. Might be a centralized circle, might be a different one, but predictions now coming up right now, and I'm giving it to two green teams. Wow, my predictions are great because if you guys didn't know at home, we are doing these predictions in the pre-show where we guess what's going to be happening, and somehow my predictions are a bit late by one round.
But that's where the benefit of staying loyal, right? It's like, okay, they are going to hit it. They are going to hit it at some point. So CELCOMDIGI Alliance scored it. But you had OSJA Thailand on your prediction. So talk us through it.
I mean, OSJA Thailand showed us sparks of brilliance. Again, that tier 2 fan in me is just very, very much there. I think it's very fun when we have this underdog / Cinderella story run come through as well, especially really challenging the bigger teams. And I think OSJA TH is definitely one of the teams who can really, really be able to show us that. I mean, in fact, they were at a very disadvantageous situation in the last map as well. They were stuck between CELCOMDIGI Alliance as well as SEM9, but they decided to choose their battles, and they chose SEM9 to overcome first before finally committing to the other team. So in this situation, I really gotta give it to OSJA TH's IGL, because that was great calling.
Yeah, and for OSJA Thailand, frankly, if you ask me, by now it's quite clear that Red Bull is the standout player for OSJA Thailand. It's almost like it's Red Bull and friends. He makes the plays, he survives the longest, he brings in those frags, he brings in those numbers where it matters, and he has been carrying the team the entire season, not only in the grand finals but throughout as well. And his performance is consistent since his debut in the PMCL. We're gonna see more of Red Bull and friends here in Erangel.
Ooh, Red Bull and friends. I like that, but at the same time, every single player for OSJA TH are also very scary to watch. Chopper QQ, aggressive as ever. So yeah, let's see more of whether or not of what they can do here in this team. Now, flight path, fairly simple there. It's gonna be from Milta Power all the way to the southern side of the hospital. Great. Just now the circle pulled all the way to the western side here. I'm talking about the western side of Quarry and pulled up toward the southern side of hospital. That is a very, very painful rotation, Sir Cloud. Maybe perhaps an SMB sounds more forgiving at this point.
Now you're in the SMB camp, right? Yay, the SMB circles. We got like what, 3 of them in the grand finals already. Not that I'm not asking for it to not come out. I wouldn't mind if it shows up again. So SMB, may it be. If not, if you guys want a variety, give us a Starburst. Starburst is pretty fun to watch as well.
Yeah, Starburst is pretty fun. I mean, we talked about the high ground and what kind of layers it's going to be. It's a very big mountain to climb as well. So not necessarily being at the top side would give you advantage either. Anyways, Team Secret back to where they usually drop, which is going to be the Vernoye. Same goes for Tem Entertainment as well. So everyone's going to be fairly happy with this flight path. And I think because everyone managed to get their flight path early, I doubt anyone's going to go in for these early fights. Oh my god, Sir Cloud. What the heck?
Okay. A potential Starburst ending. Looks like we're getting what we're asking for. Circles haven't been really kind to all these teams. We haven't got like a regular Gatka circle or a mansion-ish sort of circle. No! Circle got like, it's the grand finals, guys. Let's just have fun.
Yeah. Alright, now, yes, Naya Polyana is in full hands of Flash. As mentioned, will be the place of choice here for Alter Ego alongside Lipovka. So that's also something to worry about as well. I want to say that, in terms of, wow, okay, we're subbing Rosemary out for Hans for you. What's the dynamic like? What do you think, Sir Cloud?
It's the same decision as yesterday, right? When we went into like a regular match, we see the substitute happen, and it was okay for Alter Ego. Wasn't the best, but it's okay. I guess by now it's a kind of up and down, right? With the many games that we have seen, I can't seem to find a formula for Alter Ego's lineup at this point. Sometimes, yes, you have Rosemary in the lineup, it works. Sometimes it doesn't play, it works. Sometimes he plays, it doesn't work. So there's still no real formula to Alter Ego as of now. But with the fact that they are number 12 with only 73 points, with 4 more games to go, it's going to be hard for them to catch the championship. They can pretty much do any tweak in the lineup now.
I think it's interesting that you mentioned that. No, not seeing the formula quite yet. I mean, for Sim9, we can see a bit of changes in their lineups and aggression as well when they swap players, but I'm not seeing that from Alter Ego quite yet. And I'm wondering if it's because of the decision of the IGL and calls, kind of like keeping their players a little bit more, close to each other instead of letting, Rosemary do Rosemary things, or it's because Rosemary is a little bit too aggressive and they need to tone it down as well. Because I think in the last 2 maps, Rosemary got caught out very, very early alone, and not necessarily in the worst way possible. It's just because people are rotating forward. He's trying to get those pickoffs in the midst of rotations, but teams are aware that they're gonna stop. They're gonna go for him, and because he has no backup there, definitely it's gonna be a situation where he's not gonna be able to either picked up or treated out as well. So I think this is a change in pace, perhaps just a little bit more. I think personally for me, I think Rosemary is a little bit more of an aggressive player, but at the same time, I agree with you. While it is an aggressive player, we're not seeing changes in how they approach the game.
I want to take a moment to give a shout out to Mr. Takman, who is currently at the venue. He texted me. He always does that when Alliance actually scored a chicken dinner. So he used to be, I don't know what's the best way to say it, right? But used to be overseeing Alliance to a certain extent. And he's very happy that they scored the chicken dinner. So shout out to Mr. Takman.
Shout out to him. Okay, now let's talk about the elephant in the room here. Let's talk about the 2 teams on top. We're talking about Vampire Esports. Well, now down to 3rd place, as well as D Xavier here. Vampire Esports finally bested by CD Alliance, and CD Alliance, I think they're on an upward trend in terms of momentum as well. So I think they're safe. But it's more about DX here. There's 2 games already. They were out too soon. 2 games already. They only had 6 points. What do you think?
Well, just a reminder, the last time we saw them drop 2 games was on day number 1. And what happened after that? The 3rd game, they came back with the chicken dinner. So, it just shows the mental resiliency that Xavier has that nobody can look down upon, even though it's like, oh, cool, it's now only 9 points between us and Xavier. No. It's Xavier that we're talking about here. And you put the best analogy to it. They bounce back hard.
Yeah. At the same time, I think it's more of like how the mental is for everyone in the lobby as well. Last day, running out of maps, everyone just making a mad rush here. I think if anything, yeah, it's a bit more of a slower start, but at the same time, we start to see pot shots abound. People are starting to like see whether or not I can get a bit more lucky with his earlier picks as well. But in terms of rotation-wise, over in Severny, where I see KAGENDRA hanging out there, Alter Ego has moved themselves towards Stalber already, and at the same time as well, even I think teams like eArena from a hospital have already rotated over toward the southern side of shooting range. So this time around, I think most teams are more privy and understanding that they want to prioritize positioning first.
Yeah, positioning is going to be really important, especially with this kind of circle, because there's a good amount of high grounds that the teams can actually play with. And you want to take advantage of that kind of high ground, whether it's shooting range or whether it's maybe even Stalber. You want to get to those premium spots as early as possible before other teams take over it. Now, like Boom Esports, for example, they're probably scouting for one of the premium spots, but because they saw like BTR in front, so they decided to like, okay, let's stay somewhere at the lower ground and wait for stage 2.
They're so separated as well. I mean, I think they're just trying to scout out this area out on the outskirts of Yasnaya, Pollyanna, trying to figure out, okay, I think, should we be hanging out closer to BTR, or should we just kind of move toward the other side towards Stalber as well? Now, Team Secret, again, they love these late rotations, and they came in all the way from the southern side. I'm talking about Novorep Noye, and another team that's really late as well is Vampire Esports as well, coming in from Pre-Mosque. So I think these 2 teams, they love gatekeeping, they love being late to the circle, they want to be able to force these fights. So, good for them. They have an idea on how to approach this game. I believe that whenever you approach a game here in PUBG Mobile, it's like starting off with the side quest. What's your side quest first? Let's go to this area. What's your second side quest? Late rotations. Let's get these kills for anyone rotating inside. So when you have an objective or a side quest per se, it brings yourselves up to that last few moments. Number 1, it keeps you alive and active. And number 3, you have an idea on how exactly to approach these games without being put in a position where you're caught off guard.
Yeah, determining what the side quest and what the main quest is, right? Yeah, truly enough. And sometimes the side quest will build up into the main quest of scoring the chicken dinner and gaining the amount of points that you will want as a team. So yeah, because it's not a game that is like, it ends in like 3 minutes, right, per round. Like, there's like 20 plus minutes, assuming that you go all the way to the end, maybe even 25 minutes in certain maps. So you need to like determine like what are the short-term goals, the mid goals, and also the end goal at the end of the day. So if we break it down to game terms, of course, there's like the side quest and also the main quest to gain whatever their objective is for every team.
Looking at this particular map right now, no team is actually too keen about going to the northern side of Stalber. That's completely open real estate area. I love the positions of Alter Ego as well. They have a nice little area held here. Look at how many layers of area of Stalber they've managed to hold. There's so many different terrain advantages as well, from low ground all the way to high ground. They have a nice crossfire area set up as well. Anyone rotating over should not have a problem. As the circle ping-pongs toward the southern side here, that advantage is now gone.
There's a river in between, so this is going to be the Rosal circle, especially for teams up on the northern side will need to make the rotation way down. Alter Ego might take the right side circle in, but for a lot of teams at shooting range, at Severny, they're starting to go down south. That's going to be a major clash point.
Vampire Esports shouldn't have a problem rotating in as well. I mean, the southern part is very, very open at the same time. But again, it's very similar to what we saw at Painan and Sanok, right? Because you don't know where the circle is going to pull. You just kind of camp yourself right in between or right by that river as well. But crossing by is going to be a problem as well. Look at another problem here. Sem9, who's vacating the premises. They do not want to take this fight against BTR, at least not this early. So now all they can do is just put in a bit more pressure. Yuhai is doing just that. Nearly pays with his life for that.
And inside of Rosshawk, we got two teams now. Expect more teams to come by. But I do like Sem9's position. They're not committing inside of Rosshawk. At least from the outer side, they can stop teams from coming in and potentially get pickoffs from there. So nice position for a Sem9 for now. Now the only thing about being in a position or being inside Rosshawk per se is that the circle could still be a bit scammy. And it could still go up to the shooting range area. And if it goes there, well, everyone has to evacuate Rosshawk.
Vampire Esports finally made their way into the circle. Right at their heels there is TEM Esports. I think TEM Esports is very aware of the pot shots toward them. But Schweppes wait for this long range pickoffs here. So we move to the other side of the map here as Flash. I don't think Boom Esports made their presence known. I don't think so.
They don't want to make it too obvious since everyone is still rotating, and obviously to the player's view, the number will be 64. No first blood yet. This is taking a while, totally understandable, because you want to set the tone before the break so that when you come back from the break, you will have a better start or better motivation to start after the break. So that's why we can see like a lot of these teams still playing it very careful, even though there's like the river in the middle that cuts out a bit of playable land. But everyone is just not really making those big engagements just because they don't want to make those mistakes before an extended break.
A lot of teams here are kind of banking on that southern side. Less teams to the top side, but at the same time, you have teams like Boom Esports here taking proactive measures, holding on both sides of that terrain, both sides of the river as well. Now, coming here, Rozak, no movement. Sem9, they did make some noise right now. We did see some presence, but it's not enough to really deter them. I mean, being neighbors with BTR and VOIN Donkey should, I think, you're gonna expect some trades for blows, but never really some full commitments here. But if anything, that circle pulling to them, that's huge. Now, we can see Sem9 kind of making a beeline for school area as well, and Xavier coming right by them.
Yeah, so Rosal is no longer the popular spot. Everyone want to try to get the school. But for some of the latecomers, they didn't know that school would be occupied. So it's still okay to hold down Rosal. As BTR now tries to hold down the move of Kagendra. In Rosal. We don't have RRQ. They are in school right now. They'll face off against Xavier.
Nades come through as well. RRQ forced to the nice little corner of that compound. Xavier has a lot of space to work with. Beautiful nade from Nate T to open it up onto Nepeko as well. Life going down. And the rest of RQ forced out of that compound as well. One member rushing away for their lives. And Nate T quickly takes away Hazel. Takes away Lapar as well. My god, this guy is on fire right now. They're going aggressive. First blood from him. We said that we want to see more from Xavier. Now's the time they're starting to bounce. But Gen Faust, he's paused He's positioned himself into a different compound away from the members of RRQ as well, just to allow themselves a little bit of time and space to work off each other, go for a reset, perhaps run away, steal some kills, but at the same time, they've suffered a lot of damage here early because he's all alone.
Oh, welcome CELCOMDIGI Alliance towards the school apartment. Same situation as before. They're right next to D-Xavier. And the last time they fought, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they won against D-Xavier. As of now, because this area is in the middle of the circle, no reason yet for them to really push onto D-Xavier. They can hold on to the compound until another team comes by.
Sprays from bows toward the members of Boom Esports here, stuck between a rock and a hard place. They need to break this defense in order to get to that circle. But now Zero gets blown to smithereens. Bao's gonna be happy to walk away with that. As the rest of Boom Esports here, they're gonna try and make some space for their teammates to follow through. Nice sprays onto tops as well, but Frenzy does pay with his life here right now, as Flash barely survives the encounter.
Oh, smoking vehicle. Yummy tries, but not able to finish up the job. That's fine. Anyway, for Alba, sees the rotation by Team Flash passing by. Alba now on the high ground. He has to leave as well at some point. But before that, Octa tries to secure the elimination point. Look at the blue. Now it's on top of tops. Team Flash falling apart. They only have 2 players left. Octa will save his teammate in the meanwhile.
Rocky will take away that pick off as well. Boom Esports once again having a rough start to the game. So the rest of the teams here for Alter Ego should be easily accessed there into the circle itself, leaving Yummy, I believe, is the last man standing here for Boom Esports. Rushing away for his life, barely surviving, the car on fire, everything getting from bad to worse here for the team, but there is at least Celshak to work with, at least. The circle is still in his favor, but Sem9 right smack dab, full control of school, that's massive.
Ooh, helped by not only Sem9, but also D-Xavier and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, our top teams within the circle. BTR now making their move as well from Rondo passing by. But look at the amount of teams around the Yummy. Tries to take out one, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Razy. His point goes to Firen from Sem9.
Everyone's a neighbor right now. Everyone wants a piece of that real estate. But personally, for me, I think Sem9 is the biggest winner here. Big compound to hold as well. Shots out here for Isatar, just to see if anyone's close, finds nothing. No one's really committing to these fights. It's too early right now. The amount of teams alive, despite it being at stage 4, is a lot. No one eliminated. Boom Esports and RQ, 1 player left, yeah. But the rest of the teams are all fairly healthy.
I can't see the same for Strangers Esports though. They lose Ursi, they lose Lobby to the hands of D-Xavier. D-Xavier potentially gaining more points. Lobby taken out by Firen. Looks like a point stolen away towards Sem9 for the hands of D-Xavier. D-Xavier 1 casualty, but because they have the apartment, they should recover quickly.
Here comes Flash. Welcome to the real estate. Apartment's getting very packed right now. This might be the last possible area free here in this corner. SNC2 somewhere across the map there finds a pick onto Vexy, but OSJA and Tem, we did talk about their positioning and their rotation over here, finally encountering one another as OSJA right now close to just overcoming CD Alliance, weren't able to do so. Chopper rendered so low right now, as you really see it from Bright from Tem. He's always very opportunistic, he's always really eager to start those fights, but not really there to end it quite yet.
Long range tap by Richard. Try to give his other teammates extra protection to come in and converge towards him, because the next plan is to try to get into the inner side of the circle. Time Entertainment will be shoot away, so they will not be a threat for OSJA Thailand. Coming into stage 4, we still have 16 teams intact, ladies and gentlemen. This round is starting to be really, really tight.
It really is. A lot of players now vacating the area of Rozok. Kagendra later rotation into the circle, eArena as well. Southern Side, I'm quite surprised that OSJA hasn't moved quite yet into the circle, because Tem did eventually move away from that fight. They don't want to take that fight against OSJA. They vacated the area and instead they went to the western side of the circle. They have a train right outside the circle, but like it or not, that compound is not inside the circle. You're gonna have to leave soon, buddy.
At some point, they will be forced out. 40 more seconds. Here we go, and we'll see stage number 5. I mean, if stage 5 is just 16 teams, that is insane. This is the tightest round that we've seen so far in terms of number of teams still alive. Anyone goes out right now is automatically 0 placement points. That is how much pressure these teams are going through now.
Long wait for Tem as well. VOIN, Donkey, KAGENDRA in this Mexican standoff there over toward the northern side, just trying to come into the circle. I can see Ichan getting quite active there as well, thinking about it. But this fight against Tem Esports, a lot to worry about. You have players like Vampire Esports rotating in front of them, circle pulls to the middle side as well, which means, like it or not, they're gonna have to vacate, they're gonna have to get to the circle and take this fight against Vampire Esports.
Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath in this round, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of teams still on the outside circle, and there's so much open space. Surely we'll see fight after fight after fight. But within the school apartment, what you say, the real estate is full right now. If any other team were to come by, there's no choice but to wipe out another team to claim a piece of the apartment. Now on the other side, we see KAGENDRA in the fight against VOIN Donkey.
Where the heck did that shot come from eArena? They're so far away, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, northern side, high ground over there. The nade from Lilyboy goes through there. Vexy to fall. Ichan bleeding to death right now. Lilyboy trying to make a bit more space. Well, actually no, Icha is okay. He just managed to heal up there. Regardless, for Vexy, should be able to pick it up as well. The nade should buy a bit of time there. Lilyboy in the smokes. I'm not sure if Reza is very aware of this. But Potato and Vexy now back online and trying to play this tiny side of the terrain. Gonna pop up his head and just completely spray, but the car just runs him over. But it doesn't hit him, actually. Catches every one of KAGENDRA off guard. Reza, what the heck is that? Pop goes the Weasel, pop goes Reza, rather, making it painful as well for KAGENDRA. And they're eliminated immediately. Reza, what the heck is that?
Oh, that was a beautiful swing there by Razak. That won them the fight. But now Tem Entertainment, they have to win this fight. They arrive in the school apartment. More teams are coming by. Tem Entertainment, they have to get in, but they have to share the apartment with another team. Now the Mollies find them a little bit more time for them to recover. They're sharing it with Team Flash right now. SOZEP is currently down. Team Flash falling apart. Points given to other teams.
Everyone's just bleeding. But just now, at the end of the day, Flash will find him in the end. 0 eliminations down and out. First team as well. Second, excuse me. But Baus has done a good job of getting a lot of eliminations in that scuffle. So, good on him. 6, in fact, far ahead of the rest. But they do take a lot of damage. They've lost 2 members already here. For VOIN Donkey, the reposition is good. Can see that Vampire Esports is keeping a good eye on them. But no one's really looking to commit quite yet. As Potato does eventually go down to Trexy. Razak here alone. Both teams just fighting out here. Alter Ego. And right now, Alva managing to survive. Razak barely alive right now. Alva on fire! He's gonna fall as well. As Trexy should steal a kill in the very end there. Very, very patient. Very aware. Every team for themselves right now.
At this point, anyone can steal away any other team's points. Everyone's just so close to each other at this moment. Alter Ego in a small shack on the outside of school. The circle will close in about 25 more seconds. We will continue to observe whether this shack will be valuable or not. More teams starting to come by. Alter Ego making their rotation. A bit of scouting work by Rocky. Rocky will join with his teammates for now, waiting for the next stage.
So many teams in the mid-side there towards school. EA, CD Alliance, BTR, Strangers, D Xavier, RQ even. Side by side. You hear sounds of gunfire, you hear them just shooting at each other, but no one fully willing to breach the compound, no one fully willing to reposition because the circle has not pulled away quite yet. But if the circle pulls away from school to the open area, oh man, it's gonna be a free-for-all in the area.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everyone has to evacuate the apartment. But as of now, stage number 6, the circle is still within the apartment, but not at the school compound. In school compound, there's only 7-9. Time for them to leave. They have to cross the road into the school apartment area. For Team Flash, still holding on to their apartment. D Xavier doing the same. There's so many colors in the apartment area.
Flash very aware there's someone close here. Set all those perfect smokes as well, just to make sure that no one can see through inside that building. But OSJA finally committing to that rotate into the circle itself. They pass by VOIN. I think Zeta done a good job of keeping it fairly hidden as well. Look at the crash into compound. I think they might go and try and challenge Flash here. They do just that. Inside that area, Parajin just sprays the heck out of every single member of OSJA. They thought I could get away scot-free here, but they were not aware and how many teams are in this area. Shotguns aside here, Top still making it to make it work right now. The sprays are good. OSJA in trouble. They're crumbling even. But Tops!
We came out with a big one there to defend the compound against OSJA Thailand. Now it's time for Vampire Esports to make their move to get into the circle. DAY3 will try to stop them. They took out Tony K, looking for more targets. They circle around, but where are they going to stop? Here comes Sem9.
Rushing into that compound right now. So many shots and gunfire nades as well. Joker for the corner here, but he got caught with Util in hand. U-Hive on the outer side. Both teams just trading blows. Trexy, huge shot there. But the pre-fires come through. They trade, but somehow Team Seeker all the way on the outside have been watching them for so long. Sem9, despite the huge lead they had last game, not able to survive. Eliminated, but they do get some form of semblance there. The amount of eliminations they've gotten.
Oh, Vampire Esports. Only one player managed to arrive. That's going to be Odds. But the moment he went down to the ground floor, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they were ready for him. They pick up their 4th point in this round.
Crowd's going wild right now, yelling for support towards CD Alliance. But they're not the ones in trouble. It's Team Seeker and BTR right now trading blows. Federalist barbecued almost to death right now. Barely survives that encounter. CD Alliance has done a good job of positioning themselves over on the top side here. They can play the CQC, they can keep the stairs, and force BTR and Team Secret to play off each other there. More needs to come through. Somehow Team Secret has managed to do every single one of them.
Oh, and Team Secret sharing the same compound as BTR. BTR now they have to defend it against a Team Secret. Only one team's going to come out on top. But we still have stage 7 coming soon in about 20 more seconds. It could still go to the open area like what you said, Tash.
Could, it really could. And leaving this compound is going to be so painful right now. OSJA already very smart, excuse me. It's the rest of Alter Ego there. They're almost like uncontested if you ask me. There we go, the circle pulls. Alter Ego has a compound, OSJA on the other side, 2 packages toward them as well. So this is a very interesting situation. All these players, Strangers, RQ, EA, D-Xavier, BTR, Team Seeker, gonna have to rotate inside. It's not gonna be easiest as well. So many angles, corners to work with as well. Smokes keep Federalis alive for the time being, but he's looking to challenge. He disrespects the smoke, pushes up on the top side here. Finds nothing.
Oh!
Good shot there. Coming in for CD Alliance. Good trade as well. Jimmy to fall, Leon's for a reposition. And calls out for Jimmy to pick him up.
Now they reset. Satai is down as well. Snake will be together with him while Federalis tries to buy enough time, but the nade was sent across. Satai that deficit the help, but the revival kick in immediately, stopping the bleed. Another nade will take on Satai, and the game for Thompson. Team of Flash and get Tops. He's truly on top this round.
Huge nade to come through here. So was as well, forcing the fight as well, but here comes eArena and they will be the next one to try to take the space, but it's just denied by Strangers. Every corner you think you can cross. This team has high grounds, apartment complexes, so many terrains to work with as well. And now as the circle pushes, they're looking to take this fight. It's their turn to kind of breach that area, try to breach the circle. But most of these teams, they have rented, each one of them, their own floor to themselves, and no one is willing to breach that boundary.
Oh, but some of the teams on the outer side will still need to breach it. Oh man, this is going to be really hard. RQ, that one last player by the edge of this school apartment. That's going to be Gen Force. He has to move forward. Snake will get Jimmy OP. He's not out yet. CELCOMDIGI Alliance can still recover him. BTR, play by the edge of the circle. They need to prepare to move at stage 8 anyway.
The wait is on. CD Alliance here, forced to run for their lives. Jimmy is very much alive. Jump shots forward. Leon's keeping fairly safe, fairly close. Can't play off each other, in trouble. Too many guns to work with. The corner is good, but he whiffs it. He gets it in the end. Secures the kill. One more to worry about, but it's Federalis in the end that finds him. But Team Seeker as well, looking to join that fight. 6 eliminations from CELCOMDIGI Alliance here. Gen Force on the outside. A lot of space to work with. Strangers, a 2-on-1. Shots to the face here, Gen Force. Gonna go for that reload. One more person to worry about. have to worry about the corners, have to worry about making sure that he doesn't get traded out here. Wants to secure that kill, not able to quite yet. He jumps forward! But it's always going to be Mela to make sure that team stays alive.
It is always going to be Mela, ladies and gentlemen. The MVP from the previous round, but Strangers Esports are not out already yet. KNS will be nailed down. Now Strangers Esports only down to Mela. It's going to be pretty difficult for him. And then they set the cross onto Mela, but somehow evades it now. He deploys those smokes, hoping to find a way into the next phase. But look at the circle dash, like what you said, all the way out.
It's just so unfortunate for all these teams, really banking for the situation to go through the compound, really banking and hoping for an urban warfare. But now, the rest of the teams here, they have to fight off each other. Compound by compound. Nate comes through, going a bit more too wide against Mela. Lamborghini close by, a nice high ground in his name. But also very aware of the positioning where Alter Ego is. DAY3 fairly healthy, insanely healthy in fact with 4 players. Alter Ego still very much there with 3. But Team Secret and Flash with only 1 each and 2.
Right now, this is going to be the finale moment for the apartment. DAY3 making their move. 4 players still active for DAY3. Man, these guys are just a walking undead right now. Tops at the top floor. He needs to jump out. Or he'll try to stop the DAY3. But the team that's trying to stop DAY3 now is going to be Alter Ego. Rocky's out of bullets. Switches to SSOK. Not the best long range weapon. But he has other teammates to come follow up. And DAY3 gets eliminated.
It's a perfect situation for Alter Ego. They gambled and they gambled hard. It paid off in their favor as well. So far away across the rest, just waiting for the right time right now. And the only person they have to worry about right now is SOAS. The only thing stopping SOAS and this entirety of Alter Ego is this wall. As soon as he pops his head out, he's basically dead here. Needs to come through. Blue Zone chunking them out right now. And the rest of Alter Ego just rushes up forward here. Alter Ego, we talked about their comeback. We talked about how they're still very much in the game. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen. A winner chicken dinner for them.
No, Rosemary, no problem for Alter Ego scoring this chicken dinner. But for the race to the top, out of all the top teams, it was DAY3 again surviving the longest. DAY3, that's what we said, they're capable of bouncing back hard, but we have to look at what is the gap now between DAY3 and everyone else.
It's gonna be very interesting to see because they do still have a bit of a cushion as well coming up forward, and all the teams that were in that top 4 running was eliminated somewhat toward the middle of the game as well. I mean, granted, it's going to be very interesting as well to see how far behind all the teams have gone here, coming the fact that I think that for this rotation, this circle, not only was it very, very hard to deal with, but also that gamble for many of these teams who chose to play inside of compounds instead of trying to take a spot outside in the wide open area. It really, really punished most of them, and most of them were forced into fighting for compounds to just even get into the circle.
9 eliminations for Alter Ego. And I like the fact that you point out that it is a hard circle. Just when you thought that, hey, it's a kind circle, it's 100% land and all that. But no, the circle just want to mess with everyone. It's like, you thought you'd be safe with the compound. But no, we're going to pull it all out. Alter Ego was the team that gambled for it, like what you mentioned earlier on. And it paid dividends to them. They had the best position possible with that kind of circle. They wiped out everyone else who was trying to exit the school apartment, and they scored the chicken dinner. It comes together with 9 eliminations for Alter Ego. 19 points collected by Alter Ego. 3 more games to go. How far can they climb up the overall charts? That's something that we all want to see. While we check out the highlights from game number 3.
There you have it. A great start there for Alter Ego. It's never too late, I feel like, for Alter Ego to start to get active right now. And I love the fact that they really gambled, and whatever calls he did, it really paid off in the end. And I like the fact that coming into this one, you could tell that, okay, no Rosemary, no problem. But at the same time, it's not really about having Rosemary or not, but rather the calls on how their positionings are, how aggressive they are. And I think they found that nice, I would say, recipe for her success, that taking the road less taken might not necessarily be a bad thing.
Well, and it's not a bad thing for the fans of Xavier as well. Despite them not scoring, a chicken dinner kind of bounced back. But if we look at the top 4 teams, the closest contenders are not here. Before we get more onto that, we got to award the MVP this time to OSJA from Alter Ego, coming in with 2 eliminations and 552 damage.
OSJA did well just now. I think that he has really positioned himself on top of the shack, and all he had to do was just spray the heck out of everyone trying to rush out of that compound because the circle was moving out of the way. It's a lot of patience. It's very calculated, and I feel like this is a great kind of a yardstick of what Alter Ego can do when it comes to decision making. I think most of this game as well has come to decision making, especially for Alter Ego. That gamble they took, a lot of patience as well, not to get involved with all these early fights, other than just trying to kind of steal kills now and then. If anything, most of the eliminations they got were people trying to go in for fights and they just stole those pickoffs away. And 19 points for them. Great. Flash really surprised me here because look at the amount of eliminations they have. They were like the Grim Reaper walking around the map and just picking off kills left, right, and center.
And 11 points for Xavier. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, Sem9, they're still on page number 1. But Vampire Esports, BTR, both of them on page number 2. BTR 4 points, Vampire Esports 2 points. The 2 teams that did not collect any points at all is Temp Entertainment and KAGENDRA for this round, and also PUBG Esports as well. So 3 teams did not manage to collect any points. Now, because of Xavier and their points collected, they continue to have that lead at the top.
But it's a lot more manageable if you think about this lead, right? I think, if anything, it's about a little bit over 10 points from CD Alliance alongside to Xavier. So if CD Alliance does have a really good game, I'm talking about that not even getting that chicken dinner, you can make it to the top 4, making it to the top 5, you have those placement points, and you have the eliminations that you get in the last few circles, you would be easily able to catch up to Xavier, given the fact that Xavier does not have a good game. But again, we talked about the rubber ball, I would say, analogy just now, about how they're able to bounce back. They had 2 bad games. They came up really close in this particular round. And my question is whether or not this momentum would just kind of like just shoot them forward ahead.
Yeah, and they shoot forward to 14 points gap now between themselves and CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they cannot just bank on 14 points. Based on the current state, the tiebreaker will still favor Xavier. So they need at least 15 points as of now, that is. Moving on to page number 2. So we have a few movers here. Only Team Flash rose up to 13th spot. The others, OSJA Thailand, KAGENDRA, RRQ, eArena, and PUBG Esports, they went down. But speaking about down, Temp Entertainment, still the glaring number, considering that they have a chicken dinner on page number 2. Being at number 16 is just so odd for Temp Entertainment.
I think it's just one of those teams that have really good games one game and then the rest of their games they're not really doing so well either. It might be one of the outlier situations where the RNG was very much in their favor, or just one of those teams where they had luck on their side. Regardless of how it is, I mean, end of the day, it is still a battle royale. There's a lot of factors you have to worry about, but in terms of consistency, it just feels like Temp Entertainment just never is really there. There's a lot of flaws when it comes to their rotations, when it comes to their fights, when it comes to how they take compounds. But for now, we're going to be taking a quick break so that our Muslim brothers and sisters could go and break fast. After this, more PMSL SEA Spring 2025 Grand Finals.
Took a shot in the dark. I didn't mean to break your heart, but I told you from the start. No, no, no. Another heartbreaker. Another heartbreaker. Can't change me.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and creation center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand. The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Arangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor, or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Arangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road, they can also be summoned with a camel bell as a 2-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the temporal sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced Reversal Blade will break and disappear. The Reversal Blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a Reversal Blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your Reversal Blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the Reversal Blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced Reversal Blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden Armor Racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a Golden Armor order, you can summon a Golden Armor Rack anywhere you want. Summoned Golden Armor Racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now!
took a shot in the dark. I didn't mean to break your heart, but I told you from the start. No, no, no. Another heartbreaker. Another heartbreaker. Change me.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and creation center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the Golden Age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand.
พวกเราเคยโชว์ฝีมือให้ทุกคนเห็นมาแล้วในอดีต และตอนนี้พวกเราจะแสดงให้เห็นเองว่าทำไมทุกคนถึงหวาดกลัวชื่อของ VPE
PMGC tahun lalu telah membuktikan kekuatan kami, dan PMSL SEA tahun ini akan kami ubah mimpi kami menjadi kenyataan.
Kami tidak ditentukan oleh masa lalu kami, tetapi oleh masa depan kami. Bersiaplah untuk pendatang baru yang akan bangkit di PMSL SEA.
Thử thách thật sự là gì? Đó là không ngừng vươn lên, không ngừng chiến đấu và không ngừng chiến thắng. Ada yang bilang cerita AE sudah sampai di penghujung. Tapi selagi kita bisa berjuang, kita pasti akan naik ke puncak sekali lagi.
ถึงพวกเรายังไม่มีผลงานที่น่าจดจำแต่เราจะเขียนหน้าประวัติศาสตร์ใหม่ขึ้นมานับตั้งแต่วินาทีนี้
Kita siap untuk menjadi juara 3 kali pertama dalam sejarah PMSL SEA.
Kita ไม่ได้มารอบไฟนอลเพื่อดูคนอื่นเล่น เรามาเพื่อเป็นแชมป์
Setiap pasukan yang menghalang kami akan tahu bahawa SEM9 bukan sekadar lagi nama. Ini adalah kekuatan yang bersedia mengagalkan final.
แม้การเดินทางที่ผ่านมามันจะยาวนานและยากลำบาก แต่พวกเรามายืนอยู่จุดนี้เพื่อพิสูจน์ว่าฝีมือสำคัญกว่าชื่อเสียง
Legenda masa lalu sudah berakhir dan penguasa baru telah lahir. BIGETRON ditakdirkan untuk memerintah.
ทุกเกมที่เราเล่นเราเก็บเกี่ยวความรู้จากมันมาเสมอ และตอนนี้เราก็พร้อมแล้วที่จะคว้าแชร์มาอยู่ในกำมือ
Chúng tôi đã ẩn trong bóng tối đủ lâu rồi. Giờ đây, ánh đèn đấu trường đang hướng vào chúng tôi và chúng tôi sẽ hoàn toàn làm chủ sân đấu.
Kami telah melewati banyak ujian dan sekarang masanya kami meninggalkan jejak di 2025.
Pertempuran untuk kejuaraan bukan hanya tentang kekuatan, tetapi juga keyakinan. Keyakinan kami adalah membawa mahkota pulang ke Malaysia.
Không ai có sự ổn định như chúng tôi khi chúng tôi chơi nghiêm túc, không ai khác có cơ hội đăng quang.
kembali semula bersama saya Fira Fendi dan juga Faizal di dalam PMSL SEA SPRING 2025 Final. Baiklah guys, kita baru saja habis menyaksikan perlawanan ketiga sebentar saja tadi dan alhamdulillah kenyang kita berbuka puasa hari ini Faizal. Sebab tim Malaysia makan ayam.
Yeah, betul tu. That's right. Sidal and Sem9 have been performing extremely well for the grand final of our final day here today. Fira, I think they don't want to hear from us. They want to hear what the players have to say.
Okay, so first question I nak tanya dekat Luke. Okay, Luke, right now, Sidal, you guys so close to finally bring the trophy home from Malaysia to Malaysia. Okay, how is the state team right now?
Okey, soalannya kepada adik adalah sekarang ni kalau ikutkan korang ni sedikit lagi dah boleh menggenggam piala. Mesti akan ada rasa pressure ataupun macam mana keadaan tim adik sekarang? Adakah rasa pressure ataupun macam mana?
Pressure tu saya rasa semua tim ada. And kita orang lagi 3 map ni kita orang akan reset setiap map untuk lebih konsisten.
Of course, my team will be feel the pressure, but then every single game we're gonna keep reset our mindset in order to grab the trophy back.
I see. So how you guys handle the pressure right now?
Okay, macam mana pasukan adik handle pressure sekarang?
Handle pressure, reset setiap game. Contoh kalau ada mistake kecil-kecil tu, marah dekat game tu je. Jangan bawa ke next game .
Yeah, of course. If let's put this way. I mean, example is if every single game we do a mistake, we'll try to reset our mental back by saying like, okay, whatever happened this game, don't bring to the next game.
I see. Okay. So, for the last day, you guys more aggressive from yesterday. How did the coach inspire you for today?
Okay, kalau kita lihat hari ni korang memang main dengan sangat-sangat bagus, sangat-sangat garangan. Apa yang kata-kata motivasi daripada coach malam tadi yang membuatkan korang boleh main seagresif ni?
Mau cakap dekat saya, dia suruh saya main lepas jangan banyak fikir kalau saya.
Okay, so basically what our coach Amos Goku said to me last night was he's asking me to play like aggressively, be yourself, don't think too much, don't overthink. So I think that's one of the reason why I can keep playing aggressive.
So all out today for the last day. Okay, so look, I tahu right now banyak your supporter, but your family members here?
Okay, so adik dia bertanya ni lah, apakah adik rasa dekat penonton tu mak bapak datang tak ataupun apa yang adik nak cakap dekat penonton?
Any last word?
Pada fans-fans Malaysia dan Sidal, thank you kerana dah support. And saya harap korang boleh doakan kita orang untuk dapatkan champ. And thank you juga family-family saya, kawan-kawan saya yang dekat rumah and especially kakak saya datang.
Okay, Yes, I do have a sister coming to the venue right now. I want to thanks to her that for him to coming and support me. But then to all Malaysian fans out here, whether you are home or at the venue here, IOI City Putrajaya Mall, I was like, thank you so much and then keep praying for us.
Amin. Okay, by the way guys, Luke ada janji something. Dia kata kalau dapat chicken, dia nak buat wadidau. Boleh tak Luke?
InsyaAllah.
InsyaAllah.
Amin, amin. Okay, alright. Thank you so much, Fira. Thank you so much, Luke. And good luck in your next game. And with me, I have from Sem9, Yuhai. Yuhai rambut kejap kerinting, kejap straight. Kita pun tak tahu apa jadi. Alright, so Yuhai, you are also very close to Team Sidal, right? Since we're all Malaysian. Tetapi Sidal is getting the trophy very, very close and the pressure is definitely mounting. What keeps you calm and focused today?
Okay, Yuhai, pasukan Sem9 ni boleh katakan agak rapat juga dengan Sidal and then korang pun satu Malaysia. Macam mana dengan pressure sebanyak ni boleh nampak Yuhai sangat-sangat tenang?
Kalau dari my feeling now, saya selalu remind diri saya yang whatever happen, I already do my best and saya selalu tanamkan satu perkataan ni dalam diri saya, impian saya lebih besar daripada masalah saya. So saya harap dengan pressure yang ada ni tak terlalu pressure sangat sebab saya tahu banyak dukungan yang ada daripada tim kita orang, especially kita orang punya family, kita orang punya fans and kita orang punya team. So yeah, let's do it. It's fun.
Okay, so of course, I mean, how do I calm myself? By basically, I was telling my mind that you are here to win the trophy, whatever. So it's just like I always telling myself like my dream is bigger than my problems. So yeah, that's I keep telling my mind, and because I believe that all the supporters here once we win the trophy, and yeah, thank you for that. Keep supporting us.
Right. You know what? I like that line. My dream is bigger than my problem. All right, I'm gonna learn that too. You know. All right. Okay. So next question, Yuhai. Same question that we gave to Luke. What was the pep talk that your coach gave you? Because you guys are playing insane today. So what did he say to you?
Okay, so sama juga macam soalan Sidal, apa yang kata-kata motivasi yang dibagikan oleh coach di belakang yang membuatkan korang boleh main sebagus ni?
Mungkin tarik nafas, reset every single match. Whatever happen, kita kena reset and focus on our next match. Mungkin kalau kata-kata mungkin sebab kita orang dah lalui banyak hal sama-sama together, the player, the team, the coach, the boss, and we all living in the same dream. Kita orang semua nak menang, and yeah, hopefully today is the day.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, our coaching staff always told us to like take a deep breath, just reset and everything. And some motivational talk is like, yeah, you need to win because everybody share the same dreams. We want to lift the trophy, so hopefully today is the day.
All right, thank you so much. Final question. If you have a family member outside there watching either from home or in the crowd, do you have anything to say to them?
Okay, sedikit kata-kata yang Yuhai nak berikan kepada keluarga yang datang, sama ada datang ataupun dekat rumah.
Untuk mama, papa, jangan lupa doakan dia selalu. InsyaAllah, sebab every single tournament diorang tak pernah miss pun game kita orang punya match, and hari ni saya nampak diorang kat situ buat saya termotivasi lah, lebih untuk banggakan diorang.
Yeah, of course. Thank you to my mom. Thank you to my dad. Please pray for me, and I want to make you proud from the audience.
It's so sweet. Okay, all right. So now for the final one, Yuhai, do you have anything to say to Luke?
Luke, see you at the finish line. See you, the best team.
All right. Okay, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give it up for Sam9 and Zida. All right, Fira, do you have anything last things to say?
I tak ada apa nak cakap dah. Sebab I rasa semua orang dah tak sabar untuk tengok next match kita siapa yang akan dapat tiket.
That's right, Fira. Our final 3 games will be starting very, very soon. Once again, thank you so much, Yuhai. Thank you so much, Luke. And thank you so much to Jungs for being our translator. Apsalah, aku tinggi sangat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again for joining us here for the final 3 games here at the PMSL SEA SPRING Final 2025. Casters, take it away.
See you at the finish line, and the finish line is getting closer and closer with 3 more games to go. Can they pull off a big upset against DAY3, who still remains on top?
They are very much on top. I think they're very, very much on fire right now. They look aggressive, they look active. Starting off very, very slow today, but they have finally found their groove here. At the same time, a lot of teams are also starting to come online. I'm talking about Alter Ego, who's had a pretty quiet week. They made it here to the grand finals, but they haven't really found their groove. That chicken dinner might have just been the starting point for that change to change. So let's see what it is that's going to be happening right now. Now, let's talk a little bit about Yuhai's interview. He is such an eloquent player when it comes to having interviews. I love what he said about what his problems are so small compared to my dreams, and this is what he wants in terms of getting the trophy to bring it home to his family in front of the home crowd as well. And we all know for him, he's been playing with the Indonesian team for so long, but coming back here, this is a nice change for him as well to be able to come up on top.
And I love seeing the family support as well. I had the pleasure of actually meeting Yuhai's family a couple of times, and they are very lovely people, I must say. So shout out to them as well. They are there at the venue as what you saw earlier on cam. Lots of fans, family there to support their favorite teams, but only one team can emerge victorious. Now, coming back onto whatever happened before the break, Alter Ego, they scored the last chicken dinner, and they took the gamble of staying outside of the school apartment, and they won it for their team. But it is still the Xavier surviving longer than the other closer competitors.
I think for the Xavier, what's really important right now, that chicken dinner is not really necessarily in their hindsight, in their minds. It's mostly been what it's about, getting consistent, getting enough points to stay on top. Now, enough about that team, because now we're going to look at the head-to-head here, and these are between the two Malaysian teams. CD Alliance has been on top for quite some time. They are undoubtedly the best team in Malaysia for a long time now. Well, Sem9 has always been in the shadows, but today Sem9 stood up, they woke up, they fought their way through, and they are side by side now, catching up with the likes of CD Alliance.
Yeah, they are top 4 rates. A little bit more than CELCOMDIGI Alliance, 40% as compared to 33.3%. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're up there for a reason. 2 chicken dinners as compared to 1, and slightly more average eliminations. And they even scored a chicken dinner today as well. Sem9, they almost got it, but Strangers Esports had to deny that away from them.
You know, looking at Sanhok is always very fun for me, because it comes back to that idea when Strangers come up on top that Sanhok is everyone's map. You can't really put like a yardstick on firepower, on excitement, on which team can come up on top either. I think it's great to see Strangers opening up the day with that chicken dinner. Regardless, enough about the games, because we are going to be looking at what's happening in the game right now, live online, and it is the Metro Royale Chapter 25.
Yes, and this is of course in conjunction together with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile itself, as it also features items and also weapons related to the Golden Dynasty. That is the Reversal Blade, and this is of course a very different game format as compared to your regular Battle Royale. Do try it out. The objective is to loot and get out as soon as possible. If you try it, you probably know what I'm talking about. If you have not, feel free to go for it.
Anyways, we saw this map played earlier in the show. This is Rondo, Vast Horizons, Threatening Battles, and it's exactly just that. It's a bigger map, 8x8, bigger. I think just as big as Miramar, but less water. So that means more spaces to go. We saw insanely long-range fights. We saw new weapons, new vehicles as well. Now's the time for you to check it out before, hopefully very, very soon, it comes into competitive rotation.
Oh yeah. I do hope that we do see the Rondo map being played in PUBG Mobile Esports in the future, because it was really fun. We saw that earlier on. But you know what else is fun? Is our official phone sponsor for the PMSL Southeast Asia this season. Thank you so much to TECNO for being together with us this season. And of course, TECNO is a brand that truly understands all of us as hardcore gamers. The POBA 6 Pro 5G is powered by an amazing processor, and also the 120Hz ultra smooth display, and it will ensure that your game is lag-free.
Yep. That's the phone that we're going to see the players use right now in this tournament. But let's have a look at the predictions here. Last 3 maps, which means 3 more predictions from Sir Cloud and I. Now, coming forward here, I think that, looking at the Xavier starting off already quite hot, given the fact that the first 2 maps was a bit more quiet, I think now's the time that they really, really want to rush toward the finishing line. That is why I'm giving it to them. The same could be said about Vampire Esports as well. But RQ, just to throw in a little bit of spice.
Spice, a little bit of spice. What was it again? Spice, rice, what? And everything nice? Oh, okay.
Oh, sugar and spice and everything nice.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. I almost forgot. It just shows how boomer I am now.
Anyways, I think it's really exciting to be able to see Malaysian teams really rise to the top. I think the last few years already, I don't think that we've seen any Malaysian teams really win on home soil. And now's the time that we want to be able to do so. The crowd is wild. Family members are coming out as well to support the players. You could really tell that this win, especially this time, means a lot more.
Oh, look at Trexie. He's rounding out the crowd. Yes, he wants that energy. The crowd feeding them the energy. And hopefully they'll be able to convert that into the performance inside the game. So far, Sem9 has been doing okay, but okay is not going to be good enough because we have 3 more games to go. And these Xavier, though they dropped 2 rounds, but they bounced back hard before the break.
Yeah, they really did. And I think it's a really good yardstick about what to expect very, very soon. Oh man, that's a nice crack in the head there for Federales. He means business. And you know we're going to see a lot more from him throughout the entirety of the next map. We are going to the final air angle of this tournament for the PMSL SEA SPRING 2025. Let's go.
It is indeed the last Erangel for the PMSL Southeast Asia Spring this season. Who will get the most out of this OG map? As we check out the flight path, it's going to start from the area of Primos and it will head all the way up to Kameshki.
Fun flight path coming through here. Again, it's a very generous flight path. I don't think anyone will have trouble going to wherever they want to go, unless, of course, you are going towards Zarki. And I don't think any team drops there. There is one team to Gilded Palace. I believe it was... you know what? Don't quote me on this. I do not remember which team drops there, but there was one team there.
Well, we'll definitely get confirmation really soon. It will take a bit of for that team to travel as we look at some of the early or easiest drops here. Of course, Vampire Esports Primos is their regular drop spot, so it's going to be a straightforward drop for them. As for the teams that like to go into the military base, the usual suspects, Team Secret, Temp Entertainment, they will drop directly into the military base. So unchallenged for now, that is. But of course, we'd like to keep an eye on the teams that need to travel to their regular drop spot because they need to pick up the vehicle, and that's where there is a small amount of risk.
Circle should be coming out very soon as well. eArena already on the hunt there, going up toward the southern side of Gilded Palace, which is Hospital. Shooting range, the same northern circle that we've seen already as well. We have seen a bit of a vehicle scuffle, but surprisingly, VOIN Donkey survives that unscathed.
I would say this is probably one of the kindest circles that we've gotten so far. Like, okay, yes, there's a little bit of ruin there, but very, very likely it's going to go to the shooting range area. So teams that want to focus on to getting there rather than trying to play around the ruins area. Well, unless they want to roll the dice again, just like how Alter Ego did, and it paid off to them. But since it's stage 1, I would say focus on the shooting range.
Yeah, shooting range would be good as well, I think. Now, for T Xavier right now, despite the fact that they do have this big lead, it's not a lot anymore. It's not huge like it used to be. And, you know, it means that in this round, you expect to see them really bounce hard. I'm talking about bombastic, maybe get the top 4. Eliminations will be quite a lot in the hands. And I think it's very, very possible. I mean, you look at how Lamborghini plays, very, very much aggressive in your face, putting in that firepower, putting in a lot of pressure to teams in that mid-rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw DX get active quite early.
I think they're going to stick to the guns, right? So... activeness, yes, in terms of moving. Activeness in terms of taking fights very, very early. I don't think that they're kind of team, and they're not really pressured to do so. The teams that are pressured to take fights really, really, really early are probably like Vampire Esports and Sam9. CELCOMDIGI Alliance can still kind of play their pace because when it comes to 3 more games and you need to catch up on the points, especially the eliminations, and you're going for the title, Vampire Esports and Sam9, they have to do it, including BTR as well.
Yeah, the map here, I think CD Alliance, while they are the favorites to win at the same time from the home crowd buff, but you know, the fans for Sam9 also would love to see at the end. I mean, the interview was also very, very sweet. Honestly, he said to them, see you at the finishing line, and I would love to see that happen as well. The last 2 teams from Malaysia just really, you know, hand in hand going out to the sunset together, but at the same time, only one team can carry the trophy. So, you know, a close end between these 2 teams would be kind of bittersweet if you think about it.
Yeah, I know, right? Only one team can lift the trophy, and that's just part of competition, right? At the end of the day, whether it's both home teams at number 1, number 2, there's still only one team to be the number 1. You can't possibly have both teams lifting up the trophy together. But of course, they face a big challenge, not only between the both of them. BTR is still pretty much in contention. Vampire Esports still in contention, although they are dipping in performance today. T Xavier, obvious choice. Vampire Esports, I guess, coming from the Thai region, it's kind of worrying for them. The yo-yo performance is just too yo-yo.
Too yo-yo. Too yo-yo. You know, yo-yo is a word that I haven't heard in a while, right? It's been so long since I heard. Yeah, I mean, when I think about yo-yo, I think about Yauhan. You remember Yauhan?
What?
You're a boomer, you should know this.
Okay. Referring to where people shop.
Yauhan, the world championship in yo-yo guy.
Oh, I'm even more boomer. I think about the mall that doesn't exist now. That's how way back it is.
Terhibur lah, Cloud. You know what it means to guys at home? Terhibur means very amused, very amused. We're teaching them bahasa Melayu now, Cloud.
Wow. Then I guess we should be at the venue, right? Ooh.
Oh, we should. Oh, wow. No. Happy to be here. Happy to be here. Okay, now let's have a look at the rotations right now. With most teams already making their way up, late rotations coming in from Team Secret and Temp Entertainment as well. So interesting enough, right? I mean, we talked about how eArena always parks themselves over at Hospital as well as at High Ground. This time around, VOIN Donkey is right at their heels, rotating through Hospital and through the High Ground. And eArena has actually vacated Hospital very early. I thought they would be a little bit more passive and wait at the High Ground for people rotating inside, but I guess they have other things in mind.
Yeah, I guess Hospital is also not like the most loot that you can find. It's an okay start, yeah, but for 4 players, in my personal opinion, it's not the most of loot. So maybe they decided that, hey, you know what, there's not much here, and plus some of the loot, the loots are randomly spawned, right? Like you won't know what you will get there, and they thought to themselves that, hey, it's not the best of loot place anyway, and doesn't help that maybe the random spawns of whatever they got isn't great. They might as well move on, and plus Jogopu is just next to them. They can easily move there.
A lot of teams already coming towards shooting range. But still, no early fights, only chip damage around. Okay, Cloud, coming into this one, maybe I think we both are predicting that aggression coming in from, you know, not aggression early, but aggression especially to the mid to end game for DAY3. But teams at the bottom here, about Boom Esports, Team Secret, Temp Entertainment, do you think anything will change now that it's after the break?
I guess what would change is that they have nothing much to lose, to play for. Or would I say, okay, I'll put it in a more positive note, right? They have nothing much to lose at this point. So it doesn't hurt them too much, I guess, for them to just go all out and shoot whatever that moves. And this is common when it comes to like the last few rounds of a tournament in PUBG Mobile Esports. You would see like the bottom teams just run amok. They see a compound, even though it's like a 50-50, even though it's like maybe like a 30% win rate chance, they would just go for it, and that's just common. I expect to see more of that as we start to run down the games.
That'll be fun. Okay, now the blue zone's already kind of shifted up, so OSJA, Team Secret, Temp Entertainment, a bit more late to the circle, but they will eventually meet up here. And I think it's great that they're doing these late rotations because they know that no one's going to be waiting outside the circle for them is number one. And number two, they don't really have to worry too much until the next phase of the circle comes through before shifting as well. So for them, understanding that the aggressive teams would go first into the circle, allow that to happen, and give themselves a bit of space to kind of brace themselves for these fights. I think it's really good that they're doing that. At the same time as well, I'm not surprised that so many teams are here, but more of all, I think it's that water, that river in between these two continents, these two areas, let's call it that. Wow, Saverny circle?
Well, looks like the river will not be a big factor anymore now that it goes all the way up. So shooting range is still a hot spot. Saverny, obviously. I would expect teams to want to try to rush in to get Saverny a bit more since it's in the middle of the circle, especially our top teams. And we have been seeing this trend for DAY3 and CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They'll probably want to head there as quickly as possible.
You know what teams are actually rushing there right now is actually BTR. Look at that. You have Snape coming up forward. KAGENDRA has already held onto the area. So my guess is that they just want to be, you know, they just want to be neighbors for a while now. Albeit not the nicest of neighbors. Look at how aggressive KAGENDRA is. They're very territorial. Razy rendered solo. Nades coming straight toward them. So like it or not, BTR, you're not going to have a silent neighbor. They are going to be fighting you for this area. And right now, I think it's more of like them trying to figure out how exactly to breach this compound because they have like, what, 3-4 different houses held, which means that crossfires are definitely something to worry about.
Yeah, but at least the good news is that they don't really need to focus on the breaching because this area is in the middle of the circle. So it's going to be everyone just holding on to their own spot unless someone chooses to do something funny. But so far, no. Unless, since BTR, they need to chase for the championship, if they were able to get a knock, they see an advantage, a clear advantage that is, they will rush it because they want the points.
Yeah, it is something they can definitely do. But still, despite how much util has been used, they haven't breached any of the defenses as well. The same could be said about Strangers. As Xavier, they managed to pick up Paragin, so he has to heal up just a bit. They have a nice little corner angle held, including the small house, the shack at the side, the big compound as well. So across the road here, both teams just swapping damage, just swapping util. Both teams not committing to these fights. That means if someone were to be knocked, it's not a problem to pick them up as well. But I think for strangers, I think this is more of like a moment where they're just like, okay, we want to breach these points. We cannot really fully commit to these fights, especially knowing that it may have been that D-Xavier on the other end.
Yeah, so it looks like they're not going to make that push yet. And for Strangers Esports, they're probably in the position that we don't really need the points per se, because they are not really in contention, unless of course this round comes up big for them. So they'll probably be like, okay, we don't really need to push it in. We don't really need to be in a desperate mode to get those points. So D-Xavier, they can still hold on to the spot as long as they keep an eye on Strangers Esports as usual, not doing anything funny. They'll be fine. A long range knock, but they're on the other compound. Huge. I don't expect a push.
No. I mean, in this situation, again, it's only stage 2. It's still very early. Yeah, the circle is still pushing up toward northern side. So I think teams already have very much of an idea about where to go here. But D-Xavier's in trouble now. That opening has caused so much damage to D-Xavier. And I have to say, Strangers have done a great job of pressuring this team. It forced AT out of the compound. It forced Parajin to use a lot of util to heal. And at the very least as well, they're smoked off. So they can't push forward either. But at this point, for me personally, I would love to see a push from Strangers. But at the same time, I think there's a curiosity that wonder, okay, if it goes for a 4v4 right now, which teams are around to third party S? And for now, and in terms of fighting together here, Flash in trouble. One of them nearly get knocked out.
Yeah, that's also another consideration, right? The third party that might come in if they push. So that's why they didn't. But what they did well is that because the fact that they got 2 knocks out of D-Xavier, of course, D-Xavier, they recovered. They went down at least 2 first aids from D-Xavier. So that might be a significant factor for D-Xavier towards the later stages later on. Not now, but we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, we'll keep an eye on to Red Bull because he's right below Team Secret.
But OSJA is great. Red Bull's just the bait, and his teammate just spray it from the side. Puts in a lot of damage to a GK, to a break, to a SOAS. The nade comes up here. SOAS gets nearly knocked down to oblivion. But Chopper will go down here. His Bond bit somewhere around the map that finds him in the end. They're all the way up northern side here. OSJA, no place to go, nowhere to hide. Blue zone chunking down their HP, and it hurts. But the play zone does eventually find SOAS. So that's a point denied away from OSJA TH. For the rest of Team Secret, they're finally understanding that they need to concede this space and they need to find another way inside, because at this point, with not enough players, with all their util being chunked down, they cannot prolong this fight.
And Red Bull not interested to prolong it. He will secure the elimination point out of SOAS. That is going to be the first point for OSJA Thailand. Though they lost Chopper, but they gained 1 back, so yeah, okay. But OSJA Thailand, now with that circle, it's time for them to move. VOIN Donkey doing the same, leaving shooting range.
Rushing for his life here, VOIN Donkey trying to find some form of way to get into that circle. But Sem9, we all know how they play. It's very passive early. They don't really try and go for picks and fights until the last few circles. I think that's been one of their biggest problems as well, because they do make it to be so close. But because they're not able to really clinch at top 4, they're gonna lose out in terms of points. So they just get enough in the placements, just a few from eliminations, but not a huge amount of impact that we want to see, like we see from Xavier, CD Alliance, or VPE even.
But the impact is now onto VOIN Donkey. They lost Zeta, one of the top fraggers, and the player that actually got them the chicken dinner yesterday, and one of the most insane and crazy chicken dinners that we have seen this season. Circle time. All right, so it looks like Saverni is somewhat still in it, but it's pretty much by the edge. So there's a likelihood that the circle will move away from Saverni out into the open.
VOIN Donkey, they have a nice little bottom step terrain they're holding on to as well. And this prolonged fight from OSJA and Team Secret, interesting enough, because we saw Team Secret give away that space, rush into the circle, and they finally found a compound, but it feels like OSJA really hunted them down. And speaking of VOIN Donkey just now, this terrain they held, not gonna be able to do so well longer. Look at this crunch coming from BTR. It's oppressive as heck. They just surround them from all different angles, but somehow Potato and Vexy do the damage. BTR falls, and now it's Sem9 here to pick up the pieces, eliminating every single member on their own. Potato, he's trying to go for that pickup here to Razak. They're alone. Sem9, Firen, and Mika need to go for those resets. Things are going bad right now. Razak's very much online. They can just jump peek forward. Smokes are here, and here comes another teammate rush forward here. Trexie from the long range on the outside to see if anyone were to rotate out. But everyone's here back online. But eArena, it's just a battle. It's a bloodbath. Everyone is just converging into this one small area. Sem9 is now out. VOIN Donkey survives the initial pickoff, but right now they're surrounded from every single area. But Potato, he just holds and he just sprays and he gets all those shots. What the heck happened, buddies?
At the end of the day, VOIN Donkey is the team to survive. Can you believe it? After all that, even after eArena came, they thought they wanted to do a third party, but they failed, unfortunately. Sem9 is out. At the same time, BTR as well. Look at the elimination feed. The two top contenders are out. Now it's only DAY3, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and Vampire Esports.
You know what's crazy? The fact of the matter is, VOIN Donkey should not have survived that ordeal. But Potato was doing a great job keeping his teammate inside the shack, closing the door, ignoring every single damage coming through here. Perhaps an overzealous situation from BTR, getting overwhelmed like that. And then Sem9 looking to third party, but instead they get sprayed to smithereens from somewhere else. eArena come through, and all that VOIN Donkey had to do was just keep the door closed. When the door broke, it's all about holding the angle and crossfire with his teammate. It's a meat shredder out here.
Oh, absolutely meat shredder, right? He had to involve out the top teams. Now, the meat shredding is going to continue as Boom Esports, they drove by, they saw OSJA Thailand, and they eliminated them. But hang on a second! Oh, 1 second! You sneaky sly player.
The third parties are happening everywhere right now, and every team is struggling, and the same could be said about Vampire Esports. But KAGENDRA and the Strangers, finally, they want to end their prolonged fight as KNS eats that nade beautifully in the face. Ichan finally breaks that area, and Achul, okay, from the outside there. Lobby puts in the damage from the other side. Lobby finally lobbing Ichan. KAGENDRA finally falls, but RRQ here finding themselves toe-to-toe with Tem Entertainment.
Here comes Tem Entertainment. And RRQ, are they going to go for it? Or are they going to disengage? Okay, looks like they got down from their vehicles. They want to go for it. They want to take over the gas house. And here comes a nade across, but nobody's home. Tem Entertainment is still alright, but lots of nades traded back between each other. No knock yet. Both sides taking a bit of splash damage. At the same time, they need to look at the timer. They need to look at the zone. The zone will likely move away. Not too far, but still no circle.
No circle quite yet. Everyone is fighting here. Xavier, they have a nice compound. They have two sides of the road held as well. Nice, not compound, excuse me. It was a nice terrain they were working with. Somewhere close by is VOIN Donkey as well. Care package close to them. As for the southern side here, we're looking at RRQ alongside VPE. So that's the only ones, the only suspects in the circle right now.
Now the bigger pressure is here for Tem Entertainment. They need to cut across RRQ. And RRQ, they have majority of the circle towards their side. They can play the gatekeeping role against Tem Entertainment. But at the same time, they have to monitor Vampire Esports, who's playing on the inner side of the circle. But might as well focus on Tem Entertainment first. Take it one by one, but Napeko takes a shot at Onzens, knocking him down.
No movement yet, but keeping a close eye onto VPE. Smoke set up as well to deny them a bit of information. So it allows Onzens to move around a little bit for them to cross over. But Tony K, as soon as he gets on the buggy, he's sustaining a lot of damage already. A lot of fights happening here on the southern side. I'm surprised that RRQ is not committing to this fight to Tem Entertainment, since they're just side by side. Instead, they focus their sights toward VPE, and somehow Ryu throws that one perfect nade onto Framex, so he's knocked down, he's low as well, forced to reposition.
And they don't have clear information because of this hill, and also the wall between them and Tem Entertainment. So they are hoping for Tem Entertainment to show themselves, but obviously Tem Entertainment won't do that. But the blue will force them to come out of the gas station anyway. But RRQ, they start to split out. Now they know they need to manage Vampire Esports.
Nuzi sustains a lot of damage just from the initial pickup, but he's still not done quite yet. Prone shots all around here. Nepeko putting in a lot of pressure onto them. So that cross from RQ there, basically unscathed. The only team that was in trouble right now was VPE. They lost 2 players in that initial fight. And now for RQ, they rush forward, but Strangers, they pass by DAY3, undeterred, unfazed, and they want a part of this circle. They want a place to hide right now, but it doesn't seem to be anything. It's just wide open areas and nowhere to go.
Oh, Strangers Esports traveling past by Vampire Esports, and looks like they decided to take this fight. Lobby took out Onzens. Nuzi now will be eliminated as well. And that was a death drive-by by Strangers Esports. CELCOMDIGI Alliance now only left. He needs to win the clutch against Tem Entertainment. Golf got him down, and he will be eliminated.
Man, Tem Entertainment, this is a different beast, a different monster rearing its heads right now. The push comes to shove. The last 3 games, they decide to go a bit more active, aggressive, taking out space. Throws that molly just to disallow space from this Adit Look to play off a little bit more closer. As Zip is there, the nade to come through. Adit Look, you are playing a dangerous game right now. Very high risk, managing to get a heal. But another nade, 2 nades in fact, lobbed forward, forces him out of the smoke. So he has to move out here. He has to make another home inside of another smoke. Oh my god, it does get him in the end. Barely by his feet. So Tem Entertainment managing to get rid of one of the top dogs. This is a big opening for so many of the teams at the bottom.
And also a big opening for DAY3. All their other closest contenders have been eliminated. And now DAY3, they have the circle again. DAY3 has a big chance to pull away from the competition.
Experience from Hans for you. Smokes as well. But for the rest of the team here, Rocky needs to be picked up as well. Ultra Ego. We talked about how they are the team who like to gamble just now. They gambled on the road less taken. It seems like they're doing the same right now as well. They've placed themselves or positioned themselves so far outside of the circle, so far away. The only team really stopping them from getting or moving forward throughout the wide open area to the smokes is RQ. And RQ have finally decided to move away as well. So there's a lot of space for Alter Ego to work with.
Yeah, so Alter Ego, they can still hold their position. But they have to be aware right now is stage number 6. More teams are going to come into the circle, including RRQs on the southern side of the circle. There are other teams around them, so they're being cautious of their next move. Alter Ego, now it's time for them to go. When we have Team Flash in front, but they have the option to ignore Team Flash.
They can just deal with it later if they want to. I mean, if anything, Team Flash does have to leave the compound eventually. The circle is definitely not in their favor here. But the amount of teams on this western side is so interesting. 3, in fact, VOIN Donkey, Tem Entertainment, RRQ. They're all just side by side. And surprisingly, despite everything, DAY3 is still very much intact here. We have Parajin and another player in a 2-2 formation. Parajin's positioned himself on a higher terrain as well. Can give a lot of support and a lot of long-range damage as well to his teammates if someone were to crash into their compound. But that's not the fight we're going to look at right now. We're looking at VOIN Donkey here, looking to keep Tem Entertainment outside of the circle.
And VOIN Donkey, they do have this shack. Lots of blown up vehicles around them. And to fight against Tem Entertainment, they only have 2 players. Tem Entertainment, obviously, they have the numbers. But Tem Entertainment, they need the information. They can't really see where VOIN Donkey is at, nor can they see how many players that VOIN Donkey has. But for them to rotate up north, it's not a good option. They have to take this fight against VOIN Donkey or RRQ.
I think Goff is doing a great job trying to scout out the positions of every single one of the players here, but VOIN Donkey is keeping very quiet. Razak positioned himself outside of the shack with Potato on the inside. So if someone were to fall, they can just crawl inside the shack, get that reset, they can pull off that same angle again. What they've been doing is great just now, especially the initial fight, because what they did was put those smokes in, and if anyone pushed into those smokes, they get punished immediately with a shotgun to the face. So that's something to talk about. But Parajin does eventually fall here. The blue zone, a bit much to deal with, and I don't think that DAY3 is going to bother trying to push up toward him, because if anything, they're going to lose so much control of the terrain they have.
Here comes the gunshots from Hazel. Oh, at the same time, Parajin, he fell to the blue. Okay. And Alter Ego circling around, and they see RRQ passing by. Rocky will get the Peko. Hazel gets Rocky back. GenForce tries to get another trade back. Octa is very, very low, and GenForce will make sure that he will get him. He get both of them from Alter Ego. RRQ! They will be back.
And that is what you call a fragging IGL, keeping things together, keeping the teams intact right now. But D Xavier is another team that's in trouble. This small check is not a lot of space for them to work with right now. A flash forced out of the compound, moving into the blue zone, and D Xavier perhaps caught in the crossfire as well. They don't have the long range cover fire anymore now that Parajin is down and out. Lamborghini, they have to buy some time for him to go for that reset. Nate T somehow through the smokes. The pre-fires are good. Finds 2 players with Levi's onto Flash. Now Flash, everything's going from bad to worse. Every single one of the members are now dying and falling. They do have to go for the reset, but all these nades coming toward him is not making it easy. Top Star back online, great for them. But Nate T, the pre-fires to the smokes, he's just making it work right now. That one nade will find Lamborghini once again. Has to go for the reset for the second time this particular fight.
Okay, they're still stuck within the shack, but luckily enough for them, they still have the circle. Nevertheless, Nate will be tasked to put pressure onto Team Flash. Team Flash sending another nade across. He has to evade it. This nade will blow up on the outside. D Xavier is still alright.
You know, I would have looked at D Xavier and saw that they were in trouble. Such a small area they're holding. They don't have a lot of space to work with. But Nate T's pressure toward Flash, just spraying through those smokes, somehow lands him big in terms of numbers, in terms of dwindling down and crippling down the numbers of Flash as well. Flash just now had 3 to 4 players. Now they're left in a situation where they have to pick up another one. Maybe they can come back into the fight, but time just not on their side as TEM Entertainment now in trouble as well. As RRQ putting in so much damage and pressure toward them. You think they're safe over on the other side of the terrain? You think that they can get inside the circle? No, they've been held out of the circle for a good 3 to 5 minutes.
I know, right? And that's thanks to RRQ as well. And looking over at VOIN Donkey, they somehow are still alive. And now they're in the top 4. Especially after that massacre from Sem9 and BTR and all the other players that time. VOIN Donkey, they still survive. And right now, they could potentially gain more points by taking out Team Flash. They took one out of tops. One more to go. That's going to be Faust, the final player for Team Flash.
VOIN Donkey, what a way to start the second half of the day here. They were the team who was in trouble, but somehow managing to overcome 3 teams, and now they're raining havoc. Hazel not allowing that to happen for much longer, leaving the IGL team alone now. Potato, you're gonna have to make wonders here, buddy. But at the same time, a top 4 finish with only 2, that's incredible.
Exactly right, but can they seal the incredible here with a chicken dinner? D Xavier especially right now, since they want to just widen the gap further at the top.
Man.
But look at the neighbor bounce. Got Lamborghini, but he immediately go back into the shack, and the nades will not land. Another one more attempt, and it naded down Levi's.
Oh man, that reset's gonna be rough, and Boaz is unrelenting as heck. He is just so calm right now. He's all alone, has to make something happen, and all he has to do is just throw as many nades as he can. Now that he's out of nades, here comes the mollies, and it's even gonna be worse because the fire is gonna spread. Somehow they survive here at the very least, so it's a bit too wide. It does not hit where the intended marker. Everyone managing to be reset. Smokes come out. They can go for the resets as well. But eliminated already, it will be VOIN Donkey, but they've done the damage. 7 elims. What the heck is that?
Oh, wow. Exactly right. But that's 7. RRQ has 9 eliminations. Oh, here comes the zone. And here comes the movement. Bounce is in trouble as well. He will face the ramp of the blue as well. Bounce will fall out first. D Xavier is second place. RRQ brings back the chicken dinner.
RRQ, really gotta give it to them. Positioning was great and gold. Very patient as well. Late to the circle, no problem. Just trailing behind TEM Entertainment in terms of how they get into the area. And another thing that's really interesting as well is that fight from VOIN Donkey. Because what the heck was that? 3 teams collapsing into them. All 3 fall as well. They collected so many elims. But for D Xavier just now, shocking as it is, right? They were the teams that was in trouble, and it was only 1 player from Flash that was really putting in damage and pain toward them. If anything, Boaz from Flash, he is the guy that is responsible in stopping D Xavier from getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah, stopping them from even able to move out of their shack, right? That was crazy that just by 1 player, But for D Xavier, of course, the other closest contenders, they have been eliminated way earlier from them. And they ended this round at a second place. Still pretty nice. And again, we have to just relieve the moment of Mouse just sending those nades across. D Xavier, just by 1 last second, they survive to number 2, gaining more placement points.
Love it, because just now RRQ was nearly knocked out of the game. It was Gen Force that took an entire 2 or 3v1 in order to come back on top and bring his teammates back into the game. Because honestly, what a clutch. We talk about fragging IGLs, what about clutching IGL? What the hell?
Oh yeah, that was insane earlier on. Gen Force, he saved the entire team earlier. His 2 eliminations was from that event. In particular, if he didn't pull that off, the entire RRQ would have been eliminated. So that was a very important move there for Gen Force. For RRQ themselves, they were very active this round. They scored 9 elimination points, so that's 19 points collected by RRQ. There's time to wrap up the last Erangel match of Grand Finals. We will send it to the highlights now.
There you go, guys. RRQ, what a way to end it as well. Nearly getting lobbied, but coming back on top, they doubled down and they got a chicken dinner. Also, another team that's really surprised me is Strangers. This is the team that started off the day with a chicken dinner, but also made it here into another top 4. A different type of beast coming into this one, but honestly not surprising given the fact that they are a team that's super aggressive and know when exactly to do that. But out of all this 4, DAY3 still managing to keep it up there, to make sure that they can stay at the very top, making it consistent as heck. So I wouldn't be surprised if DAY3 just prolongs that lead that they have.
Though Gen Force deserves a mention, but Hazel, based on the stats, is the MVP this round. 4 eliminations, 964 whooping damage. Wow, that's a lot of damage considering the conversion is only 4 eliminations. It just shows that he did a lot of work for RRQ. But this would have happened if Gen Force did not pull off an insane move earlier on.
Yeah, that was the most insane. I agree with you. That was the most insane move. Keeping your team in the game. I mean, you talked about IGLs, right? We always say, okay, IGLs are the guys to keep the team in check, mentally, in-game as well. But they've never said IGLs should also make sure that the team can survive. So that's also that to worry about. Now, these two teams, RRQ and VOIN Donkey, amazing performance, especially for VOIN Donkey. Surviving as a 2 in the end, almost clinching the top 3 as well, is something that I am very excited to see as well. So all these top 3 teams gain those double digits, so far ahead of the rest of the pack. But for the rest, I'm talking about CD Alliance, Sem9, VPE, all a bit too soon.
Yeah, you spoke about the top teams. Those are the top teams here on page number 2. Vampire Esports still at a drought. 0 points this time around, and because of that, DAY3 they pull away further. Now they've created again the cushion of 21 points at the top.
21 points is a lot, by the way. That's enough, like 1 game plus 10 elims perhaps, and a little bit more. A lot of these teams are going to have some trouble catching up here because Vampire Esports hasn't moved quite yet. The same could be said about Sem9. Sem9 and BTR now tied side by side with a 7-point deficit between them and VOIN Donkey. RQ and Strangers going to come up here to the first page. So we can see a lot of shifting happening from, I think, 8th place and below.
Yeah, and on speaking about below, we're going to look at who's at, unfortunately, below. Tem Entertainment is still down here, 61 points. The team with a chicken dinner, it's weird to see them down there. And you got the big names here still. Alter Ego still on page number 2, same goes for Full Esports. And Alter Ego, they fell from page 1, just 1 round. It sent them back down there. Anyway, we're done with Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're down to the final 2 games, and of course, we're gonna head on to Miramar after this.
I love the fact that all these teams are going to be getting this mental reset as they move into a different map. Different style play. And you know what, while we wait for that, don't forget guys, we are still going on with some other events in the game itself, and I am talking about the Golden Dynasty here. This is the 7th anniversary edition happening right now in the game. You can check it out. There's the new Gilded Palace happening inside, alongside Sealed Memories, as well as a theme mode and event. So now's the time for you to get really active, even make content, why not?
Yeah, do make a lot of good content because there's a lot of great features inside there, including like the new weapons that you can actually try. So show it to all of us, and we'd like to see you. How's your experience trying out the Golden Dynasty new update in PUBG Mobile? In conjunction with the 70th anniversary of PUBG Mobile itself. Now, Tash, counting down the games, 2 more games to go. Would you say Xavier done it?
Yeah, maybe, but it's still very, very soon. Still 20 points plus to worry about. But let's have a look at our predictions here as we go into our first Miramar of the day. Of course, for me, the Xavier is going to be out there. CD Alliance. Okay, the only difference between us right now, yours is VPE and mine is BTR. For me personally, I think BTR is the hungriest team right now. There's no hungrier team than them. When you're just so close at the brink of it, you want to really push forward.
Yeah, BTR, they have to really push forward now. The gap between them and the Xavier is starting to be pretty big. So for teams like BTR and Sem9, since they have the same amount of points, right? This round, they must come up big. And when I mean big is with big amount of elimination points. If they just get let's say a chicken dinner, but a minute amount of elimination points, it's still not going to mean anything for them in the final match.
Yeah, it really isn't going to mean anything for them in the final match if they don't really step up. They don't actively go out of their way to find those elimination points. Like it or not, I think because of the change, in placements. Right? Back then, it was like 1 chicken dinner for 15 points. Now it's down to 10. I think whatever mindsets that you had before, and it's been a long time already since this change happened, by the way, you cannot have this idea that the chicken dinner is an end-all be-all. Because at this point, there's that balance already that you guys have to find, whether it's survivability or aggression. Boom Esports went the other way. Boom Esports went, let's go pure aggression, let's get all these eliminations and then make it till the end. That didn't work out for them. But the same thing could be said about Sem9, a team that always consistently gets top 4, but not a lot of eliminations. It's not really pushed them to the top of the leaderboard like the Xavier, like CD Alliance.
Yeah, so there's a lot of consideration, right, depending on where they are on the overall charts. But of course, since we're going to crown the champion after these 2 rounds, so there's a little bit more focus on the teams at the very top, while the teams in the middle that have not even breached like the 100-point mark, or teams on page number 2, they're pretty much playing for pride right now, giving it back to the fans.
It's a lot to worry about when it comes to these things right now. I think, we talked about pressure, right? We talked about the pressure these teams are facing as they go to these grand finals. The pressure of being, especially as a Malaysian team, the crowd is there. Everyone came out here for you, wanting to raise the cup in front of your home crowd. And, it's been how many years already it's been happening in Malaysia, and Malaysian teams haven't been able to do so. This is the closest a Malaysian team has been able to just really feel the cup in their hands.
Yeah, you're right. This is the closest that a Malaysian team has ever gotten here. At this stage, 2 more games, 2nd place, and also for Sem9 still in contention with the points. They have to come up big. This is really the closest ever that we have ever seen for a Malaysian team to come this close. But like what was said in one of the interviews back in probably day one, what stands between these teams and the trophy is only the Xavier.
It really is just Xavier. They have just been a thorn in so many of these teams' side. They have just been a menace as well, because every single time they're consistent, they always make it up on top. It's just really frustrating for many of these teams to work with. And now as we come up forward here, I'm loving the fact that the second page teams are starting to rise up. They're starting to become these disruptors and just to slow down a lot of these teams. I would say a progression toward the end of the day as well. I mean, again, it's a marathon, not a race. And I was a bit concerned about Xavier going a bit too full speed too soon, but at the same time I kind of understood it. You sprint as far as you can and then you have some time to take a breather, and that's exactly what's happening to them. Regardless, we are now going to our second last map of the day, our first Miramar in this final day of the grand finals. Everyone's minds are very set. Everyone's just tense right now. $200,000 on the line, as well as a slot to the PMGO. So ladies and gentlemen, like it or not, we're getting ready to go into our first Miramar. Let's see you in the game.
And here comes Miramar, the last two games before we officially crown whoever who is going to be the champion. Could it be Xavier? Could it be a surprise from other team? CELCOMDIGI Alliance? Maybe a huge comeback by Vampire Esports? Put it in the comment section, people, as we head on to our flight, starting from Campo Militar to the left side of Montenegro.
Dang. Northern side circle. I mean, I'm kind of glad we're seeing this shift right now, because we've seen a Minas del Val circle somewhere here. We've seen a Chumacera circle somewhere as well. We saw a Crater Field circle. We've seen a almost Puerto Paraiso circle. So let's see where today's one is going to go. I would be happy to have an El Pozo circle. Why not? Even a Power Grid would be kind of fun, honestly.
Oh, it would be a good time to pull out a Patona circle as well. Since the flight path is up north, take it all the way down, make it interesting for all these players, make it interesting for us as viewers as well. I wouldn't mind seeing a Patona circle myself.
Yeah, that would be really fun. Minas del Sur, why not? Prison. Oh my god. You know what? I'm just coping at this point. It's not gonna be that. Okay, if I'm gonna be honest, maybe it might be a Minas Generalis. It could be. It's not impossible to be that La Bendita as well. But you know what, Sir Cloud? You're always right. It's always going to be toward you. It's going to be closer to Partona than I expected.
Yeah, but for it to truly land onto Partona, I don't know about that. So I'm not going to be too hopeful as well, even though with this kind of circle. It will probably be at the high grounds of Chumacera, down south of it. That's a common spot for the circle to always land. And it's a very, very difficult spot for the players to play.
It really is a difficult spot if you think about it. It's just one of those moments where, rotations are going to be hard. The high grounds, the terrains are not going to be easy to work with as well. Now, looking at the map here, most of the teams had opted. Obviously, the flight path is toward the top side of the map, right? So a lot of teams are there. So I can expect a lot of fights happening to those rotations coming on down south. The only team that's really already inside of the circle, I believe, is Flash, who dropped over at Chumacera. Now, we did see a sub. We're seeing Yuhai out and Kenny in. And we talked a little bit about what to expect when Kenny comes into the game. When Kenny comes into the game, you expect some extra calls. It's more calculated, which I think is a very fun thing to watch as well, other than firepower that we saw from Yuhai. But at the same time, Mormon, finally, we're seeing him here.
Yeah, substituting for Newsy, who haven't had the best of days as well. And Vampire Esports as a whole, they really need a refresher here. Right now, between Vampire Esports and Xavier, the gap is 41 points. That is huge. This round has to be big for Vampire.
It really does have to be big for Vampire, because the amount of points to catch up to Xavier is huge. And the same could be said about CD Alliance as well. I mean, at this point, everyone, I think it's been a while since we've seen this competitive of a scoring here in the top three. Usually it's quite dominant by one team that just really hits the day running and then they just completely just overcome. And we can already start to see who's going to win even on day 2 or even day 1 sometimes. So this is kind of fun. It's a nice change of pace. And again, I did tell you, and we did talk about this, about how this season of PMSL SEA is the most competitive we've seen so far, especially with the newer teams coming through.
Yeah, and a bit of a throwback, right? The last time DAY3 they won at Southeast Asia, PMPL Southeast Asia, by the time we reached like this map, the exact same last two games, right? It didn't matter for them because their point gap was just too huge by that time. At this time, it's a little bit closer, so we can still potentially see teams like CELCOMDIGI Alliance, maybe even Vampire, maybe even 7-9, or maybe even BTR to spring up a surprise.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do that, because at the end of the day, I think one of the things that really just surprises me about this Indonesian teams is the amount of firepower they have sometimes. They go a bit more quiet, and then we say, okay, they're kind of timid here, they're playing a little bit more safe, possibly turtle shelling passive until maybe phase maybe 6 or 7, but then suddenly you have teams like Boom Esports, like Alter Ego, that start walking around the map and just farming everyone. We've seen it happen for Vampire Esports as well in one of the seasons, where they just actively go around the map looking for teams that just completely overwhelming them. I'm not sure what the mindset or what exactly pushed them to do that, because since every team can fight, but I think it's confidence at that point, and the idea that you are just so close that you want to push yourself a little bit more.
Yeah, sometimes it's about like motivation and also the mental state that you are at that stage, right? Like if we were to look at like Vampire today, they are not as active as before, and it's probably also because like they didn't really have the best of start. Yeah, the sign-out match was okay, but after that it was kind of they were kind of absent from the game, and they have not been able to come back from that absenteeism. We don't get to see like, oh, that Vampire Esports, like they play by the edge of the circle, they see one team, they crash in, they win fights, they see another team, they crash in, they win fights, rinse and repeat for Vampire Esports. And that has always been their strength. Even when the time when they won the double PMWI, that was exactly what they did. But if they're not playing by their strength, and it is a mental block, so it tends to get a bit difficult for Vampire Esports if they don't really come back.
It can happen if you think about it for Vampire Esports. They are a team that heavily relies on momentum. They need that one little push, that one little spark to just really kind of propel them forward. It's very similar to what I see from teams like CD Alliance, Xavier, Sem9 as well. Hell, even throw BTR into that mix. You just need that one game that they feel good about themselves in order to push forward. I think in one of the interviews as well, I think Adit Look mentioned Mosgoku, their coach. He said to him, "Hey, stop overthinking it. Just go all out, go crazy when it comes to this tournament." And sometimes I kind of agree, because sometimes when you overthink things, when you overthink every single move, or you think about every possibility, it puts you in this fight or flight situation. Either you fight your way through, or you just freeze and do nothing that game. And when you do nothing that game, I feel it's worse, because you're not collecting points and there's a possibility of you going out too soon.
Yeah, so it's all about collecting the points as well, right? And collecting the points also means that there must be a certain level of momentum. And when it comes to momentum, it's not like, oh, okay, we feel good, we just want to crash everyone. No, you still need to take calculated risks. But in order to take those calculated risks, you also need to have like the confidence of executing certain plans. Because PUBG Mobile is this game where it's like 360, right? And there's like so many factors, not only the circle, but also what happens to the other 15 teams. And if you don't have that level of confidence when you're sure of it, it's going to be hard to pull out certain moves, because you not only focus on to doing one thing, you need to focus on doing a lot of things at the same time. And to be able to execute that, you need to have the level of confidence and momentum to it.
You really do. Now, the circle will pull down a bit more toward the southern side, so a lot of teams already making their way into that area. No team really hanging out over at Partona or even Minas del Sur. I think there is Boom Esports on the other side, close opposite to Partona. So I think there's a lot of these calls already to say, hey, let's rush toward Minas del Val, so that we can quickly take these high ground terrains, hold it as well. Sem9 is very, very privy to that. And the same can be said about BTR, who's at the bottom side of the area. And the only teams that are outside are mostly going toward just holding down the town, making sure that they have a few compounds in their hands.
Yep, and this is where everyone wants to take the best spot possible on the south side of Chumasera, even though it's only stage 1. Because they know that if they come in late, it's hard to take those prime positions. Unless, of course, if the circle goes away for the high ground, that's going to be another story altogether. Now, some teams, they are banking on the circle to not go up to the high ground. And it seems like the circle gods are playing with their feelings. It went down.
Oh man, what a way to start this, honestly. Going down here, as many teams had already taken up that high ground as well. So rotation is definitely not going to be easy. Granted, they do have buggies in hand. They do have, they do have vehicles. But you've seen how some of these players can just spray everyone in the midst of these rotations, especially with the bigger guns on this map. And most of them has some really insanely good recoil control as well. So you're not going to get out unscathed if a team were to spray out at you. But anyways, coming into this one, I'm really excited to see how exactly teams go. When you look at the rotations right now, most of them are on toward the southern side as well. Already, we already see BTR hanging around the compounds in Chumasera. Also, 2 of them at the high ground of Chumasera as well. I love this because anyone crossing in that road in between Chumasera, you're basically going through a meat grinder.
Oh yeah, I love the term meat grinder that you've been using, right? It really illustrates what's happening right now in the game, especially when some teams have pretty much nothing much to lose, so they will start to just grind it out. Vampire Esports grinding out their elimination point. They got one out of Tiger. They got a knock, but not eliminating him yet. Now they will secure that elimination point. First blood to Vampire Esports. They need more of these.
They really do. This is just one step out of the many they need to catch up. It's 20 towards CD Alliance and even more toward Xavier. But Xavier as well, they're very, very proactive this game, if I'm being honest right now. They're moving around the map a lot more instead of just kind of hunkering down toward one area. They're right smack dab in the middle, but their positioning is really scary because Lamborghini already knocked down already. You have BTR with that crossfire, the green grinder that I was talking to you about, and right outside them is Kagendra as well as VPE. So they're not in the safest of positions, and to even pick up Lamborghini, man, that is going to be... It's just going to be annoying.
Yeah, he's kind of far. I wonder what will be the plan here now for Xavier. Do they want to take that risk? Yes or no? Right now, it's quite a tough decision, right? Even like for me, looking at it with a full view here, I don't know if they want to go for it. It's really risky though. But if I now kind of think about it, like Xavier, they are not desperate for the points. They don't really need to push themselves out to save Lamborghini, just to put everyone else in danger and for them to go out 0.
That's exactly what I was talking about here. These long-range pickoffs as people were rotating around, moving around the map, getting active. There's always someone proning on a high ground somewhere that you just cannot pinpoint. And as soon as you think you're back in safety, you have to jump out of your vehicle. Puts you in such a vulnerable situation before you can get for cover. So yeah, in this situation, it's not the easiest as well. So BTR, I love the fact that they're really active at taking this, I would say, these steps in holding the best side of situations and areas as the circle pull down here. They're still very much in a position where they can utilize this position as well.
And the circle shifts. Looks like majority of the circle is still going to be on the lower ground. And that's where the teams from the high ground will need to migrate back down. CELCOMDIGI Alliance coming from Lost Loners, now making their way into the circle. They're going to take the right side in. So it's pretty much a straightforward rotation for them. Not many other teams are challenging them at this point. Xavier making their move. And last we saw Lamborghini. Yes, they decided to let him go. And they will continue to survive as a trio.
Left their area there in Chumasera, they decided it's a bit too many teams to deal with right now, so Snape should be able to clearly take the point away, which is Lamborghini, put it into their pocket. Now, for the teams outside the circle here, we're still seeing the same trends. RQ, Team Secret, Tab Entertainment with the late rotations into the circle. Alter Ego, I really like this, what they're doing right now. They're late rotations as well, but they do have the outer side fully in their control. It's a big area that they've managed to grasp onto. Now, VOIN Donkey this time, we saw that early kerfuffle. It was nasty. They lost 2 out of that. Sorry, 3. 1 with 3 still very much alive. Sorry, that Book of Wasa really just hits hard there. As we go into these next few circles, VOIN Donkey as well, they answer back in terms of fights. Boom Esports is not going to be able to get them away unscathed. So at the very least, Yummy, look at how much damage he sustained to his helmet.
Yeah, his helmet is pretty much shredded there. Hopefully he gets a replacement real soon. But at least they still have that space where they won't be challenged by other teams for now, so they can kind of like reset and, well, reconsider like whether they should continue to peak, or especially for Yummy that is, since his helmet is shredded. RRQ, latecomers into the circle, will come in from the left side unchallenged. But speaking about challenge, Time Entertainment will want to challenge Alter Ego.
They have to. They want to get into the circle. They need to take this fight. But Alter Ego, they're like vultures right now. They've sort of hovered around the area as well just to keep Temp Entertainment at bay. Granted, SOZip does have a tankier vehicle, but it doesn't mean that he's in the position where he can just recklessly just drive up forward as well. His teammates are nowhere close. Bright is still very much far behind in the blue zone as well. So I think what they're going to do is they're going to ask Bright to go for a longer rotation, find a high ground area where he's able to provide cover fire from further away. If something goes wrong, at least Bright can rush it out of there and go elsewhere.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Be the support player and potentially be the survivor for the team as well. And Bright repositioning himself. Last we saw, he was still in the blue, and he should still be. Okay, based on the indicator, he should be out of blue right now. But we don't know whether he has a good angle or whether he's just tasked to just survive however it is. Anyway, it will be affected by the fact that we will see the next piece of the circle, the Savior, in the middle of the circle right now. They will still have it together with CELCOMDIGI Alliance and BTR as well.
BTR doesn't have to move at all. They had an initial meat grinder. They benefited a lot from that. And now half the team is outside the circle. But it's not in a position where it's dangerous for them to rotate either. I mean, if they were to rotate, they have a lot of cover fire coming in from Federalis as well. And I think it's just quick rotations forward as well. So they are going to be as of 4 here on the high grounds of Chumacera. So at the same time here, the southern side here is the most interesting for me. Because once again, we're going to see strangers meet up with RRQ, Boom Esports in the final little corner, and Sem9. It's not going to be the easiest of rotations given the fact that BTR is holding that high ground right across from them.
Oh, Strangers Esports wants to hold the high ground against RRQ, stopping Lafa from climbing up. KNS will knock him down and secure the elimination point out of RRQ. Looking for more right now. KNS is going to be the main target for RRQ, but they are truly surrounded in this valley by Strangers Esports. Miller with a nade onto Hazel. Napeko gets KNS. Now they can refocus onto the other side.
And then Breako is rendered so low and knocked down already. You gotta give it to Bella, you gotta give it to Lobby as well. So much cover fire given to his teammates, but Lobby not able to hold on here because Sem9 decided to put their hands in the cookie jar. They want to get active, they want to get aggressive as well. Third partying is the name of the game and they use it as strat very, very well. But Genfos still very much alive. Forced to heal right now. They can still pick up Nerpeko. No, not anymore, as Earth decided to go aggressive as heck. Rushes forward. He's alone here. And you know Genfos can take these 1v1s. Aggressive as ever. He plays ring around the Rosie. The jump shots are true. And Genfos shows us this is how you IGL. This is how you shoot.
Ooh, but Boom Esports. Now it's their turn to shoot. They try to get Mela. Mela managed to get away for now. Mela, he will be out in the open real soon. Yummy takes a second shot onto Mela. Mela down to 50% of health. His vehicle is smoking up right now. Mela tries to get away as far as possible. 10% of health left and 0. We'll make sure that Mela will wait in the lobby.
Ah, man, Mela this time around not able to hold it down, but they did do a little bit of damage. 2 points for them. And RQ survives barely as Mika does get that beautiful spray onto him from far away. Mika, you really got to give it to this guy. He's really right smack dab in front of everything. His teammate's a little bit more further out, but he's so self-sufficient that he can make things happen even without his support. So, like it or not, having Mika as a frontliner is just so great for a team like Sem9.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He is an important transfer for Sem9 coming from Geek Fam, and he has been showing a good amount of performance for Sem9. But now the challenge is for them to climb up this hill without the information. It's going to be difficult for them. They probably saw VOIN Donkey on the left, but they have to be aware of Boom Esports on the right as well. With Alter Ego, Alva around the corner.
Not going to be the easiest. You are right. I mean, Octa is around as well alongside Alva. The crossfires are going to be so much to deal with. The only thing that can hope to happen is for VOIN Donkey to move, but I don't think VOIN Donkey wants to do that at all. They want to be opportunistic. They want to take advantage of any high ground. They can have that, but somehow Mika has managed to breach the high ground area. Takes a lot of damage from the initial push there forward. Forced to move back, forced to hide behind the smokes and reset as well. Now, looking at the other side of the map, Yummy tries to get a little bit more aggressive here, but not aware that Alter Ego is somewhere around. A lot of damage put in, but at least that's fun bit answering back at the very least. OSJA still tries to put in the damage as well. Rendered so low, gets a knock there onto Zero, and Zero falls immediately lobbied as well. Boom Esports stuck in a very dangerous position. 1 knock to the face, 2 and 3, and just like that, Boom Esports cannot answer back the aggression coming in from Alter Ego.
Oh, Mika has to back out. His teammates need him as well, and he cannot stay here all alone. But it's a bit of a risk if he drives away just like that. He could be gunned down from the back, but somehow he managed to reach his other teammates. Now, Sam9 will need to win this fight against VOIN Donkey, or maybe take a second rotation, go up north and avoid this fight.
Might be that actually. He can go for a longer rotation as well. Yes, gunfire is toward them, but at least they've managed to breach that circle so that at least they're in the green. And speaking of in the green here, it might be a 3-way fight. I actually have KAGENDRA, Lileboy on the outer end here as D Xavier getting very aggressive and active here against them Entertainment. But D Xavier eats a lot of nade damage. They are falling apart right now as KAGENDRA decides that they want in as well. Now, as D Xavier eliminated with 0 elims, this is the best possible situation forward for CD Alliance to come up back on top. And now KAGENDRA, they're happy to come up here. They're happy to shoot all of the TM players in their faces. At least for Frame X, he tries to make it competitive, answers back in terms of shots. Achul out of the game, and so is Casper. Tem eliminated by Kage, taking a lot of damage, as well as VOIN Donkey, despite having a man disadvantage, fully overwhelmed.
Oh, D Xavier eliminated. The door is now wide open for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Maybe even Vampire, maybe even VTR, maybe even Sam9 to overtake them. The last round will be huge.
Now the silence as well. As Vampires moving on the other side, but the fights are not happening. It's still actively happening throughout the map here. Players falling down left, right, and center. One member of Flash needs to be picked up. CD Alliance there, they're probably very happy to see the banner of DX go up on top there. Trying to get as many points as they can, putting a lot of pressure onto Team Secret. As Break falls as well, Jimmy, he does what he does best there alongside Adi. Look here, pressured out here, GK cannot pick up Break. Terrible situation for them, and in fact, even Flash is attracted to the Son of Gunfire.
And CELCOMDIGI Alliance finally picks up their first elimination point in this round. And here comes Team Secret. They try to defend the ground against Team Flash. So far, so good for GK. GK is the fighter player for Team Secret. He needs to hold on to his ground. But around him, all other teams are coming in. They're distracting each other right now, including Team Flash. On top of this hill, they want to gain more points.
Well, Vexy, a big pick off there to Tony K as well. Not going to be a problem to pick him up so far away in terms of area as well. But still have to worry about the last 2 members of Flash. You remember last game, Flash, despite only 1 player self alive, and that's Bose, he was able to overcome the entirety of a 3-man roster of the Xavier as well. So do not count Flash out here. Individually, they are brilliant. Now Tony K is back in the game. No worries, no problem. But it's a bit more of a silent and slower approach from VP compared to the other rounds they've played.
And this time, let's see if they will find a way to collect more elimination points. Because now they surely know that D Xavier has been eliminated. That could be a big motivation for Vampire Esports. They could have that opportunity presented to them. The fact that OSJA Thailand is right beside them and potentially they will meet at the top. And also, Team Flash, also next to Vampire Esports. That could potentially be the next fight.
Could potentially be that. Look at the map right now. Sem9 still very far out, not even close to the circle. In a Mexican standoff, a 3-way one, in fact, against BTR as well as Alter Ego here. So they're stuck. They have to wait for BTR to cross over first before they can do anything. For CD Alliance here, their positioning is good. They have a high ground area. They can move downwards if they want to. They're not really in any particular danger right now. But at the same time, being cautious is a great thing. You just never know who's going to shoot you from long range.
And short range might come very, very soon. Now that teams will need to move because of the blue closing in. Team Flash holding on to the compound. And coming in closer and closer is going to be Vampire Esports. Tops, he sees their movement. He can pull the trigger anytime soon. Okay, he will on the onsense, but he will not hit at all.
No active fights quite yet, but Firen does fall there. Sorry, it's Mika actually that's in trouble. Sem9 stuck and VOIN Donkey happy to wait out for any of the pushers, and as soon as they push, Sem9 immediately in trouble. The only one left standing, now gone already. Kenny going down to the play zone just to deny some points. So 2 elims, 10 points. Not the outcome that the Malaysian fans want to see, at least this far. At least CD Alliance still very much in the game here. But bringing our attention to the screen here, Ryzy, one of the sharpshooters for the team as well for VTR, sets his sights out onto the members of OSJA. The car will come and crush him. Oh my god! Oh man, not the outcome you want to have as well. Now Adit Look rushes forward. Red Bull down. Richard at least does answer back with his own shots. But Chopper gonna rush up forward and revive his teammate. Make sure that they stay there, with the majority of their players still very much in the game.
Oh, they have to do a reset quickly! The nade! All the way from downtown from Leon to knock down Richard. Jimmy's gonna send another nade from the top. Richard will be eliminated. OSJA Thailand. They managed to pick up Red Bull, but now the incoming CELCOMDIGI Alliance is looking to wipe them all out.
Jimmy's in trouble right now as the rest of OSJA rushes forward. Chopper rendered so low, but Adit Look is now out here. The pump, double action pump shotgun is just doing so much damage to them. But in the day here, that low ground will not benefit him. Leons is in, cannot secure the kill. His teammates just too much right now as Leons and Olio. They don't tag team together. Olio and push comes to shove right now.
Chopper.
Low ground is what they have. He's so low. Outside of the area, but somehow they managed to survive. They're down and out, and CD Alliance survived the onslaught barely. But they're still very much in the game. But Octa knows exactly where Olio is. He can't answer back. Managing to get that reset. The Blue Zone pushing through here. Alter Ego will be rushing forward. Leon needs to be picked up. And Alter Ego, they're taking all this space, not allowing them any breathing room.
Oh, Olio, he can't pick up his teammate. Unfortunately, he's just too far away. And they sent across by Rocky, shutting himself down to 50%, and he sends another nade as well. Olio is in big trouble. Only 10% of health left. He has to reposition himself. Octava coming from the other side. Alter Ego closing in on Olio. Olio healing up, and he's not able to heal up in time. Alter Ego eliminates CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
VOIN Donkey is doing such a great job of just hunkering down in this tiny little compound. Vexy nearly goes down. BTR fighting for their lives right now. No space to work with, only the side of the terrain as well. It's a low ground. Snape needs to be picked up. Satar very low, forced to reset here. They've bought a lot of space. VOIN Donkey does not allow any breathing room here with the amount of util they're throwing out right now. Nothing actually hitting, nothing actually going until it's Potato, of course, and Snape does get lobbied here. Zeta with the grenade in limbs, it's huge. VOIN Donkey, what a way. They are hot today.
Oh, VOIN Donkey, they're looking to be even hotter if they can eliminate BTR and bring the smiles to D-Xavier. Right now, D-Xavier, they're looking at Vampire Esports and BTR. Speaking about BTR, looks like Satar is going to come in. He does have SOK on hand. He has breached the compound where VOIN Donkey is at. They will play dance around now.
Huge nade. Smokes as well here. Zeta, so low right now. Potato is very much prepped and primed for that nade. Changes his mind. Instead, decides to kind of ask for BTR to push up forward instead, but BTR very privy of what Potato is able to do there, especially with his DBS. But for now, on this end here, as Alter Ego in trouble, VPE look to overwhelm the team.
Oh, but VPE, they don't have Shreps. Shreps is currently knocked down. And so far, they managed to eliminate Alter Ego. Okay, I thought the fight will prolong, but Vampire Esports now 7 elimination points. Next is going to be Joker coming up. They lose Schwabs to the hands of NC2. Vampire Esports, 3 active players. Time to get in.
Time to get in. You're right now. Vampire Esports there. Looking to fight every single corner. Still very intact, at least with 3 players. Most of the teams had lost 1 player at the very least here. And this prolonged fight from VOIN Donkey is interesting. And Zeta will be punished for pushing down the smokes. Vexy just not right there in time to trade out. Razy rushes forward there. The Molly will at least flush them out of these corners. And BTR, as soon as they're knocked into that El Clasico, rush up forward, overwhelmed. Potato is here. A Potato will eventually fall, jumping over to their side as well. He's so low right now. In this situation, a 1v3, yeah, he can pull it off, but it's not going to be the easiest thing forward. Ryzy rushes up forward as well. And Potato taking this advantage to take this breathing room to heal up. The Molly will buy some time, flush him out his corner, but you can always rely on Satar to keep the team alive.
And you can rely on Vampire Esports in this round to remain alive as well as they eliminate NC2 to come into the circle. eArena, only 1 player left as BTR still survives. They will move into the circle down the lower ground. Satar spots Onzen, but Onzen managed to prone in time.
Sprays are just a lot to deal with. Sattar has given his team so much, I would say, space, so much time to reset as well. But losing one right now, not the best outcome as VPE. You can tell that they're very, very active with 3. In fact, full life for all of them. Razy rushing for his life. None of the bullets actually clipping onto him. So Mormon keeps a close eye on that vehicle. In fact, looking to explode it just so they can not have any mobility.
PTR now down to only 2 players left. It's going to be Razy and his other teammates. While Vampire Esports, there are 3 players. They have the numbers. eArena, only 1 player left. It's going to be Razy from the side. He pulled the trigger on the Vampire Esports. Now Vampire Esports knows that Razy is here.
Great positioning from Razy as well, making sure to play off this corner. The southern side of this terrain is fully in their control. eArena, yeah, a bit more quiet this time. But it's all about that survivability. That Nate should go! Nicely done! Straight on to Tony K. Perfectly executed. And Joker throws one more just to secure that pickoff. And yes, he does. And now he just fades away.
That could probably be huge for BTR. Now they managed to even up the numbers. Joker could become the kingmaker between these 2 teams right now. Joker is above both of them. As BTR, they try to spot out the other members of Vampire Esports, but they don't have a good clear vision yet. Both of these teams need to be careful of Joker, the kingmaker now.
In terms of util-wise, not a lot of util is around there for every single team. So it's very, very limited. That's why we're seeing a lot more gunfights and a lot more dry peaks as well. Razy plays his corner to perfection alongside, and bought so much space for Tatar as well. So the cover fire just fully going toward Onsen. So Onsen will fall. It's leaving only 1 member left of VPE, and that's Mormon.
Satar secures that elimination point. Mormon is now the final player for Vampire Esports. Joker is still in the game. Joker is still alive. Joker is still above these 2 teams. Who will make the next move now? Joker is starting to move towards the side of BTR. He'll meet up with Satar first. Satar fires on and Joker eliminated. BTR secures elimination number 8. Now looking for number 9 against Mormon.
It's surgical. It's precise. They know where exactly to look. Not allowing any isolated fights, and it's massive here. Util finally lobbed out here. Mormon now on fire. He's so low right now. The only thing he has is this terrain. Forced to heal. But the rest of PTR just rushing forward. But there's not a lot that they can do. As soon as his head pops up, they just explode his dome. And a winner chicken dinner going to BTR. Ladies and gentlemen, I talked about the hunger that this team has. And the hunger is proving very much to be there. They are rising and they are chasing.
BIGETRON Esports saying no, don't forget about us. We want to make the last game count. This is our chicken dinner. We will be hungry for more in the final match.
Exciting times as well. When you think about it, not a lot of teams were staying intact in that last final circle. It's a wide open area, almost a crater in fact if you think about it. But one thing that's great about looking at BTR is the fact that they understood very, very carefully on how exactly to approach these fights. Keep together as a team. Double swing together, making sure that we can out-trade each other as well. In a lot of situations, and learning about what happened in the last game there against VOIN Donkey. When they were not aware, when they're pushing out of smokes 1 by 1 and giving Potato the chance to isolate these fights. This time around, not happening. You can easily see how quickly they fixed the mistakes from the last game.
Oh, Tony K won't like Joker because of that nade. And Joker even gave that 1 extra point to BTR as well. BTR wrapping up this round with 9 elimination points. Not the highest, but it gives them a little bit of hope at the final game. But they still must come up with something huge, something big. And also at the same time, hope for DAY3 to bottle it in order for them to come up with a big surprise in the final Miramar game.
What's really exciting about watching, a tournament here for PMSL in Malaysia is that a lot of Indonesian fans are flying themselves in to watch as well. We saw fans from BTR, from RRQ, and you should have heard how loud the crowd was yelling just now as soon as DAY3 was knocked out. So if anything, they are very, very alive and very, very excited about this. But let's see more about what the stats have to say after the highlights.
Just when you thought it's done for the night, BTR and Vampire Esports says no, the night will continue on. BTR with the chicken dinner, Vampire Esports with its second place finish. They continue to chase the Xavier.
Oh yeah, the Xavier now found themselves that the gap is just slowly closing. VPE, a bit more of a quiet start today, but they're starting to come online as well. Again, VOIN Donkey just surprising is all. Even the fact of the matter is, I think one thing's for sure about VOIN Donkey, they are definitely one of those teams that doesn't really need a full team intact to be able to come up on top to the top 4. We've seen them come up to the end, it's just a 2-player, and now it's a 3 this time around. But for now, Satar will be the MVP here at this point in terms of damage. This is insane because this is the highest I've seen this tournament just coming from him alone. And you can tell how hungry he is, given the fact that he is one of the most veteran players in this team. He wants to be able to rise as well.
Yeah, the OG player for BIGETRON Esports, the original player that still remains in the lineup, still able to put up a good performance. And because of his good performance and the rest of his teammates, they managed to gain 19 points. Vampire Esports, 14 points. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, 6 points. And we have no Xavier on page number 1. The last game is going to be super exciting.
Oh yeah, I'm excited as well. I mean, given the fact that Xavier was very, very soon with only 1 elimination with 1 point, that's put a damper onto them as well. Given the fact that they only had, what, I think 2 games that was fairly good today out of the last 5 that they played. Because before this, they would have a majority of games. They would get a chicken dinner. They would get at least a top 4 as well. So it definitely is a lot more challenging. And I did say that the mindsets are going to be changing today. It's not the top dog teams you have to worry about right now. It's the teams at the bottom who want to chase up. It's the teams at the bottom who have nothing to lose at this point. Now the gap is closing here, 151 to CD Alliance to 167 for Xavier. But VPE as well, unmoving. The gap is just huge here between 1, 2, 3. Number between BTR and VPE though, it's going to be very interesting because it's only a 3-point deficit.
Yeah, but Vampire Esports and Xavier is a 28 point. They have to come out super duper big this round and also hope for Xavier to not collect any more points for them to have a chance, a shot at the number 1 spot. Obviously, the closest one is going to be between Xavier and CELCOMDIGI Alliance with a 16-point gap. That will be the main highlight now, whether CELCOMDIGI Alliance can actually do it against Xavier in the final match. And not only a chicken dinner, but they have to score big enough in order for them to overtake Xavier.
Anyways, as we cool down a little bit before we get into the final match of the night, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out Metro Royale Chapter 25. We're looking at Misty Port as well as Arctic Base update here. And I think it's very cool because you have the Gilded Palace to look around for. And on top of that as well, you'll discover so many things such as the Golden Suns crates as well as the powerful reversal rate, which gives you a second chance at looting treasure.
Yes, and this is of course part of the new update, the Golden Dynasty update. And part of the new update as well, there is a new map together with it, which is Rondo. If you want a preview of how it looks like and maybe you have not had the time to download it, you can check out the show match that we had earlier today. Rondo is a huge map, lots of great looking architecture, great landscape as well, and a lot of new features within it, including new vehicles and also new weapons. So try out Rondo, I highly recommend.
Yeah, SirCloud has done a lot of, I think, playing of the game. He's explored it already as well. So if you want to know more, you can check out his socials. Now let's have a look at the final predictions of this season. And it's going to be from me and SirCloud. I think we're... Wow! Okay, we're finally syncing. The Wi-Fi is finally Wi-Fiing. I love this from us. I think we're both on the same page on what we expect to see. I can tell that right now, both these predictions from us are very, very safe. It's very, very expected.
Oh yeah, and it came down to the final game as well. Like, these are the top 3 teams according to their placements currently. Of course, realistically, we can say that the CELCOMDIGI Alliance has the best chance, but a 16-point gap, Tash. 16-point gap. I know mathematically it's possible, but it's Xavier we're talking about, the king of comeback.
King of comebacks, king of making that cushy, I would say, gap ahead of the rest as well. I mean, they started off huge. I mean, with a 21-point lead here, they took it and they ran away with it. Now, coming into here as well, I think I'm just so sorry. I am still so shocked at the amount of damage Saktar was able to do just now. That 1,000 damage he brought forward is one of the highest I've seen in most tournaments I've seen so far. Anyways, for VOIN Donkey, this is the guy I was talking about with the spray bottle, just cooling off right now before the last game. Maybe that's why he's always fragging.
I'm trying to make out what was the hand sign language.
I saw A just now.
A and I, or maybe I don't know. I don't know. Somebody, we need a translator for such a sign language.
Oh yeah, we really do. Anyways, coming into this last match here, I am super stoked right now because it's the type of situation where anything can happen. We've seen last minute comebacks. We've seen situations where a team always makes it up on top, suddenly beaten up by one singular point. So let's see if this is going to be happening in the final map here of the PMSL SEA SPRING 2025.
This is the final game of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring 2025. Bring it on, ladies and gentlemen. Will these ever hold to it, or will we see a crazy surprise from the other teams? Flycraft from south to the north.
Exactly as you said it on the tin, Sir Cloud. No worries about going anywhere right now. We've seen a lot. I think we saw 2 Chumacera circles this weekend alone. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get one more as the last one. But you know what? Give Sir Cloud what he wants. A Partona circle. He's been asking for it for like 3 days now.
Oh yes. Please, Partona. If Partona circle, then Strangers Esports will be the happiest. RRQ will be the next, and Alter Ego since they drop around that area. But I don't know. I'm not putting my hopes up right now, you know.
Yeah.
It's enough disappointment in my life.
Wow! Hashtag deep. Anyways, coming into this one, La Dirlera, I think that Sem9 should be dropping where they want to go to. For me personally, I think that in this particular map, it's all about that mindset, right? They had a bit of a break right before we headed into the game. Okay, Northern Side Circle, wonderful. Potentially might be a water treatment one. Not the hardest per se to do, but I mean for teams that's dropping already. Look at where VOIN Donkey has placed themselves. Toward Crater Fields and Potato just kind of roaming alone on the northern side there, which means that they cover more space as well. At the same time, they can really try to get a feel of what to expect as well. If say that Toward Potato has better areas, better loot, whoa, this is Bo's getting active really early here. SOAS in trouble. He's so low right now. I don't think it's going to be a problem for him to get down, but still, you got to give it to Team Secret. They do answer back at the very least.
Oh yeah, 2 bullets I believe hit by Boss with his M16. No knock, so yeah, it's fine. Everyone is just reset back as usual, so no biggie there, no biggie. But good attempt though. I mean, if we got it, it would have been a good highlight.
It would have been good highlight. I would have lost my mind if I'm being honest there. Imagine just jumping into the circle and then suddenly you're not even 2 minutes in and you're already knocked out as soon as you go down. I mean, we've seen crazier things, Sir Cloud. I mean, we saw a melee kill very, very early. We saw Yummy get knifed to death as soon as he got into a buggy by CD Alliance. So that wouldn't be the weirdest thing we've seen in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, playing at this level, you're bound to see all these weird / interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Like when yesterday we saw that final chicken dinner by Zeta and the wall separating them. That was to me like the biggest highlight. Would you say like that would be the chicken dinner of the season?
Whew. Actually, yeah.
Right.
Actually, yeah, because that was actually insane to watch. It was so close. It was down to the wire. It was anyone's game. At this point, I think that, you know, you and I, we've been casting this game for many, many years. We've seen so many different endings, but that was one of the best endings I've seen so far. I'm so thankful that we're able to witness it.
Yeah, okay, so we can stamp it. Well, putting aside this chicken dinner, right? Obviously, we don't know how it's going to turn out yet. But before we head towards there, and then we have to do the host thingy and announce the winners and all that, I would say, yeah, we can stamp that as the chicken dinner of the season. So we're going to award that to Zeta. So Zeta gets an award from the English desk.
Yo, an award from the English desk from Sir Cloud himself?
From the English desk, from us.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's a we thing.
You know, I love it. Okay, a wee thing. I'll take it, Circle. I'll take it. But anyways, as we rush forward as well into this last few games, you know, you can start to see the mindset change, right? I'm not saying where everyone's rushing. I'm not saying it's a lot more cautious either. I'm saying that everyone is trying to make sure not only to minimize mistakes, but play to perfection. This is the final game of the season before we go into summer. And this is also at the cost of 1 slot to PMGO.
Oh yeah, that precious 1 slot to PMGO. Can you imagine? There's only 1 slot and it can only come from the champion. So pretty much for this season, for the spring season, it's either you're the champion or nothing else.
Champion or nothing else. You know, that's just adding into the pressure. I mean, whenever I talk to the players, right, I'm like, is it for you personally, what do you care about the most here when it comes to the game? Do you care more about the prize money? Do you care about, you know, the glory or the trophy? And they always say it's always that slot to go to international, because when you play at the bigger stage there, you learn so much more and it's a better situation because you are representing your country in a bigger stage. So of course you want that opportunity to be able to do that.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, it comes together with the money as well. It comes together with the fame. Obviously, you get international exposure and all that. So yeah, I guess if I were the players as well, it's like, yeah, as long as I can progress to the next stage, the bigger the better. That will be the aim for it. And speaking about aim, Young T had the best aim as a start. He will secure that elimination point, eliminating hunts for you from Alter Ego.
Interesting enough, how quickly these fights are happening. I'm not talking about quickly fights, yeah, quickly pickoffs, because usually we would see pickoffs, but never really a full, I would say, annihilation. So in a way, this has really crippled Alter Ego if you think about it. Alter Ego, they only just started to wake up. Honestly, in week number 1, we questioned them. We said, hey, what's going on here? And they told us, oh, we're still trying to find our groove. It's a lot of change to the team as well. It's a lot of different situations, how we want to approach the game and how we want to play with the shorter league and everything else. But they are definitely a lot slower to get into it, but they still manage it in the end to make it, because at this point, coming at almost the bottom of the page, making it to 106 in just a few days is impressive, honestly.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I guess because we are very focused onto like the top teams because it is the last day anyway, we kind of forgot to highlight like some of the quote-unquote comeback teams like Alter Ego. They were struggling on day 1, day 2, and for the most part they were on page 2. But as of now, they have breached the 100-point mark. They're on page number 1 as of now. So we still got to give it to Alter Ego. Like, they are solving their issues while the tournament is going on. It is just too bad that this season is a shorter league. If only there was like maybe 1 more league, we might see a different Alter Ego.
We might just see a different Alter Ego, honestly. But I think that, you know, good things take time, and I'm a firm believer of that as well. You can't expect a new roster to just really I mean, yeah, you can expect a new roster to really come up forward, but it's usually that idea of like a honeymoon period, right? Some teams do well for a short amount of time, and then suddenly everything, all hell breaks loose, and everything just falls apart. Like just like Bright right now, who is about to fall apart into the lobby in an early night for him, so not staying to the last few circles at the very least. Crowd's very excited here for the for CD Alliance at the very least as well. So good on them right now. 1 point already out of the many they have to really catch up to D-Xavier to make it to the top.
Yeah, 15-point gap now between CELCOMDIGI Alliance and D-Xavier. So CELCOMDIGI Alliance starting off decently. D-Xavier would have seen the elimination feed, telling themselves that, okay, 1 point, that's 15 gap. We still have some room to go. But if the points continue to rack up and D-Xavier is still in the game, they get to see the elimination feed, they might want to change their strategy. But for now, with the 15-point gap, they would just stick to their guns and just play a little bit safer. They don't need to force themselves to take unnecessary fights.
They really don't have to take these unnecessary fights if you're right as well. Now, I mean, at least not in this early game as well, because there's just so many things to lose. If you think about it, you want to keep your team intact, you want to keep resources around as well, so there's something to look at. But in terms of rotations right now, Circle pulling all the way up north here, it might potentially be toward the in between La Cabrera as well as Torre Alhumada as well. So you can already see teams like, you know, VOIN Donkey, who is all the way up north already. They have a nice little two different terrains held as well. They have a meat grinder in between them. But for now, for CD Alliance, it's looking great. They're taking this 1 by 1. They're taking this fight one step at a time instead of just rushing forward, going as a 4.
Oh, Circle kind of hard shift towards the north. Okay, who's in it? D-Xavier. Yes, okay, they're going to play the safe route because they rotate from Monte Nuevo. That's their starting point. And because they don't need to take unnecessary fights, they can take the left side rotation all the way up, avoiding all the other teams. And now they need to stay put while most of the other teams will need to rotate and start to bump into each other, just like what we see with Team Secret.
The fans of ZD Alliance are getting active here, and I love to see it, if I'm being honest right now. Looking at how vibrant the area is, IOI City Mall. Now, for Team Secret right now, fully digging into the fact of the fight right now, as Octa already knocked down. They know exactly where Alva is. Alter Ego felt like they weren't even able to fight back, and we were just praising them before about how they're able to just get into the groove of the game, find that chicken dinner, make it through. But this time around, they're not even gonna survive, at least to the mid side of this final map.
And Alter Ego bows out. So thank you so much to Alter Ego for playing. Hopefully we get to see them come back stronger in the next season. Next, we're going to see Team Secret. One of the players knocked, but no follow-up yet. But since now we have a bit of downtime, I want to take a moment to shout out to Zinnia, who's actually watching the English live stream or English broadcast. She is the brand ambassador for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Wow. Zinnia has a new song out as well, very fun to watch. Do check her out. But anyways, it's RQ here putting in a lot of pressure onto the other team on their side. It's Team Secret now. It feels like for RQ, whenever they meet a team, yes, it's a late rotation, but at the same time, it's always exciting when I see them on how exactly they navigate this last push toward the circle, because they know how to spray in that mid rotation. And teams, because they're inside vehicles, because they're rushing into the circle itself, they're put in such a vulnerable situation. So they're able to pick at least 1 or 2 eliminations before they rotate forward, because right now they have to worry about Frankie as well. So the only one surviving from Team Secret right now is just Break, and so it's up to him to survive this onslaught. He does get an upgrade in his vehicle, but surviving this long alone is not going to be the easiest of feats.
Yeah, he is breaking away from the fights. La Pau finish off Frankie. Team Secret only 1 player left. Well, I guess for Team Secret, their objective is probably be like, as long as we're not number 16, you know, the dreaded number 16. That's the best they could do for now.
I mean, you know, sometimes people make fun of the idea that getting last place is the worst thing in the world, but the fact of the matter is you had to go through so many weeks and beat out so many teams to make it here as well. So again, making it to the grand finals to me is such an impressive thing. But enough about being impressive or not, because I want to see who's going to impress me over the last circle as the rotations are coming through. And I have to say, this is a very, very hard circle. Look at how many terrains there are. There's one toward the southern side of Water Treatment. There's another one right smack dab in the middle between La Cabrera as well as Water Treatment as well. One toward the northern side and one even toward the eastern side as well. Is almost like a crater there.
Yeah, who of you can impress Tash Bunny? I can tell you she is very hard to impress, you know.
The only person who can impress me is just me. What can I say?
Wow! You know, self-love is the thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I agree with you. It's good to have self-love.
Yeah, we gotta learn how to love ourselves first before others. Ooh. Might be a bit deep. But what's going deep is CELCOMDIGI Alliance coming into the circle. Boom Esports, Yummy makes an attempt, but they're fine.
Attempt is good though, but here you can hear the crowd start to get a bit more rowdy, especially after he heard that Kenny's been knocked down already. Not the best of situations for Sem9. They were a little bit too early last game as well. So this kind of just puts a damper at the very least for them to at least catch up to the top 3. But enough about them, because for now we're looking at Boom Esports here. Now, Boom Esports, they've really found a nice place to hold, and it's the high ground right in front of Kagendra. These two teams have been at it for quite some time. They've always kind of rotated right beside each other, and I think this time around, Boom Esports doesn't really want to take this early fight. Two of the players had already rotated down south there, where they'll be meeting with RQ.
Yummy, second attempt this time, but no returns, but that's fine. That's fine as long as that's a signal to other teams to not come by to this high ground. Oh, Break is still in this game. Okay, he's still trying to survive all alone, and now he gets himself to someone in the middle of the circle with this one cute vehicle, just driving around and just enjoying the sun. And now he found a cactus, and he's gonna just bing chill here. I don't expect to see Break just doing too much now. All he needs to do is just survive.
I mean, that's all you have to do. End of the day, that placement points will bring some semblance of value to you to just really rush yourself up forward. Perhaps you can get some exit frags. Perhaps you can steal away some kills. There is still a lot that he can do even if he's alone here. Now, moving on to Sem 9. They had lost one player very, very early. But honestly, losing Kenny early is not a bad thing because Kenny has always been more toward the brains of the team as well. So in a way, he could still just backseat his way into the game as well, just to provide a bit more support to his teammates.
I'm interested to see what happened to Vampire Esports. Probably a long-range knock. Now they've recovered, so that's going to be okay. Of course, we are going to give a little bit more focus onto our top teams here. Now, circle time. Xavier, where are you? Where are they on the map? Oh, okay, they're somewhere in the middle. They're just next to Vampire Esports. Ooh, super duper interesting. But both of these teams, they have the circle, so that's fine. As for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, we'll probably check back on them soon because right now we're going to see how Stranger Esports is going to survive this non-circle area.
The hardest thing to do as well. I mean, for them, they have to cross down to that road and then climb up another terrain. And in order to do that, they have to worry about crossing VOIN Donkey as well as Flash as well. So a lot to think about if they want to do that. I'm not sure if they are aware of the presence of these teams as well. And for a lot of these teams like KAGENDRA, Boom Esports, Tem Entertainment, they have so many teams to worry about. But it looks like for VOIN Donkey, they're skedaddling. They are going to be making that first move to rotate over. Seed Alliance did put a bit more pressure to it. The Potato nearly pays with his life. But for the very least, for VOIN Donkey, they are at the crossroads. They are at the brink of the circle. They're inside now, so they don't have a lot to worry about. It's just about trying to find that right angle, like right place to hold. And Ryzak, I think, finds themselves right beside Xavier here. So it is a very scary predicament, given the fact that Xavier and VPE are technically neighbors right now.
Yep. And VOIN Donkey, temporary neighbors, but they choose to move away, so that's fine. Smoked up vehicle, they managed to arrive at the warehouse, so they'll be okay for now, but can't say the same for Ladyboy from KAGENDRA. Gunned down, and he will be eliminated. VOIN Donkey is still looking over CELCOMDIGI Alliance, but we have KAGENDRA now on screen. They're sharing the same area with Satar.
No movements yet at all. They have a nice, again, BTR, they've been doing this the last 3 games. They have like a 2-1, 2-1-1 or 2-2 formation. They have nice buddy system going on, crossfire setup as well, which allows them for long-range support. If one area of their hold goes down, the other two could either kind of like rotate in and just collapse in for that retake, or they could worry about just running away. So they do have a lot of protocols in mind in surviving at this game at the very least. So here, I think that they're just going to chill. They're not going to leave the compound. If anything, they have a bit of, I would say, some control of the area as well. It's right smack dab in the circle. They don't have to move at all. They don't have to put themselves in unnecessary situations to lose players.
And the one that needs to move now is going to be Boom Esports. Beside them is going to be Tem Entertainment. They have the high ground against Boom Esports. Boom Esports, they need to relocate. The smoked up buggy isn't doing them any favors. They see Frenzy on top. They try to take him out, but it's not going to be easy. The terrain is protecting Frenzy, and he'll take this opportunity to leave.
As he should, honestly. You don't want to stay too long. You don't want to be at the brunt of someone's mercy, if I'm being honest right now. As CD Alliance look to take this fight against VOIN Donkey here, has been some time coming. Like it or not, they need to do this. The blue zone's rushing up forward as well. They do have the height advantage in terms of terrain. But that warehouse is not the easiest to kind of break through because the left side is completely open. You cross over, you're at the mercy of 3 gun barrels. You go to the top side, finding that angle to shoot inside as well is going to be a problem as well. But for CD Alliance, what they've been doing is just throwing out the smokes, giving them a little bit of space to work with, allowing themselves to push through, and just hoping that some of these nades are just clearing them, these close corners, so they don't get, CQC'd.
Oh.
Beautifully done there, beautiful into Zeta, so Zeta falls next. Razak looks to refill the open areas, but the rest of the sprays coming in from the rest of the team here. I'm talking about Vampire Esports. I'm talking about Boom Esports as well. Everything is falling apart as VOIN Donkey, they win it. And it's just frustration coming through from CD Alliance.
Oh no, for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, look at the player cam. They knew they bottled it. It's just too bad for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They had a bit of early advantage. But then again, they lost their advantage. Now, it's whether Vampire Esports or maybe BTR just putting a bit of copium up there on if they can pull off an insane comeback.
Really hope that they can do that right now because OSJA now going very aggressive. If Shopper goes down, they take away Goff and Frame X's life. So right now it's not an eye for an eye here. It's just rather you hurt us, we go take advantage of you entirely. But Xavier this time around is a more of a quiet game for them. They're not actively taking fights. In fact, they're looking to prioritize positioning first. They have a lower side of terrain here, and the only time they're shooting at anyone, if anyone were to peek out at them or cross beside them. If anything, it's all about getting those picks and more about survivability because they weren't able to do that in the last few rounds.
Long range by Paragen. Now trying to take out eArena. And looks like some of the players of Xavier, they're scouting another route in case they cannot use the eArena route. Vampire Esports, the next closest contender. The gap is now 27 points. 27 points. They need at least 70 eliminations. Mathematically, there's still enough bodies for Vampire.
There is, but it means that they have to get active. They have to move around the map. They have to become the Grim Reaper. And I think this is not something that they want to do at all in terms of positioning right now because they have a great area they're holding on to as well. They don't feel the need to move around the map. But Federalis here getting active. Moving down, finding one player as well. Frenzy is now out. Boom Esports eliminated with only 1 point. A different kind of Boom Esports coming up forward here.
Ooh.
Not able to go as aggressive as they did, but Strangers now in trouble because VPE, they're looking to use this terrain to their advantage. Big sprays, big nades as well coming through. They're in trouble and they're struggling. But this fight against CD Lions, their VOIN Donkey, they are doing so perfectly. That angle that they played, that open side there, they took full advantage of it.
Oh, look at Lamborghini, look at Lamborghini, look at Lamborghini. Okay, that's the most reaction that you get from him ever in the season, unless maybe later. But we hold that on first, because right now, we're going to see what's going to happen with OSJA Thailand trying to climb up this hill.
Loud yells right now from the venue as well. We still have Sem9 very much in the game as well. But Strangers, as well as VPE, they're aggressive as ever. Gate kept out the circle here. Shrub's calling for his teammate to come to him so he can pick him up. Mormon is having a hard time as Lobby looks to pressure, rushes up forward. Forget Mela here. I'm gonna try to steal kill away and make life as hard as possible. But Onsens is there. Buy some time. Jump shot to the face, eliminating Strangers, giving them only 1 point. So for now, VP can just focus on picking up the teammates and just reset.
Okay. Reset is what's happening right now with Vampire Esports. OSJA Thailand still looking to take them out at the same time. Looking at the circle, Xavier, they have the middle of it. They have the comfort of the circle still for Xavier. Vampire Esports, the next closest mathematical contender. Do not have the circle, have to win the fight against OSJA Thailand.
OSJA don't have a lot of advantage here. Too much open areas, big terrain in front of them, low ground as well. Richard is close at the very least. He wants to challenge, and he does get punished for it. A bit too aggressive as his teammates had already just backed off there. So at the very least, his teammates are a bit more safe. Gui, he tries to put in a little bit more pressure toward VPE. Hopefully getting a knockdown would be huge. Blind shots through the smokes, moves out the way as soon as the nade comes through. Bit of splash damage, excuse me, but nothing more. But Vampires, they've been going on this prolonged fight against OSJA for quite some time now. This terrain is not their favor. That circle is pushing down to the southern side. They need to move.
At the same time, Paragen knocked. Okay, that's interesting. No follow-up yet. Okay, the follow-up is going to happen real soon. It's going to be Traxi from Sem9 eliminated. Paragen now is the duo for Xavier that's still alive. Nate and Levi's. Vampire Esports coming into Sem9. Oh, there's going to be a big clash.
Gonna be a huge clash right now. Sem9 has to hold one knockdown already. Firen down and out. Double pump action for shotgun a bit more hard to deal with right now. As Trexie does get one to his name, Tony K falls and so does Onsen. Sem9 going huge right now, taking out the third seed out of the way. Trexie does eventually go down here. Mormon, he puts in the damage, puts in the hurt. So does Sem, because we said about Mika. This corner is played to perfection right now. Has to worry about the shotgun. Immediately he takes one more point, puts it in the bag as well. No stones left unturned, and every single string will be left tied. In the end, Schweppes somehow survives the initial onslaught, but that long-range shot from Sakura, oh my god!
Oh man, eArena had to butt in, and now BTR, they're in the fight. They just won their fight against Kagendra, eliminating the number 9. Now with 8 teams left. Even Xavier starting to collect placement points. BTR, is there enough bodies for them to collect those points to clinch it with the championship? Probably not. Probably not. Maybe DAY3 would have done it.
Joker coming up forward here, going out huge. OSJA is now down and out, but eArena is in trouble right now as one player all out in the open, but they somehow make it work. Joker jukes the vehicle, rushes forward. Flash stuck inside of the building. Shots coming to him, and he is not worried at all right now. Moves back, goes for the heal instead, but the shots are just so good from Mika. Despite the fact that he's alone, he's still trying to collect his points, and he cashes it out, in fact.
Oh, from afar, he secures another elimination point for Sem9. And now we have BTR on screen. BTR trying to take out DAY3. Two other players within the shack. The last we saw DAY3, they have a shack. They survive very, very long. BTR will not find it easy to eliminate them. Now Nate shows up, and Nate gets gunned down. He was forced to move on because of the molly anyway. Now Levi's going to be the final play with 10% of health. He needs to heal up quickly. Snake will lob his nade into the shack perhaps. Bounce. Levi's splash damage, and somehow, what does it take to take out DAY3?
Oh my god, he's so slippery right now, and BTR knows that he's very much around. Still hanging around the circle here. They're just hovering around like vultures. Every single player not looking to get to the middle of the circle yet. Everyone hanging on to the terrain, hanging on to that lifeline. There are two packages there that they can go for, but because of how open this area is, everyone's choosing to take fights on the side, and same could be said right now about RRQ. All out there in the open, Flash taking full advantage of the compound. Nerpeko rushes forward, a lot of space taken by him, but his hand has been seen here, so Tops is going to try and go through the smokes, flush him out. Levi still inside of the shack, rushes forward, Ryzie in a 1v1 against him. Levi's putting a lot of damage, plays that angle, but Ryzie, those strafes, those swings will not help him at all, as now we're down to our final top 4.
And Lambo knows it. Lambo knows it. Look at the play again. Lambo knows it. They know they have done enough. Now it's all about finishing this round. BTR, Sem9 got Team Flash for the final chicken dinner in the grand finals. With the numbers, it's BTR and Team Flash. Sem9, only Mika left right now. And Mika, he is right behind Team Flash. He could potentially break their hearts.
Could do that. I think Tops is very aware. I think they marked him. They're gonna rush up toward him together. 3-man push here. Mika, terrain, the blue zone, everything is up against him. But he still tries, he still struggles. Nate comes up there. A lot of damage through. Young will be the one to rush up forward, shoots him in the face, and now immediately they turn their attention to BTR.
And now it's between BTR and Team Flash. Team Flash by the edge of the circle. We're gonna see the next phase in 30 more seconds. BTR, a full squad on the lower ground, but they have a good spread here with Satar on the side. Satar could potentially surprise Tops. He's cooking up this nade. He will lob it across, and here comes the nade! Bam! Knocking down Tops!
Tops falls. Still another 3 more members to worry about right now. Satar becoming the tip of spear, rushing up forward, becoming that front line of the first contact. And we know as soon as Satar shoots out, immediately his teammate will pop out as well. But for Flash, they're making this very, very hard because it's so hard for them to push up forward. Bose, this aggression will be punished there. Immediately, Snape and Satar turn it into a meat grinder. Crossfire that's just so hard to dodge as the rest of Flash worrying right now. Final 2 left, rendered so low, can't pick up the other 2 members. It's not gonna be easy.
And plus, they don't have the circle. They have to push forward. 25 seconds before the zone starts to close again. And Nate will be lobbed across onto Team Flash. No splash damage this time. And Young T sends a nade across onto Satar. Satar will be naded out by Young T. This gives a second hope for Team Flash to win against BTR. Here they go!
Snape is just rushing forward, playing with Federalis. A lot of damage sustained by Tops. He was trying to move their crosshair away from his teammates, but he was a little bit too reckless there. Snape falls, used to find 1 to his name. Great, but now for the rest of BTR moving back, they have to pick up Snape, and only Federalis and Ryzie very much in the game here. Ryzie, good position, right there in the open, right on the terrain, gives him a lot of angles to work with, and is now down to the final 2. The blue zone pushing here, like it or not. Flash has to leave the compound, has to leave the area, and BTR knows this. But the angles are good. Good for one. Federalis! Always the one to come up on top. And BTR, what the heck is that? As we are going to see if the marks are tabulated, who will be the champions, the new reigning winners of the game?
Well, DAY3 knows it, and here we are. DAY3 is the champions. We'll pass it on to our stage host. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome your PMSL SEA SPRING 2025 champions, DAY3.
Guys, this is your moment. Please lift the trophy. In 3, 2, 1.
Go! This is your PMSL SEA SPRING 2025 champions!
Okay, guys, congratulations again.
Congratulations, Xavier, congratulations. We are now awaiting our translator as we are going to interview our brand new champion for PMSL SEA SPRING 2025.
Faizal, akhirnya kita dah pun ketahui siapakah juara untuk PMSL SEA SPRING 2025 kita kali ini.
That's right, Fira. It has been a long journey. It has been a long climb here today. And especially here at IOI City Mall Putrajaya, it's been 3 days that you guys have fought hard. All right, our first question. Anybody can answer. It has been such an emotional journey for all of you. Finally, you guys are able to lift this trophy for this season. What does this championship mean to you?
Trước hết là một lần nữa thì các bạn đã trải qua một hành trình đầy cảm xúc và cuối cùng thì mình cũng đã có cơ hội nhấc cái chiếc cúp vô địch. Vậy thì chiến thắng này có ý nghĩa như thế nào đối với các bạn?
Đây là chiếc vô địch trong 25 cố gắng của cả team.
This championship is the result of our efforts in the past 2 years.
All right, fantastic. Fira, do you have anything?
My next question, I want to ask to Netty. Okay, what is the first thing you're gonna do after winning this championship?
Vậy Netty, sau khi mà giành được chức vô địch này thì điều đầu tiên em sẽ làm là gì?
Em sẽ về và đi ngủ một thật là ngon ạ.
I will go back and take a sound sleep.
Okay, fantastic. Take a rest. I thought you said you want to go get some tuk lao. Okay, never mind. All right, number 3. What was the most memorable and impactful moment or challenge for you this season to finally be able to lift the trophy?
Thì trong mùa giải lần này, khoảnh khắc nào là khoảnh khắc mà đáng nhớ nhất hoặc là có tác động lớn nhất của các bạn trên con đường mình giành được chiếc cúp vô địch?
Em nghĩ là khoảnh khắc trận cuối cùng vừa rồi là khoảnh khắc đáng nhớ nhất ở mùa giải này của bọn em ạ.
Okay. So the last game just now was the most memorable for us.
Okay, why though? Why was it the most memorable?
Tại sao vậy?
Tại vì bọn em biết bọn em vô địch ạ.
Because in the last game, we knew that we would be the champion.
All right, fantastic. Confident, I love that, I love that.
Okay, any last word for your supporter, family and friends?
Vậy các bạn có lời gì muốn gửi đến gia đình, người thân cũng như là các bạn bè của mình hay không và cả những người cổ vũ nữa?
Trước tiên thì em cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã theo dõi và ủng hộ các team của tụi em trong suốt chặng đường vừa qua. Còn đây là thành quả của sự cố gắng của cả team trong những năm vừa qua.
First of all, I would like to thank all of the people who have been watching us and cheering for us. And this win is the result of the whole team in the past years.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is your PMSL SEA SPRING Champions 2025. All right, and now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the country manager level Infinite Malaysia,
Mr. Eugene Chin, to the stage. Okay, please gather around to take photo with our Mr. VIP.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, once again, your PMSL SEA SPRING 2025 champions! Now we would like to request the champions to please step aside for the time being as we bring up our finals MVP.
Okay guys, sekarang kita akan umumkan siapakah final MVP untuk PMSL SEA SPRING kita kali ini.
From BTR, Finalist! Congratulations! Let's welcome him, our finals MVP! Alright, my man from BTR is the best of the best among the best here today.
Saya rasa dengan award ni terubat sedikit kekecewaan daripada penyokong Indonesia kerana masih lagi ada wakil mereka di final ini, Faizal.
Betul. Dari jauh mereka datang, dari jauh. And now let's have the champions return to center stage for a group photo together with our finals MVP.
Okay, DX, let's take a photo with our MVP. Okay, our MVP also.
Stage dah tak cukup, tak muat lah kita.
Tak apalah, kita ke tepi, Faizal.
Kita ke tepi, kita tak penting. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is your finals MVP and your PMSL SEA SPRING 2025 champions! Come on, orang Malaysia. Tepuk. Kita kena sokong. Come on. Alright, baiklah. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Faizal. We would like to thank everybody for watching today.
Dan saya Fira Fendi, kami ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kerana sudi bersama kita sehingga penghujungnya.
Dan 3 hari, 3 days, all of you have been with us live and also online. Thank you so much for being here with us. Once again, Fira, are you ready to say goodbye?
Okay guys, it's the last time we're gonna say goodbye for your PMSL SEA SPRING 2025.